Six weetbix. Welcome to the Sae Bae cast. How you doing, man?
Very good, very good. Nice and fresh. Just woke up.
Hell yeah. I'm very excited for this one. This has been a long time coming. It feels like I want to say we first got in contact over a month ago at this point when you
Mm.
sent me your almost like a dissertation. Really resonated with most people. Like you really
Mm.
nailed it with why skilling somehow falls short in this game. So anyway, you are the person that wrote the paper and everything. So let's get a brief introduction of who you are and also what got you to write this essay.
Yeah. So my name is Six weetbix, and I play a lot of games. I've pretty much just played games all my life, and I played RuneScape 2 when I was a kid. So the classic story. Back in 2006, 2007, I was playing RuneScape. Um, I only could play for like an hour a day because we didn't have internet at our house. So I was actually playing the game by riding my bike to the library and just hopping on like these public library computers because RuneScape's a browser game. You can actually do that. And
Mm-hmm.
so I'd ride my bike with my brother to the library, get to play for an hour a day, and then be spending the whole day like at school or whatever, thinking about, oh, what am I gonna do on RuneScape when I get out of school. But and yeah, I stopped playing around like 2007, 2008. I think around when Summoning came out. And the reason I actually stopped before EOC. Most people say, oh, EOC was like the thing that did it for me, but the thing that did it for me was the trade restriction stuff because I spent a decent amount of time merching. So you know, you can't make any kind of trades that are profitable anymore, player versus player trades. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
like a lot of the gameplay that I'm engaging with just was deleted. So I just, quietly go play another game at that point. Um, from there, I've gone on to play Dota 2. So I was a competitive Dota 2 player for 3 to 4 years roughly. Um, Under the name Roger Dodger, and that was like top player in Australia, which has a big asterisk on it. But got to attend some tournaments in China, in the Philippines. A lot of fun, but
Wow, nice.
you know, yeah. But you know, unless you're on the tippy top, it's not really a career. So had to dip from that and go get a boring tech job.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, like Dota 2 is a game that you have to play all day, every day to stay on top. And it's not even really that fun if you're only playing it as like a side thing to having a normal life. So I stopped playing Dota 2 and moved on to playing fighting games. It was just kind of appealing to me for various reasons. And so I'm still actively like involved in mainly Tekken. So I run a whole bunch of Tekken related stuff. I run the wiki for Tekken. Like the Old School RuneScape has a wiki, the best wiki ever.
Mm-hmm.
My wiki can't hold a candle to that. I run the Tekken wiki called Wavy Wiki.
Do you run that alone or do you got like a team?
Well, it's like a wiki, right? It has everybody can edit it.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
but
the one
are
doing all the
you
boring sysadmin stuff. Yeah, I do all this boring sysadmin stuff alone. But
yeah.
fortunately, it's not like high enough traffic to need a lot of work done on it. So that's
Okay.
like not too much trouble.
Did you make it from like the start, or was it already there and then you just kind of took the reins of it?
No, I pretty much made all of the initial content because I mean, imagine you were playing RuneScape and you didn't have a wiki.
Yeah.
You're like, fuck,
Yeah.
man, we need this. We fucking need this.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so I'm just like I'm looking at the state of just documenting the game, like how stuff works. There's there is a lot of stuff to write about any complicated video game,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like the information, like you would not believe how how much nonsense people spread just because there's no authoritative. Not even, it's not like Wiki's not authoritative, but like there's no
Like
reference
centralized, just
material.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So the information's all out there. It was mostly just a matter of collecting it, which is what I spent probably 6-12 months doing, and now it's kind of been seeded well enough that other people contribute and keep it up to date. Now I don't have to do any content editing myself anymore.
Nice. Quick question before you continue on. What was the transition period like transferring from Dota over to Tekken? Because that sounds like a whole new set of skills you have to learn. Like obviously it's still video games, but like that, I mean, to be professional at Dota and then to all of a sudden get into Tekken, like that must have seemed like an immediate hit to like a person's ego of just like, oh shit, I'm bad at a game again. I got to rebuild. How was that for you?
Yeah, well, I kind of revel in that, being in this situation where I don't understand what's going on anymore. You know, a lot of people say this about RuneScape as well. Like the discovery phase of the game is really awesome because you're figuring all this stuff out. It's like, oh, where does this piece in? Where, like, what do I do with this? What do I do with that? And so with RuneScape, when I started playing about 12 months ago, I said, I'm not going to use the wiki for the first like 1 or 2 months. I'm just going to raw dog it. And that was probably the best experience I've had with the game. Like that was sick as I was, I was trading my combat by killing cows. The first week, killing cows, taking the cow hide, selling it on the G to make the money, the classic.
Yeah.
And obviously you could go do waterfall quests and have skipped that whole 2-week process, but that 2-week process itself was enjoyable.
Formative.
Why would I want to skip that? Yeah, it was just I would be robbing myself of that amazing experience. So obviously, once you get waterfall quests, just skip all that in Grand Tree, then you're obviously not going to sit there doing the cows. But yeah, so back to your question. I'm picking up Tekken. It's all foreign to me, and I'm like, that's awesome. I love that. It's like a new challenge.
Nice. So, but you had already had a little bit of experience with fighting games. It wasn't completely fresh. I mean, it sounded like you already had some interest in it. So you kind of.
Yeah, essentially, if you're thinking in terms of playing it competitively, like I had Tekken 3 on the PlayStation 1 when I was a kid, and my brother wouldn't want to play with me because he would get owned every time. And my dad wouldn't want to play with me. And I had Tekken 5 on the PlayStation 2. And I would only just be playing against the AI because at that point nobody wanted to play with me. So it's just the difference between playing at that level and playing even if you're playing online right now. If you want to play Tekken 8 right now, you go into ranked mode. The very beginner level would still be higher level than what you're doing. Well, not even necessarily higher level. It's a fundamentally different experience playing against another person who's thinking about the game than it is just playing against the AI where you kind of just mash buttons and they die.
Mm-hmm. So let's get to where actually I want to know personally like how invested you've gotten into old school RuneScape since all of this has happened. What is your play style? How progressed are you on your account or accounts? And also what led you obviously to this essay that you wrote, because it is very fleshed out and it seems like it's coming from somebody that's, I mean, honestly, it could, if somebody picked up that essay, they would assume it's from a game developer. Like, so yeah, let's hear that whole story.
So in about, I think it was May last year, Tekken 8 had a patch that was so bad that everyone that was playing the game was like, this is so bad, this is garbage. Like, not quite EOC tier of like everyone's just losing their minds, but people are not happy. And that's me included. I basically stopped playing the game after that. Like I tried the patch out for a couple of days. I'm like, this is boring, man. I'm not having fun anymore. So I'm looking for other things to do. And I got free time now. I'm not playing Tekken when I've got my free time available. So I'm like, I've got to do something. And one of those things was at some point, I'm like, hey, why don't I try Old School RuneScape out? I've heard I liked this game when I was 20 years ago. Maybe I'll give it a try again, see how that goes. But also, I was spending a lot of time looking to answer more specifically what is wrong here. You know, this patch has come out for Tekken 8. Everyone's mad. I'm kind of mad, but I want to know why. Like, what is wrong on a game design level with this patch? So I've just been having my, I don't know, autodidact game designer arc for the last year and a half, just trying to answer that question. And one of the outputs of that was this article I wrote called Fighting Games Have a Product Design Problem. So I'll chuck you a link to that now. But this, published February 2026, is very big picture, very similar structure to the skilling essay, in fact. And is saying, you know, here's a bunch of stuff that's going wrong here. Not actually very game design focused. Actually, it says very little on game design, even though that's what I've been spending a lot of time doing. And I posted on Twitter and just blew up major. Got covered similar to your coverage of my skilling essay by a fighting game YouTuber, and everyone's talking about it, going on podcasts talking about this like product design angle. And aside from that, so that's like one aspect of the output, what I've been doing. The other aspect was I still am actively developing a mod for Tekken 7. So Tekken 8's the current one. Tekken 7 sort of sit there, they're not going to update it anymore. So I'm like, okay, I can make a mod for it where I'm sort of fixing all of these design issues that I'm seeing in the game. And that's sort of a proof of concept, I guess, of like, are the things that I'm thinking in theory actually going to play out in practice? Like when I'm giving this diagnosis, problem XYZ exists, let me actually realize that, get people to play with it and see, is this real talk or am I just talking nonsense, you know? And that has been pretty successful, as successful as you'd expect the balance mod to be. Like it's not going to have people playing it instead of the mainline game, but I've got a regular play group of people that if I want to go, hey, you guys want to play some sets on my mod, like let's go. We have a good time.
Nice. So I for those that are interested, I'll have both of your essays linked down below. So the fighting games product design one and also the embrace the skilling timer one. So now in this time, are you playing OSRS throughout, your time with the Tekken wiki and competitively playing that game and stuff? I don't actually know the years because you said you played like Dota for about 3 to 4 years. So that must have been from 20 or
so essentially
forward.
I've had this like game design arc going at the same time as I downloaded RuneScape on my phone. I'm like, this be something to do on the phone when I'm out and about, whatever. And then eventually that graduated to now I'm actually playing it on my computer like a madman. And so about 12 months of gameplay on the account. I think it's like halfway to max now. And the focus is mainly on skilling. Like the amount of I don't really have a good benchmark for how much time the average RuneScape player spends doing PVM content versus skilling content, but I've more so gravitated towards trying to max the account rather than going through the PVM ladder.
Yeah,
and it's possible that part of that is just because, like I said, when I used to play, I did a lot of merching. I also do a fair bit of merching now, and so I don't really need to make a lot of money on the PVM grind if I want some gear. Like if I'm thinking, oh, I want to go do Inferno at some point, I need all these items, I got to go farm next for 100 hours. I don't have to do that because the merching is where that next farm is being replaced in terms of the account progression.
Mm-hmm. Let me kind of push us into a certain direction right now, which is obviously
about me.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just curious, you know, just mainly I'm curious, and I guess we'll get into this later. Is somebody made a somebody actually just lately, must have been like over the last week, made a comment saying like, what did Wintertodd do to this guy? Like who at Wintertodd hurt this guy or something like that? It's just hilarious because that was one of obviously the skilling mini games / activities that you highlighted an example on, and you made it clear like these are just ideas to kind of get the conversation moving in like the right direction.
There was actually something the comment that you made on that was interesting to me because your immediate response to that was like, Wintertodd is so old now that like we're not like we can't be touching stuff that's that old. Whereas from my perspective, if you're looking at the chronology, is Wintertodd is just as new to me as Doom is, because my framework or my frame of reference is the actual 2007 time when I stopped playing RuneScape 2 to I started playing 12 months ago. So I started playing like roughly when Doom came out. And so Wintertodd is just as new to me as Doom. So when I'm hearing, oh, Wintertodd is too old, like this feels like new content to me. Which I'm seeing now is actually not at all the case. Almost everyone that I'm talking to here is going to feel like what you're saying. Wintertodd is like super old content.
It's just a tough one. Well, actually, here before I get onto the Wintertodd conversation, because I agree. Wintertodd is the interesting thing about Wintertodd is as much as I've flamed it over the years. Doing solo Wintertodd, there is some weird like tick manipulation, technically not like knife log or anything, but there is like a form of tick manipulation that can be somewhat satisfying, just kind of skipping certain skilling cycles to do like, you know, a heal into the repair of the thing, into a fletch, into the burn, like all this kind of stuff kind of can feel all right, but it doesn't like it doesn't really enough. Yeah, and there's obvious issues with it. But let me first ask you, so you've only been playing for such a short amount of time. How are you even like in this space of like understanding tick manipulation and knife log? It feels like it feels like somebody that would have written this paper would have been playing since 2013, like very actively since then. So that's what is first catching my eye. Is just like what is happening here? Like, how did you get so into this so quickly? Like a player that's only been playing for even a couple years still doesn't have a fire cape. Like they don't know what the hell's going on. They probably don't even understand what a tick system. They don't know what a tick is. Like, and now I am being a little bit like harsh, but like the average player does not know what a tick is in this game.
Yeah. So. Well, I think probably the simplest answer to that would just be all of the amazing documentation the community has done on everything. So like the wiki has lots of detailed information on, like if I want to know what the EHP is for any method, the methods are listed there. If it's not on the wiki, there's people, like if you go in deeper, there's people that write stuff in the skilling Discord, like the Temple OSRS. Like I would just, if I want to know what's the fastest mining method, the first thing, my first instinct would be to try and find records of some kind. So I go, okay, there's this website where people post records of them doing nodalog mining grinds. What is this guy doing? So I could just go straight to that. Similar to like if I'm trying to learn a character in a fighting game, I would just go, okay, who's the best player of this character? I'll just go watch this guy's games. You know?
Yeah, that's smart. That's brilliant. Most people in RuneScape are not playing that way or have that mindset because, one, they don't care about the competitive nature of the game or really getting to a certain goal, like a skilling goal, as fast as possible. They just want to kind of enjoy themselves and just kind of explore the game, which is obviously a fair play style as well. I want to touch I want to get into the sort of just the brief kind of overview for those that haven't watched the original skilling video. So I'll have you kind of break that down. But first, on the point of Wintertodd, and I'm sure we'll get a lot more in depth in it later down in the conversation. But I have just come to the awareness over years of being passionate about certain ideas in this game and pushing those ideas and just understanding that this game is so vast. Like there's so many people playing this game, and updates and changes in this game are like the player base is so peculiar, and we have to like basically walk a tightrope as like the game devs and the players and all these things. Like updates cannot come in too quickly, and like changes cannot come in too abruptly, or you're gonna piss off a big part of the community. And they're obviously we've seen in the past with the introduction of EOC and stuff, like big changes and big overhauls of things. They sometimes can go well if something's like universally hated for, look at trying to think what's been like massively fixed. I mean, I know they've gotten rid of content like the bounty hunter stuff. Like there's been multiple iterations of that, and they just scrap it. Like, hey, we're just taking it out of the game. And they've done that with other pieces of content where it kind of just goes down well. That everyone's just like, all right, that's fine. Or they'll make like a full revamp of Zaya Favor, for example, because that was basically universally hated, and they just scrap it without like anybody's real approval, because they just understand like nobody's gonna really hate this. But when it comes to a piece of content like Wintertodd and stuff, like drastically changing that place so that it doesn't even feel like Wintertodd anymore will bother a lot of players. Like and it's mainly because it's not universally hated. Now I have my issues with Wintertodd, and of course there was a lot of other issues alongside just the actual mechanical gameplay. It was also like the economics and like just why are you getting all these? Why can't you just get 99 fire making without ever having to like chop a tree? Basically, I mean, obviously you have to get to 50, but at that point you're and people would argue, oh, you're chopping a tree in here, but it's like, okay. But like you've gotten rid of like a core aspect of, like, imagine there was like a smithing mini game where you just never had to mine. You just go into the smithing game and just hit a rock that's just there. It's built into the activity itself. Like that wouldn't feel right. So there was obvious issues with it. But the main point is that I want to get to is big overhauls and things, or things that feel unfamiliar. They instantly I realize like we can't, in some situations, this is my own opinion as well. Like, and it's sort of like I'm picking and choosing where it really matters and stuff. But like a place like Wintertodd, I feel like making a huge change of that would just never pass a poll.
That's like totally pragmatic argument where you'd be like, okay, I'm coming in saying rework Wintertodd, and you're like, that's never gonna pass. And you're absolutely right. There's that specific suggestion I put in there as more, so like you want to stake out a position to be saying this is bad, and even though we might concede on procedural grounds that there's absolutely no way that Wintertodd is ever going to get reworked, you still need everyone to. It will still be helpful for everyone to be on the same page and saying like, okay, Wintertodd actually just sucks. Like it is producing very structural problems for the skill that are affecting the rest of the game negatively. And you might say, okay, well, we can't rework Wintertodd, but if people accept that, then when you're coming in later with other proposals that aren't reworking old content, because reworking old content is like 100 times harder than adding new content, your new proposals that are aiming to fix these problems, you can point over there and say, okay, you guys all agreed Wintertodd sucked for XYZ reasons, and so this new proposal that I'm making is actually fixing these problems. Yeah. Whereas if you just drop the Wintertodd thing entirely and let people carry on thinking, oh, this is fine, this is normal, this is how the game should be structured, then you might end up getting more content coming out that is there's no way that they would ever release something as bad as Wintertodd again, but there might be elements of it.
You don't know, man.
I'm pretty optimistic, I guess.
Okay.
If I'm looking at the totality of what Jagex has added to the game, in the OSRS history.
Yeah.
It looks they got a pretty good hit rate.
Mm.
There's definitely some duds, no doubt about that. But I'm pretty optimistic that they got like a good head on the shoulders.
Yeah, I think I mean mechanics wise, I'm sure they're leaning in the right direction. Especially, obviously, we're going to talk about Blood Moon Rises and what they've done there. They have their head screwed on straight for the most part when it comes to gameplay. There's still obviously some gripes I have with it, and the clear just like what are we doing here? Examples of that even in that update, but I would not trust Jagex with the like sort of economic or other sort of aspects of skilling, because it really does feel like some of the time they just kind of they don't care about what's all coming into the economy, and we'll get into this conversation as well. But I know a lot of people don't appreciate when the game is being somewhat designed with an Iron Man perspective in mind, but I've seen it a lot more like Iron Man. If you play an Iron Man account, you really get to experience a lot of like basically all the content, and you get to see all the pain points in real time, and just see like how it feels like from a game's progression, for like a player progression standpoint. And yeah, it just feels like a lot of the updates over time, especially if we ever do touch on the wilderness in this conversation, like just how damaging the wilderness has been for player progression when it comes to like just being able to gather GP, for example. Like the wilderness just breaks everything. It breaks all the other skilling methods. It's just so absurd out there. And so we're playing a game now that really doesn't have the economic balancing in place. It's just gone out the window, basically. Like the only way to kind of revive that is to play a hardcore where you just resist going out in the wilderness. But even then, I mean, the game is just seeing more and more GP input in a lot of places, where we used to have a much more like drawn out early and mid game that felt a lot more like just like a long road, and sort of, and it obviously wasn't as popular, but it made the game feel a lot more satisfying getting to that end game because you fucking worked for it. Whereas now, like, there's just so many sort of like cheating paths where you can just get to stuff really quick, which is concerning. But
Winter Todd is one of them.
It was that was the first example of it. Yeah, you're totally right.
Yeah, I think actually we should do a brief cover of the framework stuff first, because there are some answers in that I'd want to reference. So
sure.
Do you want to just let me know, sort of in your terms, what all of those things, the framework stuff from the essay, so it's gameplay loops, complexity, input/output randomness, and orthogonality, like what do those terms mean to you?
So I'm going to pull up the essay on my end and kind of share. Now it has been a few weeks since I've covered this fully, or maybe a couple weeks, and I'll obviously have you kind of break it down a little bit more, but I basically agreed with all this kind of stuff. I loved your whole circle diagrams of showing what is important, and to have all the layers really does in the first bit, which, what is it called, like all these the
gameplay loops.
Okay, so these are the gameplay loops. The gameplay loops obviously is one element of it, and that is obviously important to have filled out. You obviously mention some gameplay loops, like where you're just doing one thing for like the entire skill seemingly with no change in it, like you've hit the meta. That's concerning. That's not a great variety, and I'll have you break this down as well. But then you come to complexity. The complexity, obviously you say low comprehension complexity, low strategic complexity, and low execution complexity. And I loved obviously your example of the rock paper scissors with a billion different examples. That doesn't actually make rock paper scissors any more interesting, really. It's just like the theory of it, I guess, is more interesting than the actual execution of it.
It's like fun coming up with all of these different what's dragon.
And there's some examples in RuneScape I could probably think of. I don't have any off the top of my head right now, but I'm absolutely certain there's examples of needless complexity that ultimately you want to play a game. I think most players, I would say, want to play a game where things are simple enough and you can sort of lean into adding more complexity if you cared to, but nothing's like inherently just a mishmash of here's all these complex parts. Like imagine forestry came out, I think we both agree that forestry was kind of a mess, but like imagine forestry also had uses for all these different items that it's dropping, just all these brand new items like beehive parts. Imagine you had to now start like building fucking beehives like in trees while you're doing, it's like everything just becomes absolutely unbelievably complex for no reason, just to make the skill feel more full. It's like, this is a terrible road to go down. So
yeah, like there's just so much stuff, so much comprehension, complexity, and is there a payoff for it?
yeah.
And
So that is obviously I'll have you kind of break that down as well. And then with the input randomness, this is one of the really interesting things that I don't even have a very clear sort of vision on, like what makes randomness fun, because it feels like randomness, I would be able to pick out some examples of randomness in skilling gameplay in RuneScape, but I wouldn't understand the foundational reason of why this felt good and this randomness felt awful. Like I wouldn't be able to explain it to you. I'd just be able to tell you the feeling of like, this feels terrible and I'm not exactly sure why. But you kind of break it down. Actually, right now, if you want to kind of just jump into randomness briefly, I want to kind of hear how you perceive randomness.
So this distinction between input and output randomness is very important because they're doing two totally different things. The output randomness is really more about your motivation. So, you know, like drop tables. If I'm hunting a rare, for example, the output randomness is sort of making the chase more exciting, because every single time I get a kill, I could get it, or I could get it. Whereas input randomness is much more localized. It's focused on the actual gameplay loop, like the low level of the gameplay loop, where I would just say the actual gameplay rather than sort of the structure around it, where Tetris is the classic example. Are you familiar with Tetris?
Yeah. No, I actually failed to mention that right as I let you have the floor. I saw the Tetris example. I was like, oh yeah, that was just a great example of it. Yeah. Continue.
Yeah, like Tetris is the classic example of input randomness because it makes it so every time you play the game, it's different. You can't just do the same input every single time and get the same outcome. You have to react and respond to what the game is giving you. So game has an RNG, it produces this game state at you, and then you have to solve that problem. And Tetris does that in by far the most elegant way possible, which is simply what pieces you get. What does it give you? You got to fit them into the grid.
And it's important, I think, to mention now. I'll actually would love to hear your take on Tetris, because isn't that one of like top 5 most popular games of all time?
I believe it's number 1. I think it's.
Is it number 1? Okay, I wasn't sure if like it was.
I don't know if it's number 1 in terms of total sales. I think maybe Minecraft is now higher in terms of total sales. Okay. But
at one point, though, Tetris was king, like for sure, and currently might still be.
In terms of sales, I think in terms of legacy, Tetris is still king. I think if you are to ask like game designers what is the most influential game of all time, Tetris would probably be number 1.
Interesting. So I want to get your take on it, but I'm wondering, you know, when we see Tetris, there's a few distinctions. It's not like every single piece is a completely random piece you've never seen before. It's like, no, there's a variety of like 6 pieces or something, like 6 different shapes. Like how many different shapes can you get from Tetris? There's
no more than 10. From memory. There's not many.
Yeah.
I think it's like 6 or 7. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, and if it had been 30 pieces, would that have been a worse game? I would argue, yeah. Like, but there's obviously probably, if there's only 2 pieces, that would not be great either. So like there is a sweet spot with that.
Yeah.
So how do you perceive it?
Yeah. Well, that would be similar to the rock paper scissors example, right? Like every extra piece you add is similar to every extra playable move you add in rock paper scissors. Eventually you're hitting diminishing returns where adding this new piece to Tetris would be increasing the comprehension complexity, without increasing the strategic or execution complexity at all. And so you'd just be like, you're making the game more complicated. It's harder for people to pick it up and play because you've got this, I don't know, you got some like S-shaped piece, this giant 3x3 spaces taking up. Like, how the hell am I supposed to fit that into my gameplay? You might not be able to at all. So picking the sweet spot of those pieces that are available was absolutely a key part of Tetris's success. Yeah.
I want to actually lean into this example of Tetris for a little bit longer as well with the execution complexity. I hope I'm getting this correct, where, with Tetris, like the pieces are moving on a certain rate, and that rate gets faster and faster as you progress throughout the levels, and sliding in a little L piece right at the end, that's the execution complexity, correct? Of like actually executing that move within that time frame of getting it in there, sliding it in that little slot.
Yeah.
At what point does that become too much of like a nuisance? Because what we see with RuneScape is high level skilling, like the knife log stuff over and over, just becomes, in my view, becomes way too ridiculous with the execution complexity because of just the sheer amount of clicks you're doing and wrist involvement and all this stuff that can just become very, very overwhelming to, again, like the average player. And I think there is value in creating something that can appeal to obviously the average player. You don't it doesn't need to fully appeal, and there should be obviously areas where you can fully expand and express your skill. But how do you see this execution complexity when it comes to Tetris and then when it comes to OSRS?
Yeah, that's a great question. Because the thing that Tetris is doing that works so brilliantly is it has dynamic difficulty. The level starts off, everything is moving very slow. You have lots of time to slot the piece into the right spot, and then it goes on infinitely. It just keeps getting faster and faster and faster, and you have a scoring system where you're aiming to get the highest score as possible. You're always going to spend most of the time in that sweet spot of difficulty where it's hard enough that it's interesting for you, but not so hard that it's frustrating, just naturally by how the dynamic difficulty of the game works. And a lot of Tetris variants will let you, like if you're a more advanced player, you can skip the really slow stages because that might be a bit boring. So you've just by simply being able to adjust that speed of how fast the tetrominos drop, everybody from the most beginner of beginners to the most advanced, like people doing the rolling. Have you heard of the rolling tech on the old NES controllers?
No, explain.
So basically, the thing that at the absolute highest level that's sort of gating your execution is how fast you can move left to right, not up and down. So if you need to if you need to move the piece like 5 pieces to the left, but you've only got like 300 milliseconds to do that, you have to press 5 times in a row. And just if you're thinking mashing with your index finger 5 times in 300 milliseconds, you can't do that.
No, that's actually
what people have figured out how to do is they turn the controller upside down and they have their finger resting on the button that moves on like the D-pad, the left or right, and then on their dominant hand they're like trilling their fingers like so they're using like 4 fingers on the hand going and every time they're bumping the bottom of the controller, it's actuating that D-pad that your hand underneath is using, and so that lets them actually get 5 presses in the amount of time required, or however many presses are required. It's like super. I can't do that. I've tried to. I'm like, I don't understand how people can do that, but that's actually like high level Tetris players. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, and it's I could bring up some examples that are basically exactly that in OSRS. If you've ever seen people run speedrun Infernos, and you get to the point where, like, if you were to imagine, I've always thought to myself, like, it would be cool. Obviously, it would be cheating, but it would be cool to just see a perfect bot run an Inferno speedrun where it absolutely does every perfect switch completely to maximize perfect DPS. So it wouldn't even really need to bring that many I mean, it wouldn't need to bring any prayer pots. It would perfectly one tick flick everything. It would have perfect mechanical precision when it comes to like one tick flicking, and then immediately into like a perfect, 10-way switch or whatever it's doing. Just absolutely calculating instantaneous what the perfect move would be. So if you created a bot, and then to see that gameplay versus like the average, or not even the average, but the best human, player that's doing the Inferno, I'm sure the bot would probably shave off a good minute or two at this point. Like it would have been multiple minutes like a year or two ago, but at this point I really do think that humans are getting pretty damn good, and I don't even think perfect play would ever, if you could have perfect play and perfect RNG, and maybe you could shave off like 5 minutes or so, but I would be very curious to see a simulation of like 100,000 Inferno runs with perfect play. And I mean, absolutely perfect play, to see what the time you could get down to, because it is cool to think of a game that really, in a way, like a bot could go nuclear on it, and what we don't really see that with skilling. A lot of skilling is just as soon as you master this little bit, you're good. And you are doing perfect play. Now, I don't think every piece of content needs to have that sort of like intense, 1 hour long, or, half an hour long thing to get that. But it is interesting because when we're talking about Tetris, it's so funny because like we're talking about this now for the first time. I'm having all these like different thoughts, and I'm wondering like, would it have been okay for like the average player to come into the world of Tetris and be like, hey, this isn't fair. Like the average player can't do 5 taps on their controller in 300 milliseconds. So can you make it easier for us? Because the average player wants to like enjoy this, and that would not be great, because there's people that want to push the absolute limits of it. But it's a little bit different in skilling though, because again, skilling really doesn't have that like huge no, ceiling.
It's like a cliff. It's just a cliff. There's no dynamic difficulty, right? Like you go, okay, I'm doing motherload mine where I click once every 40 seconds, and there's a 5-year-old could do that. And then you go, okay, now try do 3 tick 4 granite, and it's like, what the hell? Like, I think we missed a step somewhere along the line here, where you're introducing someone to that. And so that's a humongous thing that's missing in RuneScape right now, is this dynamic difficulty. Or I think there's not really a sense in which dynamic difficulty would be able to work, but there's not a lot of progression in the skilling ladder. Like, what is the skilling ladder? You could ask someone, what's the PVM ladder, and they go, well, this boss, and then this boss, and then this boss, in terms of learning the mechanics and getting better. PVM has that. With skilling, it's like just go straight into the deep end. And someone with my temperament can do that just fine, but most people are going to be like, what the F is going on here? Like, what are you asking me to do all this knife log crap? And I've just started playing the game. And
you have to also keep in mind, I mean, there shouldn't even be a sort of like vision of the game where everybody does climb that ladder fully. Like there's like 0.0001% of the players that are like speedrunning Inferno or speedrunning Tobs or speedrunning any piece of like high level content, and vast majority, 99% of the players that are involved in that content are just running it as they are. And like, some people try to push the limits to some degree where they can kind of get faster times, but often people are just doing the mechanics just to clear the run. So it would be cool to see skilling have that sort of, I mean, we see that perfectly, I think, with Sepulcher. Sepulcher is choreographed content. It is obviously difficult as you go down the floors, and a lot of people just do the very basics just to get the completion. Very few people are pushing the absolute limits and trying to get tick perfect runs. But you obviously can do that, and Sepulcher is not nowhere near the complexity and the ceiling of something like speedrunning Inferno. It's just, it gets the closest it can in regards to skilling, in my view.
Yeah, I think Sepulcher is probably the best. Like, we'll probably be referring it a lot in terms of, like, I consider it the gold standard skilling content currently. I think a lot of other people do as well. And so when we're looking at what is good design and skilling content, pointing to that a lot is good. It's great that it exists so that we can do that. And the dynamic difficulty exists in exactly what you're saying. If you are beginner or even intermediate level player, let's say intermediate level player, because that's where the really interesting stuff lies, I think. If you're an intermediate level player on doing Sepulchre, you're probably getting like 100k XP an hour. But you can get more than that, right? You can, I think you can get like up to 115 roughly.
Yeah, if you were to play like perfectly for hours, I'm sure it's around that.
No mistakes. Take like if you can just do the last trap moving 2 ticks every time.
Yep, and like, not loot the last coffin either.
Yeah, I mean, the looting the last coffin doesn't even cost you that much. It's substantially less than just being able to do all of the arrow traps really, really quickly. And so you've got that dynamic difficulty already with Sepulchre because you can get that edge. The reason that people don't really view it that way is because most people are playing RuneScape with the goal of getting their agility level to 99, say. So like, I'm going to get 99 agility and I want to get that done as quickly as possible. And so if you're an intermediate level player, you're getting 100k XP an hour. That's going to take you from 90 to, I think, like 70 hours. Whereas now it's 82, fortunately. Well, not they done that yet? Well, they're going to do that.
Nah, I think they're dropping it hopefully on Wednesday or Tuesday, whenever it happens. Wednesday, I think.
Yeah, but if you like if you went all in, went to the advanced level, started getting that 115 XP, 115k rate, the total amount of time it takes for you to get 99 is not going to move the needle in a way that feels noticeable.
Yeah.
So the thing is, psychologically, nobody is thinking of measuring their performance based on the hourly rate that they are achieving. So, for example, something that I've done is just doing lava runes. Like, that's one of my favorite skilling activities, which makes me sound a bit insane to most people. But the when I'm doing it, what I'm trying to do is get a higher XP per hour than I got the last time I did it. So, okay, I got 102k XP an hour last time I did it. Can I get 104k this time, 103k? I'm like watching that number, trying to be as efficient as possible to get that number to go up. I'm not really thinking about how much XP I'm actually getting. Like, I don't have a particular goal, like, I've got to get 99 rune crafting. It's just I'm trying to achieve that mastery over the technique, and the measurement for that is the XP per hour rate I'm getting. It's not how much XP I got, because that's mostly just a factor of how long I've actually been doing it for.
Yeah. There's a few different branching thoughts I have right now. So let me hold on the lava rune crafting. If I forget, just bring it back to lava rune crafting, because I have a point on that. But when it comes to Sepulchre, a lot of players want to do the looting as well throughout it. And one of the things we see with PVM is, like, just look at, I don't know if you've done the Maggot King yet.
No, but I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm bringing that up as an example only because there is a sort of like action when you're looting it. Like, you actually have to click on the boss to loot it. Can you imagine you could fail the loot? It takes 3 times to loot it, and then you get poisoned twice while trying to loot. Like, this is the kind of shit that we see with Sepulchre. Like, we have this issue where we need to sort of rely on these ancient mechanics that Old School has always seen, like failing without any counterplay whatsoever. It's just, you're gonna fail here, and there's never a point where you can get 100% success rate. So you're getting spit on just for the end of eternity. And just imagine
rooftop failing. Oh my god.
Yeah. And it's just like, imagine in Sepulchre, one of the most the gold standard of skilling, and the reason why is because it's Old School. It's like, people like, yeah, that makes sense to have failing, and we need to get away from that, because imagine the same thing of adding that to PVM. It's objective. I would it's clearly not objective. It is subjective, but like, it's 99% of the player base would say, if you all of a sudden were looting something like Araxor or Maggot King, and you failed it 3 times just due to no fault of your own, just because of your own we're just going to throw this in here just to make it more thematic or something, because who knows, the maggot is trying to fight back or whatever. It's going to poison you. It's like, this would not be fun gameplay. This is just terrible. And we're just going to throw it in here. And this is the kind of baggage and garbage that we see with skilling, and we continuously see it going forward. And nobody's come out with a clean solution or implemented a clean solution. There are clearly solutions, but nobody's implemented those solutions into a lot of this sort of archaic skilling design. Like thieving for so many of the developers and so many players, they see it as like thieving always needs to have fail rates until the end of time. It cannot be bypassed. It cannot be counterplayed. It's just, this is what it is. And so we're stuck, like you said in the very beginning of his essays, like we're stuck in these things. And so I want to bring up one example of like a solution forward, at least in terms, like if you wanted to clean up Sepulcher, like there's some very easy steps that would not revolutionize the place at all, but it's just like make it so looting throughout the floors is snappy and quick. Like make it so when you're crossbowing, you're grappling over the little thing, don't make it like an 8-tick action or whatever, however long it takes to get your guy lined up to the center, and then you jump over and then you try to loot the thing. Like make it super snappy. Like that's the kind of stuff that makes skilling super addictive and enjoyable. You don't go and kill a boss, red click an NPC, and then wait 3 ticks before your guy swings its sword. No, it's instantaneous. You're swinging it. And that's the kind of shit that we don't really think of a lot of the time in like game development, of like, this is the stuff that's satisfying. This is the nectar of the whole encounter, is like you're clicking something and you're getting the immediate response and you're getting that immediate satisfaction. You're seeing the XP drop. And that's the kind of stuff that I would love to see going forward with other mini games that are like Sepulcher, is like, just remove pain points. Let's just come out with an update where there's almost 0 pain points whatsoever, and just see how the content flies. I think people are so set on skilling needs insane pain points for it to be old school, and it's like, holy shit, we're never going to get out of this stuck path if we keep having that philosophy for skilling.
I think the main thing I would zero in on is just what is the definition of a pain point here. So the ones that you've mentioned so far are all like fail rates. So that's all output randomness. That's all randomness, like definitionally, randomness revealed to the player after they act. Like you click on the thing, and then what happens is out of your control. And that was when I was answering the identity question in the essay, that was the thing that I really zeroed in on, where it's like, skilling should be minimal output randomness, like as little as we can get away with. And so, and I think pretty much every skiller that I've talked to has independently essentially gave me that same answer. So I think that as far as skillers are concerned, they're in full agreement. So if you were to just say, get rid of the stupid poison thing on Sepulcher, like I think everyone would just say, yeah, like that's stupid, get rid of it.
Yeah. It's
but
yeah.
If you then take that and then you go, okay, now apply that also to the knife in the knife log, because that's also a pain point, but it's a pain point for a different reason. And so you're going to get a lot more contention there, because that's not an output randomness thing. That's like a completely separate point. And so you'll get different takes on that one.
Yeah, you get a lot of different takes. I've seen, we could jump into the knife log conversation. I'm sure we'll dwell.
We will get to that. We need to get past some other things first. But absolutely,
let me touch on the lava rune crafting one, because that one, it's interesting to hear that that's like one of your favorite go-to activities for skilling, where that has like no randomness to it. It's a very static method of everything's in your control. There's no arrows flying at you. There's no random floor traps or whatever's going on. There's nothing. You can just fully lock in and know and anticipate every bit of the process in that cycle. So why, and most people do not like things like that, mainly probably because of profitability and just the sheer repetition of it. And obviously this game should lean in, I feel like, into the repetition of things. It's not for everybody, obviously, but there is an identity to Old School of having things be sort of a repetitive gameplay loop, which is very satisfying to some people. Not, I wouldn't even say the majority. I don't have any data to back that up, but I just feel like the average player is just always wanting to be stimulated in some other way that's dynamic. And I wonder, so why is that, in your view, a very good method? Is it just a personal take, or do you see legit reasons why this method is good, especially when we were just talking about Sepulcher having that dynamic randomness and input random, or no, that's the out. Is the arrows flying at you the output? I can't remember what the example of Tetris
arrows
was.
flying at you. The arrows flying at you is the input randomness, because you can see the arrow in front of you before it actually reaches your guy.
Okay.
So you have, so like the randomness is decided when the game picks which arrows fly at you, and you have time to then respond to that randomness. So yeah, that and the floor traps, those are the two input randomness things.
And there's none of that with lava rune crafting. So why is this an enjoyable method, or why should it be? Or is the formula there, or is it just the formula isn't there, you just enjoy it for whatever reason?
Yeah, I think it's the closest to ideal for me. I think I would enjoy runecraft that also has some arrows flying at you as well, but I think the reason that the lavas probably edge out Sepulcher for me, although they're pretty close, is just because Sepulcher has that it's kind of bumpy in terms of the difficulty curve. So you do floor 1, 2, 3, 4, they're all like pretty easy. Even floor 5, there's whole segments of that have no input randomness, and you just do the same thing every time. It's like pretty straightforward. It's really just the arrow traps on floor 5, and very specifically the last trap, which are like, you really got to lock in here.
Yeah.
So it's kind of bumpy. It's a little bit harder to sort of get into the groove of it. Whereas with lava runes, it's like, it's very stable rhythm to it.
Now, let me also touch on this, which just came to my mind. With lava rune crafting, there is no dynamic XP rate. Like if you do a perfect hour, you get that very static XP per hour. Whereas 3-tick-4G, you can just RNG an hour and get 4K XP above what technically a perfect hour is in terms of average XP rates. And I wonder, what I feel right now is that a method like 3-tick-4G has something really special going for it, and the same thing with Sandstone is you're wearing a mining cape, you're wearing the Varrock 4 armor, you're wearing the Celestial Ring, for example, which obviously isn't allowed in records, I'm pretty sure, but like having all that, maybe it is, but I feel like people are really stuck on the like 133k or whatever XP, like gold standard, and so if you're using the Celestial Ring, technically you were inefficient at some point, so it's like they don't count it, or who knows, maybe I'm out of touch with what's going on over the last few years, but I just remember when it first dropped, people were like, don't use this for your records. Anyway, but when you're equipping all that stuff, you can just all of a sudden get like a 300 XP drop of just boom, you just got all the 10 kg granites, and it just feels like this dopamine hit like no other. And then like your next back-to-back rock could be very similar, and then let's just say you're using the infernal pick and you're also like smelt all of it simultaneously. That kind of shit feels very good, and it in my view it feels good because ultimately over a long enough period of time it's really not changing anything. You're still going to get the average over long periods of time, the average XP per hour. There's not like, it's not so dynamic where you have like a 1 in 5,000 chance or 1 in 10,000 chance of just randomly getting like a 7,000 XP drop, so it can really skew an hour. It's nothing like that. It's like, no, all this stuff pretty much balances out over like a 6 hour, not fully. Obviously, people's 6 hours can be perfect, and some people can just shoot up another 10k XP or whatever. But there's something special in my view, and I'll have you respond to it, of that sort of variety of XP drops that you can get. So you're kind of a little bit more locked in at just looking at what your XP drops are. And it's similar to PVM, where if you're swinging a scythe, like if a scythe or whatever weapon you're wielding was just always its average hit, so it's just constantly hitting a 35, 35, 35, it'd get fucking boring. It's like, yeah, you're going to get the lows where you miss, you just hit 3 zeros back to back. Like, this is terrible. But then you'll also get those crazy kills where it's like you just are swinging massive hits, and it feels good to have that variance. A place that I would love to see, and again, I'm gonna have you respond to all of this. I'm just kind of bringing up a lot of examples just to throw at you. But think of like the gem mine where you're running around that circuit, and I would love it personally, and I kind of want to know why I want this more. I feel like intuitively this makes a method more enjoyable. Is like, imagine if you mine an opal, you only get 15 XP, but imagine you mine a diamond, and imagine they even just updated gem mining to throw in dragon stones, for example, and then you mine a dragon stone and you get like 400 XP or something. It all balances out ultimately to a similar XP rate as to what it is now, but at least throughout a run, you're a little bit more locked in seeing like what's going to be your perfect, like what's going to be the best XP circuit you get. Like it is an RNG element, but like imagine you just got like a back-to-back Dragonstone into another Dragonstone later down the line, and you're just like, holy shit, like this is like a crazy XP little circuit right here. And then of course it's going to balance out and you're going to get some terrible runs of just opals after opal. And I wonder, is that something that makes a method better for the average player? Like, is there any actual like reason as to why that would feel better for people, or does that even feel better for people? Do people actually prefer the very static nature? Let me hear you.
Well, I can't answer for other people, but for me in particular, I think what you've given just there really surfaces one of the bigger cruxes between us, because I would find that very frustrating. I would find it very frustrating if, I'm doing RuneCraft and I'm looking at, okay, last time I got 102k XP per hour. This time I got 103k XP per hour. And was that because I actually improved my technique at all? Like, have I mastered the technique slightly better, or is it just I got slightly better rolls on that hour? And so that would make the thing that I'm trying to do, which is measuring my mastery over the technique, more difficult. It would make it more frustrating. So like that aspect we were saying, one thing about Granite that is satisfying is the output randomness of, you can sometimes get a bigger piece of granite which gives you more XP. That's, for me, that would be like a begrudging, like, okay, well it's there, but I'd rather it's not there.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, no, I feel like the vast majority of high level skillers would probably fall into your camp of just wanting everything very, very static. The problem is that even if you were to average out all the rates with most gathering skills, rune crafting excluded because there is no success chance, but even if every bit of chunk of granite was the same, you still have the success chance. And it's like whatever it is, 93% or whatever to get a granite, and like that can skew. You can just have a terrible hour where you only get it like 91% of the time. So regardless, that's going to be there. And I feel like somewhat leaning into it a little bit more and having your guy focus. And again, this is definitely not leaning into the camp of like just trying to get perfect 6 hours. That's a completely different mentality to have or skilling. But for most players, I would say, and I would love to hear, obviously, people listening to this section to comment down below what you would prefer to have skilling methods be a little bit more variable, where like you do have, and again, it's going to balance out over several hours for the most part. I don't want to see extreme things where you're now going for a 1 in 5,000 XP drop like PVM, but I think there is something to that, and there's also something kind of satisfying about getting like additional resources. So I'm thinking specifically in gem mining. It would be, especially now with the gem bag update, where you don't even need to drop anything. You're just continuously running under the circuit, and like having some sort of way of getting 4 gems at once for whatever example, some mining enhancements, like that kind of stuff. I feel like those variances actually help liven up a method a little bit more. It's not just so dull where everything is monotonous, the exact same over and over. So yeah.
So I guess the first thing that's immediately on my mind is you mentioning granite being 92% success rate as being like, well, there's already some output randomness there. And so my answer would be, well, I would like it to be 100%. If I were in charge, I'd go, okay, well, that's another thing that's sort of being begrudgingly accepted because that's how it's always been. But the method would probably be more enjoyable if it were 100%, because then it would be more consistent. It would be more so the case that if I got 133k on this hour, it meant that I was on point, rather than, again, the rolls were just better on my side. It's more accurately measuring the mastery I have over the technique. And I think I'll use this as an opportunity to sort of pivot into the rhythm stuff. So when you were covering my essay, I had those 4 framework points, and you mentioned we're missing a rhythm.
Yeah.
Right. And in game design terms, what that is generally called is juice, which is essentially the feedback that the game gives you when you click, when you do something in the game, how the game responds to your action.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a quote here by Gabe Newell on this. You familiar with Gabe Newell?
No.
Really? Oh my goodness.
No,
He's the CEO of Valve. So the company that makes Steam is the CEO of Valve. He was involved in the development of Half-Life, which is fairly revolutionary FPS when it came out 26-ish years ago. But anyway, here's the quote. He says, "Games are things which respond to agency on the part of the player. If the player performs an action, you need to recognize that and respond to it. And that's a fairly abstract way of saying, if I shoot at a wall, something should happen. So when we started with Half-Life, your gun would fire, but the wall wouldn't change. The wall was essentially ignoring you. So then we put a decal in, and testers would go and spend an hour just drawing things on the wall with their machine gun. So we said, okay, this seems like a useful heuristic." End quote. So essentially, right now, if I go and I'm not doing any tick manipulation or anything. All I'm doing is I've got my regular pickaxe. I'm some noob with a pickaxe. I click on the rock. How does the game respond to my input?
Yep.
And it would feel a lot juicier if every time I do, out comes the granite. Or out comes, not necessarily the granite, but something happens. Mm-hmm. Whereas right now, when I click on a rock, maybe 30 seconds later the rock comes out, especially with the higher tier rocks. Like if I click on a runite rock right now, I could click on it and maybe 5 seconds later it comes out, maybe 2 minutes later it comes out. That's very anti-juice. So that's sort of something that tick manipulation is really patching over right now, where the double roll is increasing the chance that you're actually going to get that successful roll, that there is going to be some feedback from the game when you click on the rock. So you've very frequently called it predictable resource extraction. That's something is the reason the tick manip. I'm going to say tick manip because that's good.
Yeah, say it.
Tongue twister. Is it's patching over this problem in the base game where when you click a rock, a lot of the time nothing happens. The game just ignores you. Like, you guy mines at the rock, but nothing happens. But why doesn't it happen? Can we do something about that? So if you wanted to get an example of this existing in the game right now, something that you can do is regular trees. Right? Regular trees, in my view, are the juiciest skilling method in the game. Just like regular ass trees, right? I think
with
you
a
need
knife
to be
and log,
like,
or just
no.
okay,
You just you need, I think, 29 wood cutting. I checked the wiki rates. You need 29 wood cutting and a mithril axe to have 100% success rate on regular trees. So anybody listening right now could just do this right now. Grab yourself a mithril axe if you have a 29 wood cutting, teleport to Lumbridge, and just go to town on the trees and just like try and feel the juice that comes from just clicking on the tree, and then it immediately goes down and there's a tree stump there and you hear that tree felling sound effect all at once. You get the XP drop, the logs in your inventory all at once. Like, it feels so good.
Are you saying just from a a standard
mechanical.
sort of well, because
Yeah.
I mean you're still not getting that immediate feedback. You're still having to wait there for three ticks until it falls. So if you're using like a
Yeah.
knife log running around doing it, then it's that great extraction. It's not just an immediate sort of like bouncy effect where it's like you've clicked it and it's done. You get that, of course, if you were knife logging and you're timing it perfectly, then you get that real good satisfaction. And I would agree with you that if you're just looking at the game generally, that at least does fulfill the requirements of juice to the probably, I would say that and like Iron Rocks at, you know, whatever level is the, you know, 100% is very similar, but it's still not that perfect. Click it and the very next tick that registers, it's gone. It's like you still have to wait for the whole cutting or mining cycle to finish for you to actually extract it.
Yeah. So like an ideal patch over the classic mining would be you don't have to tick minute, you can just click the rock and then it's gone. And then there's like some kind of internal cooldown. So you can't just like one tick. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like the juiciest thing would be doing something like that.
So, and I want to hear, so I do think there is some value in actual, how do I say it? Like an actual input. So for example, if you were to just click the tree, I think there's something a little bit missing. I feel like almost like there needs to have been some sort of action to prep it or something, which is where the knife and log kind of comes in my view. This is why I've been so, I'm just kind of like moving us very closely to the knife log discussion. But I think with the example you brought up of trees, like this is where I do think something like a one click starting 3-tick action really is like the best of both worlds, because it's it's just one click and it's almost like, and I want to just bring up an example right now of, imagine that axes in this game were never equipable. They were kind of like a hammer or a knife or something where you could just never equip them. They're just in your inventory. I even believe at one point in RuneScape's history, you weren't able to equip them. I thought they were, or maybe it was pickaxes or something that weren't actually equipable. Anyway, imagine a game where you were never able to actually equip these. And imagine what it actually was you had to click. So your axe is in your inventory. Let's just say you're running around Lumbridge Forest. You click the axe and that initiates the skilling timer. So now you have whatever it is. Let's just say it remains at 3 ticks. You click the axe. All of a sudden, your guy's loading up an axe swing. And then without any interruption, you can move around the game. But after the end of those 3 ticks, that's where the actual axe swings. So if you're locked into a tree right at the very ending tick, that's where you get the resource. And in my view, like that would kind of satisfy that juice sort of like input of like, you've clicked something, it's now initiated a timer, and now you can do whatever you want throughout the game. And as soon as that timer finishes, it gets executed on that 3rd tick and whatever you're at. So if you're at a tree, then it executes it. And so like knife log almost satisfies those demands for the juice, but it's one additional step that isn't necessary. It's like clicking an axe twice. Like, why did you need to click the axe twice? Or why did you need to click another item with the axe to initiate that action, when it could have just been as simple and satisfying as a one click? Because the second click ultimately didn't do anything. And so when you're talking about that example from the Valve CEO, imagine, you shot a gun the first time and it didn't do anything. And then the second time you click, now it's doing something. Like there is obviously an argument of, that
would kind of suck, wouldn't it? Like, imagine if you had to shoot your bullet twice.
Yeah.
Something happened in FPS, you'd be like, that kind of sucks. So, but that would also sort of suggest that the Gnome Cube itself is also something that should go. Like, I should just be able to click on the rock and that's it. I click on the rock and something happens.
Well, clicking on the rock, but I think we're missing something there, which is why I think, if we were to, in the example of having the axe in your inventory and having to actually click the axe to load it up, that I think is an essential component to having that perfect satisfaction, I think, in my personal opinion.
Let me the gun example. It'd be sort of like cocking a shotgun first, cocking the shotgun and then shooting it, right? Like if you were using a shotgun and there wasn't that cocking motion, it wouldn't quite feel as satisfying.
You're right. Now, in a lot of games, you can just shoot, but there always is that sort of well, I'm trying to even think of any video game. Well, I don't think it's a perfect one-to-one example of like a shooting game versus it, but think of like any sort of IRL action. Like it would feel natural to load your axe up, which is also, by the way, have you actually done any of the bloodwood chopping, or have you seen videos of it?
Yes.
Have you actually engaged with it?
Yeah, I'm familiar. We'll definitely talk about that at some point.
Yeah. They're trying something new there. Where you're clicking twice to load up, but it's like that. If you were to just have to click the tree, you'd be missing something. I think if it was just one tapping the tree, you're missing the load up. Now, I don't think that method is absolutely perfect by any means. I do think I think there is something kind of interesting and almost identifying to old school to have to use something in your inventory, like inventory usage. Look at PVM. PVM is not just clicking bosses. You're clicking your inventory all the time to switch gear, to drink a potion, to do whatever. Like that is very, old school. Like that is what makes old school feel old school. And so I don't want to remove that by just going down a route where everything is just clicked in the main game and the game turns into what I've said I haven't mentioned this term in forever, but Toontown eyes, the game where you just make everything like super easy. Yeah, if you've watched older videos of mine, you'll hear me talking about the Toontown example of just making everything way too modernized and simplistic. Like, no, there's got to be a little bit of that classic feedback and that classic like inventory management. And so,
and the good thing is like I give that example as more of like a reductio ad absurdum, where it's like we get rid of the knife on that justification, we'd also be getting rid of the gnome cube on that justification. But the way the RuneScape is set up, you're never actually going to have immediate feedback ever. Like you just can't have that because you have these 600 millisecond turns. It's a turn-based game. Yeah. So there's no way that you're going to have a FPS level of feedback where there's literally the moment that you click the gun fires and there's a decal on the wall. So there's always going to be that lag, and once you've said, okay, there is always going to be that lag, then the fact that regular tree chopping has a 3-tick lag is fine. It's consistent. And I think it's worth just trying, like, just to really feel. I don't know if one of your accounts available can teleport to Lumbridge right now, and you can just give it a try. Just go click on those regular trees and just kind of feel how it feels and be like, is this delay really?
The delay is not optimized. Like it is not. So in your example of that being optimal juice, like first off, I've actually started like multiple new accounts and I have done the whole like chopping normal trees repeat. In fact, literally last month
after level 30 when it's 100%.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, because I'll need it. I'll need normal logs to make planks or whatever else I'm doing. Like, and I just think that is not ideal. It's not perfectly ideal. It's the same thing with mining an iron. It's close. It's getting close. It's not like, having the 100% success rate is obviously doing a lot of the heavy lifting. I don't want to sit at a runite rock for a minute, but I also, if you go, like, have you ever done like, dropped a bunch of fish at a range and then you're clicking the fish on the ground, clicking the range and doing a 2-tick action back and forth?
I haven't tried that.
So that's really satisfying, because when you go to a range and you just have a bunch of fish, you're going to have to, select all, and then the first cook is a 3-tick action. Then every consecutive one is 4 ticks. And it's like, okay, that's whatever. It's an AFK thing. People just want to second monitor the game. That's whatever. But it's also quite satisfying if you just want to get to that next cooking level and you're, in the mid game or whatever, which, just drop the whole inventory of fish, which that's a separate discussion about the whole dropping thing. We'll get there. But like, as soon as all the fish are dropped on the ground, you just pick up one. And then when you click the range, there is no menu to, cook all or anything, because there is only one fish in your inventory. So it prioritizes that. So now everything is 1-ticked. If that was still a 3-tick action to click the range, and then, have to wait 3 ticks for the fish to cook and then pick it up again and like have this 4-tick repeating cycle, that would not feel as good as just being able to 1-tick it. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, that's true. So the 3-tick delay is probably too much. Like the 1 or 2 tick delay would probably be more.
1 tick is king. 2 ticks is already only half king. I'm sorry, it just is. It's just instantly not as good.
Yeah, and that's kind of what tick manip currently is, right? Like,
correct. You
click on the log, then you click on the rock, and then there's still 2 ticks before you actually get the resource extraction.
Yeah. but you're in this perfect cycle that is optimized where like you moving and getting a double roll, it could not be any faster than 3 ticks. And there's some interesting methods where like, you know, it would be interesting to see even an item that in some capacity could allow you to like 2 tick if you stayed adjacent, you know. So like some item, this is a separate conversation entirely, but I do think there is a little bit of excitement in like, I don't know if you've ever barbarian fished with karambwans, but like you can do a classic 3 tick action and then you can just eat a karambwan and it starts a 2 tick action right then. So then you can fish every 2.5 ticks. If you had some guy trading you karambwans repeatedly, like you could upkeep that. But like, you know, like that's some cool variants where, and we'll move off this topic because I do think it just kind of confuses a lot of people, and we're not getting to the main points again. But like an item like that, if you were to be standing still to click an item that would start a 2 tick action, there could be some balancing issues I'm not thinking of. But in most situations, if like for example 3 tick 4G, like you're not you 2 ticking a rock, by the way, like in 3 tick 4G is actually slower than you 3 ticking and getting a double roll. Like actually no, that's not accurate. I think it was with I think it was because of the 2. Listen, years ago they came out. I don't know if you were. I know you weren't around this time because you were saying your timeline. But years ago, I'm going all over the place, but I'm trying to make this make sense. There was a glitch for like a month where if you auto casted with a staff on, you could 2 tick anything around the game, like a tree, a rock, a fishing spot. So you would just put on a spell. And this was before there was like the instant attack when you were autocasting. But if you had autocast, it was always 1 tick delay. So for like a month span, it was just in the game that you could basically 2 tick whatever you wanted. So what we were testing, and there's some videos I think on my YouTube channel showing it off of, it was like 2.5 tick 2S 2G. So you had the 2 sandstone and the 2 granites, and you were able to do it in a 2.5 tick repeated without having to use any other resources. It was just like basically knife logging into the 2 tick. But that ended up literally being worse than just classic 3 tick 4G. And it was because of the sandstone. Now I remember. If there had been just 4 granite rocks and you could do 2.5 tick, it would be fast. Even if the 2 tick rolls were just single rolls, it was still faster. I think it was like 142k on average or something like that. But like stuff like that actually does add some cool variety and cool like rhythmic diversity that could be interesting to see going forward.
Yeah, well, it's adding like a little bit of strategic complexity. There's the routing is much more complicated. It would be much more difficult for you to explain how that works to someone than it would be to explain how 3 tick 4G works, because 3 tick 4G is very simple in comparison. Yeah, and it would make the gameplay loop a bit longer. Like the mixing up of the 2 tick and the 3 tick action is making the gameplay loop probably more like 10 to 20 seconds rather than 5 seconds. So it would be a little bit closer. Like Lava Runes is like a 25-ish second gameplay loop. So like it would be improving on those few quantitative metrics already. And I think for the most part, the reason that no one does that right now is because just doing any kind of skilling method that depends on ulting sucks. So like karambwans, like I gotta have someone trading me karamb, like that sounds just dreadful.
Ooh, let me one more thing just on you mentioned lava rune crafting one more time, and you know it was almost perfect with the perfect rates, you know, you'd always be able to know. But if you're using a ring of elements or a dueling ring, the teleport spawn can be within, you know, a 25 tile range. And so that can slow down your rates if you just got bad RNG on those. So in your perfect world, you would have it as this is the teleport spot, this exact tile every single time, no variance whatsoever.
Yeah.
It just came to my mind because I've been I've been a little bit of a proponent of that. I think in most situations it doesn't really matter, but I remember grinding Corp on my Iron Man several years ago, and the constant variation of teleporting to Narda and then either being right adjacent to the altar where you can just do the 1 tick, boom, done, you're out, and compared to being 2 ticks away where it takes an additional 2 ticks, like that just frustrated me over long periods of time, where it's like, why can't we just have it be right adjacent to this altar? It feels so much better. So I'm actually with you in some ways, and I think it comes down to like the actual. I think there's a difference in my head of XP drops.
Yeah, because you're getting something out of it when it's output randomness that's giving you that little hit. It's like, ooh, big drop.
Yeah,
Like
and you
100,
know it's
the 2 kg. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you know that's completely out of your control. Whereas like if all of a sudden your cycle's thrown off by 1 tick simply because of just pure RNG, like that actually is throwing the mechanics off rather than just a visual representation of your XP.
And you're not getting anything out of it. Like it's suck with no upside. Whereas
like you could you could just turn off XP tracker and entirely XP drops entirely, and it would not change the method at all. So
so it's definitely I can see or at least I think my diagnosis of the difference in your mind is that from my perspective they're both just things that are disturbing the consistency and
correct
the metric of measuring my performance is being disturbed in both cases, so they're the same to me. But for you, one of them is doing nothing for you and the other one is like improving the experience.
The XP per hour that you saw, like if you were to not see that, you could still have a perfect hour that's completely perfect, and you could just base successful actions off your own metrics and just say that's 1, like that's 1 XP, whereas the game could be registering a variety of stuff. You could just see it as 1 and then try to maximize that hour. It would be somewhat analogous to like starting floor 5 Sepulcher like 5 ticks later, so you just throw the whole fucking rhythm off and it's just like, god damn it, like why did this have to spawn me like this? Like it's much better to have that consistency.
Well, if we bring it back to Tetris, right, the thing with Tetris is there is a scoring system, and the scoring system is sort of incorporating all of these things into it, so that the fact that maybe you got some crappy rolls is all kind of going to average out in the end, and so the score ends up being that quantitative metric. So like if there was some scoring system that the game was providing that was telling me, you got 300 rolls in this hour or whatever, it'd be more than 300, but I think it's 2000 exactly. So it was saying you got the 2000 rolls in this hour, you would tick perfect on it, then, and that's the scoring system, then that would sidestep my concern entirely.
It sounds like to me your example of lava rune crafting being a satisfying method to you, one of your favorites. It doesn't really come down to exactly the method. What it sounds like is it's more the consistency and the sort of snappiness of the method, I imagine, of just
and the challenge of it, because it's very hard, like being
to maintain those perfect clicks and banking and everything. Like that's that is something. And I think as soon as I could throw in a few wrenches into your gameplay, like for example, if the teleportation was like a much more dynamic, like you could be teleported 8 tiles away instead of just within a 5x5 grid, that all instantly starts ruining the method, degrading it a bit. If they still had did you know that there used to be a rune crafting delay when crafting at altars?
Yes, okay. I do.
That was terrible, by the way, and people actually died on that hill of thinking that was optimal. Like that's old school, that needs to stay. Like there was literally people that were saying that
really,
that speeding that up is becoming like you're gonna ruin the game, you're gonna ruin skilling by doing that. And I was on the complete opposite. I'm like, dude, we need to make this feel snappy and good. And people are like, no, it's skill based to wait the perfect 4 ticks before crafting again. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, like we're never gonna get get anywhere with skilling.
I saw that as part of my research for this talk, because I was researching the history that I wasn't present for, and as soon as I saw that, I was like, man, I would never ever enjoy rune crafting if it was like that. Like I would just straight up not have done it, because it's like that just sounds awful.
That is how wait for that is how I'm seeing even the examples of trees and stuff. It's like even the little bit of delay, it's just a little bit too much. Like even if there was a 2 tick delay on the altars, that's instantly ruining it. Like because you can't fully just maximize your speed and your like quickness and it feels so good to 1 tick stuff, just boom 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 boom.
Done, like exactly like when the juice on the altar is like boom pouch boom pouch boom, you get that perfect 3 tick craft on the altar, that feels good.
Yeah. So that there's really easy ways to throw in wrenches into your method and just completely ruin it. So what's interesting is we keep kind of going back to Tetris, where there's nothing like Tetris is totally different than Lava Runecraft. You keep getting different pieces. You keep getting different things that are completely like one Tetris game is never going to be the same as the next one that you go. Would you enjoy, by the way, a Tetris game that is exactly the same as last one? So like you just have to memorize a perfect thing. Like
that'd be awful.
Yeah.
Essentially, I would think of that like a rhythm game, right? Because rhythm games, as I mentioned, usually don't have any input randomness, and they substitute for that by being juiced out to the gills. Like if you've ever played any more recently developed rhythm game, like Sound Vortex, for example, there's just so much stuff on the screen, flashing lights, boom, 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 like level up, all this stuff, and the visual effects on every single note that you hit. You like turn the knob, and this is like it's like vomiting juice on the screen to you, basically. So they feel good because they're maxing on that.
So there is a way to not have the variance, but also keep the juice, which is embracing rhythm. And it sounds
it's
like
just really hard. It's like really hard. Like rhythm games execution difficulty to actually be as precise as required, because the main scoring rule for a rhythm game is accuracy. So if you hit the note within, for most of them, like the perfect timing is within 20 milliseconds. No human can be that accurate that consistently on the speed at which these songs go. So you really can't ever master that. Whereas if you had Tetris and the pieces were the same every time, you wouldn't ever be able to master it because it's an infinite game with infinite dynamic difficulty. But you would be kind of going through the motions, being like, it's missing that adapting element to it that really makes Tetris engaging.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, if we were to come out with a movement-based mini game that is perfectly static, I actually think in the like a tick-based system like we have with this game, I actually think you can come out with something that is absolutely static, that's fully rhythmic and actually enjoyable.
That is Gwyneth Glide. Gwyneth Glide has no input randomness, and it's quite fun. But I did get bored of that sooner than I got bored of Howlett Sepulchre, because eventually I was like, I'm pretty close to getting like top times, and I don't really feel like optimizing it beyond that. I can't really explain why I didn't feel too motivated to optimize it beyond that.
There's clear reasons why. Like sailing is not giving you any visual stimulation, really. It's like this boat is the most jank thing. Like I give props to the development team. Like they actually nailed boat movement in my view, like as best as they possibly could. And like I can't think of a better way, honestly, that would have felt better universally. So they did all they could, but they're lacking visuals. Like you need, it's we'll come back to just if we just bring up like any sort of PVM example. Imagine every single sword swing was just a very two-dimensional, just little like glitch, like boom, but similar to like a wood chopping, like an axe chopping animation, except even worse than that. Like just those visual stimulating elements of a method go a long way. With sailing, it's like you don't really get like any sort of actual like visual stimulation of like, okay, my boat feels like it has like friction on the water. Like there's nothing that's making you feel like you're almost like fighting friction or having some sort of like push in momentum. Like, yeah, you're getting the little speed boost, but it's not good enough. It's like there's too much just sliding around where there's nothing mechanically. How do I say this? Like, it's like in my head, I'm seeing what could help this, but it's like you need a little bit more, almost like bumpiness in a way. Like you need something to feel like you made the turn properly. Like, you know how in racing games, there's like power slides and stuff. Like imagine, have you ever played like Crash Team Racing on the PlayStation or,
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Crash Team Racing, like the original one on PlayStation 1, is like the perfect analogous thing where like if you just played Crash Team Racing and just drove and never power slid, like that's what sailing feels like in this game, where it's just like you just drive along, boop, boop, boop. There's nothing that's like, I'm now going to do a triple power slide, perfectly nail this corner, and then drift with extra speed down this way. It's like, no, there's none of that. There's just move. There's just move and occasionally slow down. If you want to like save a tick, you just slow down, then speed back up again. It's like you're missing these elements of racing games where you power slide, you have full control into navigating corners sharply and quickly, and you can, you know, drift out if you're not perfect at it. Like there's that element of challenge that's completely missing in that. And I don't know how you design it with a game like OSRS. I'm sure there's solutions to it. But
Well, the thing that's immediately coming to mind for me is a comparison in the other direction, which is, do you know what surf maps are in Counter-Strike?
No, I've never. I've played Counter-Strike just a few times. Never got into it.
Okay, so the movement system in the Source engine is quite deranged in a way that lets you design these maps where you are using the movement in very weird ways that feels very satisfying, but you have to master. And I think that the movement with the boats feels close to that, just with less of a mastery to it. And so I find the boat movement quite satisfying, just like moving the boat around. It is kind of janky, but you kind of get used to it. And the thing that is kind of putting me off of optimizing it further, was primarily that, I don't know if this is still the case, but when sailing came out and you're on the courses, it's a little bit laggy. So it's kind of difficult. I could give it the same inputs every time, and it would actually be inconsistent outputs because, you know, sometimes the server tick was laggy in one direction or another.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of hard to get that last like 2% optimization just because of the server lag, and it was very frustrating. So I don't necessarily think that there needs to be, you know, the you hit the turn right, because I can see on the screen I hit the turn right, you know.
But it's something that, like, and I'm not claiming they need to do this to sailing, but that is a clear reason why it doesn't ever feel as good. Like it just doesn't. Like it's the same with a racing game that wouldn't have power slides. Like it's like, okay, yeah, you're kind of getting most of it, but you're lacking, just like as you mentioned, of like that last 2% juice squeeze that you could get into making this so much better. And I also think just visually we're missing wakes on your boat, and we're missing other visual elements of like having like a big wave sort of like with a like the water is fucking smooth. Like it's a fucking carpet that you're on that never changes whatsoever. Like that is a huge flaw. Like it just is. Like that would be the immediate suggestion I would make for the next, that they think they're still doing a 4th Barracuda trial, right? Yeah.
Where I'll be wanting, I need some input randomness to make it a little bit more engaging. Have waves that you have to dodge, you know? There's waves coming in, you got to navigate your boat around these waves. The course is going to be slightly different each time, and it's got that visual juice of like waves that you're dodging. And if you get caught in the waves, you kind of get pushed back and you're like, oh, that sucks. But that's your punishment for failing to dodge them.
Well, that's not even what I mean, I agree that there could be some added elements. I'm talking about the actual visual, like nothing mechanical. I'm talking about visual stimulation of seeing your boat picking up speed and seeing a wave crashing over. And I'm not even saying anything like super like crazy animation. I'm just saying like a wake behind your boat that's showing different dynamic speeds.
Yeah, you're right. That would be cool.
There needs to be water ripple. There needs to be. You can't just be on a fucking blue carpet and absolutely execute on any sort of speed racing, you know, sort of Barracuda trial. It's just not gonna. It's never gonna be fully optimized without that extra visual elements.
No, I see it. I see what you're talking about now. 100%. Like that would be a pretty simple thing for them to do as well. Just it's like a little visual thing on the boat. You're seeing.
Yeah, the back wake
your boat is having on the water.
Yeah, the back wake can be completely localized as well. Like you don't even need to see other people's wakes if you didn't want to. You could just have it, just make it so the blue carpet ripples up from behind your boat and in front of your boat a little bit with just a nice little wake, triangle wake going forward. And so making those turns and stuff. And again, like this would obviously
like you
take
hit the corner and there's like a little splash.
yeah, like that's the kind of stuff that would feel amazing. It would change the whole feel to the thing. Yeah.
100%.
Okay, let's touch on juice. You know what you've coined as juice in regards to the Blood Moon Rises skilling methods.
So the only two I haven't tried the hunting one. I've only done the leechfin fishing and the bloodwood trees. So those are the two that I'm really focusing on, and I quite like the leechfin fishing, just in terms of the responsiveness that the game has, right? Like every click you do, your guy is moving one spot to the other, and it happens in that one tick, right? As soon as you click one tick later, your guy moves, and now he's catching in that lane. So in terms of just the juice, that feels quite nice. It's not like a very flashy method or anything, but it is very chill, like super chill. So juice-wise, that feels fantastic, perfect. I wouldn't have anything to say about that. The bloodwood tree chopping, however, the part about that feels off. So you mentioned it's like the double clicking, right? Like why can't I just do a single click on the bucket? Whereas I'd be like, I'm thinking, why do I have to click on the bucket at all? Couldn't I just go, every time I click, my guy goes whoosh, swings the axe. Every click I'm doing is an axe swing motion only. Like
just to click anywhere or on the tree?
On the tree. Okay. So just get rid of the bucket click entirely. It's like click, click.
So you're like saying you're clicking on the bucket. I've always clicked on the tile that my player's on. Is that what people are clicking? I feel like I've always just clicked the bottom. Well, I've actually never really experimented with clicking anywhere else, to be fair.
I think the bucket is like near your guy in most cases, but yeah, you're right. It's clicking on your guy. I was just thinking clicking on the bucket. As that's like how my brain was thinking of it. But yeah, you're right. It's clicking on the tile you're on. But yeah, so I'm just like, could we, like, if I'm thinking, how do I make this feel juicier? I'm immediately thinking of a bunch of rhythm games that are focusing on this swing where you click and then your guy swings. And so I've got an example from a rhythm game called Unbeatable. There's like a little mini game in this, and it's very, very, very straightforward. Like, it's a baseball. You're waiting for the baseball machine to shoot the baseball at you, and the rhythm game is cueing you when you need to swing the bat. So rather than being like, okay, click, 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 which is way too much clicking. Like, there's way too much clicking involved there to start with. But then there's no input randomness. There's no variation in the rhythm. It's literally a 2-bar or even like a 1-bar rhythm, really. That's just repeating endlessly. There's no punch to the rhythm. There's no groove. It's just da 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 da. So with this unbeatable baseball minigame, you're waiting for the cues, and then you swing the bat, and the swing feels so satisfying because you've hit that timing, you've like responded to the cues accurately, and I don't know, swinging the bat just kind of feels more juicy than clicking on the bucket, which just makes a bar in the UI go up. Like, it's not really. Yeah. It feels like it's just something that the developer put in because we needed to put more clicks in there.
No, and the reason why they, in my view, the reason why they felt the need to add an additional click in the first place is because they have to now compete with 1.5 tick skilling. Because if you want the XP rate to be there, and all of a sudden this method is fewer clicks per hour or whatever, the high level community is going to flip out. Like, literally, I truly believe that. Like, if they were to just have made it a one click on your guy, So just keep the exact same method, but make it one click. The high level community would flip out about the XP rates. They just would have.
Okay.
And I honestly feel, do you not think that would have happened?
I can't say
I don't know
sure,
how.
just because
I don't know how associated you are with the high level community, or just understand their mindset on the game.
I've done quite a lot of research into what they're saying, and I don't know for sure. If I were to propose Bloodwood trees being designed more in line with these queuing style rhythm games, so that demo I give you as an example is just one you could look at right now.
Yeah, I was showing it on screen.
Awesome. So as like a broader study, I don't know if Modrice specifically designed this right. Like I would, if I were to just be able to talk to him and say this is the feedback I have on it, it would be there's two rhythm games that are very, very good at this kind of visual cueing and audio cueing as ways to make something feel rhythmic. The first one is called Rhythm Heaven. Have you heard of this one before?
No.
Okay, this is like it's an old Nintendo game, so it's a little bit less accessible, but this one is like really, I would say it's a masterclass in being very creative with visual cueing and audio cueing. So it's like telling the player when they need to click, and then when they click, it's satisfying. Like there's juice behind the clicks every time when you hit it, and if you don't hit it, then you get owned. You know, it is very frustrating. Oh, I missed the rhythm. I didn't get it. So Rhythm Heaven and Rhythm Heaven Fever, I think, is the more like polished version, but Rhythm Heaven's sort of the OG as like a game study. And there's a more accessible one called Rhythm Doctor, which came out recently, is on Steam. You could try it yourself right now. And that goes like really deep in the weeds of more advanced music theory, rhythmic stuff. Whereas like really advanced rhythmic concepts that could be some could be applied specifically to Bloodwood trees, where the game is really teaching you how to stick to a more advanced rhythm as opposed to just tick tick tick, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I want to bring up just, you know, if we were to, first off, that video that you sent me, the Unbeatable demo, that there's so much that is going right with that, which is one, just the fucking animations are great. Like it's so, you can just see they're super satisfying. You got that just big flash of just boom, and you just smack it, and there's no like smooth bat motion or anything. It's just instant frame to frame. You smacked it, and it's like that kind of stuff does go a long way. And I think they did a decent job with the Bloodwood trees, but you know, they could have even made it even more sticky, where it goes sticky in a visual element. I say sticky usually in like a derogatory term, where it's just like, I don't want stickiness, I want the fluidity. But in this example, like the axe,
sorry, you go. The axe could like kind of stick in the tree a little bit, because you swung it so hard, like stuck in the tree for that frame, and then it's like yanked out on the
exactly. So the animations go a long way. So, you know, making it a little bit more clunky in a good way could make it really satisfying. I also think, and you know, you mentioned like if you were to talk to Modrice about how you would see it being cleaned up, if it were up to me, like there's just a few things I'd want to see, which is one, maybe expand just slightly, maybe like a 3x3 area around your character where you can click, and it would be, because I just feel like the little click range that you have is so tiny that it's very easy to misclick on your guy. And I think just expanding, like expanding that range just slightly would be totally fine. I don't think it would be frustrating, because most people that are going to do that method are locked in for a decent amount of time. So I think if you wanted to disengage from the tree, just click a few tiles away, like 2 tiles away, and you're fine. I just think expanding that range to a 3x3 around you is instantly just going to feel better. So you're not so focused on clicking that tiny little fucking square you're on. Instead, you can more focus on the rhythm a bit more. And then the other thing is making it so felling axes or I mean, just universally, if they just made it one click, that would instantly kind of solve it for me. I remember thinking to myself, if there was the capability, in fact, Mod Rice actually reached back out to me. I mentioned when I uploaded my first video talking about bloodwood trees that I'd send him the link and stuff, and it took him a week or so to respond, but he responded just saying like even though there is technically registered held clicks in the game, it's only for interfaces apparently. So like banking interfaces and stuff, like clicking and dragging things, it's obviously registering a held click. But in the actual game, when you're clicking on objects and stuff, it's not being able to hold that. And I don't even think, I think in theory, the idea of a held click to charge up your axe swing sounds cool, but I think in practicality, it would actually flop because you would just accidentally not hold it long enough. You know, who knows, maybe the holding, it needs to be for like 300 milliseconds or something, and it's like if you don't get that perfectly, it's just gonna fucking fail the swing, and then you're gonna get tilted.
No, well, that's a lot of rhythm games use holds. Rhythm Haven Fever specifically, that's the mechanic that it adds over Rhythm Haven. There are
but you're also not playing on crazy ping on a MMO. So as soon as you have ping involved and other things, like I can see that being a huge frustration for people. So I could see it still working, but they don't even have the, like, I think they do have the tech, they just haven't implemented it yet. That's kind of what his response was, or something along those lines. I'm not quoting him verbatim, but I think
the real actionable feedback is, I think, moving away from it being so clicky and trying to come up with creative ways of cueing the player into a different rhythm. So then you've got input randomness, you've got a lot more variation. Like, it's not literally a 2-tick cycle, it's the endless possibility really. And it would
how could you see that being implemented in a tick based game though? In this example in particular, like I agree that you can have a bunch of variation in different skilling methods, but if this method were to remain somewhat intact with its identity as it is now, do you have a solution?
I can give you a very simple example. A live demo right now, right? So like, let's say we got a 100 BPM rhythm going. So I'm going to count I probably won't hit 100 BPM exactly, but I'm going to count the ones are going to be when you're swinging. Sorry, the ones are going to be cues actually.
Okay.
So when I say 1, it's cueing you, it's like a call, and then the response is the 2. So when I say 2, that's when you're swinging the axe, and then the 1 is some kind of cue that the game is giving you. So it'll be like 1, 2, 1, 2, right? And that's like very boring. Like you're just your 2 is just like 2, 2, 2. That's pretty boring. But it could go like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. And so the amount of times you need to click depends on the queuing. That's a very simple example. So
I agree with that. In fact, I don't think I think in most situations it should never go to 3 personally, only because I do feel like you could do 3, but it would have to be very sporadic, where like you almost have a visual charge up of a tree that's looking hella, thick with blood sap, or whatever it is. And it's like, okay, now in this one instance, every, 5 minutes or so, you can do like one time a triple click. I do really love that idea though. And I think honestly, if you were to have, how like the meter of the tree is showing like a full charge, and most of the time, if you're doing the method correctly, you're basically charging it to almost half. I think there should have been more of a precise design on trying to get that rhythm perfect. So for example, I honestly think it would have been really cool to have like the meter above show 3 different ticks in between. So it's basically splitting the meter up into 4, meaning that as soon as you hit a fourth of the meter, that would be when you do a double click, and then it could like give you like an additional XP or something, and really show your guy doing a big swing. And then as soon as you hit the halfway point, you also do a double click right there. You get that nice swing. And
that's just like a very, very straightforward visual cue. You're using the little UI bar.
Yeah. But I even think like if everything else was just one click, and then you just get those double clicks right there, and it's this really satisfying blow to the tree, just boom. I think even that, it's not obviously getting to super complexity, but I think you're instantly just kind of improving the flow. And even if you didn't have to do it on those exact ticks, you just do it any time within that first half, and then the latter half, you can do like a couple double clicks or something. Maybe it'll just have a visual indicator of something like, it kind of, maybe there would even be a little glow on the tree that's indicating, okay, in the next 4 ticks, you have a chance of doing a double click here. So it's like you kind of get that. It's sort of like, again, like I don't know, I actually know, because some of the time, like I think of Giants Foundry. Giants Foundry is a fucking mess. We'll talk about that soon. But like the Giants Foundry has those little dings where it's like, okay, do the action right now. But it's like, it would almost have been cool if like, okay, you got the ding, you can now perform it in the next whatever 8 ticks or whatever. You don't have to do it right then.
The problem with Giants Foundry and the problem with is similar to the problem with Wintertodt and a lot of other stuff in that ballpark, which is if there's some cue that you have to respond to, you have to be paying attention the whole time, but they're designed as like low intensity, low attention content.
You're right.
So you can't mix up any kind of cue that you have to respond to with something that's designed to be low attention. It's just incoherent.
You're totally right. Yeah, that's the biggest flaw with it. So yeah, I honestly think bloodwood trees are almost perfect, except for that if you're too perfect at them, you get fucked over, because the trees don't like, the timers are just slightly too slow for you to be able to upkeep it if you're actually tick perfect and stuff. Like you keep having to like have an awkward delay. So they should have, in my view, like Modrice really should have like leaned into making the timer so that it does reach that tick perfect sort of timer, however many ticks that would end up being, and then making it so if you do have tick perfect gameplay, that's when you're not having to ever wait at all. But like yeah, I don't know, that there's like just a few gripes I have, but the main gripe of course is the double clicking. I think even if I were to just ask for one simple change to it, it would simply be that felling axes, the two-handed axes, just make it so the charge up is 1 click. Again, I still hold pretty strong to that opinion that the high level community would flip out if it was just 1 click, because, and this is, by the way, a byproduct. Like this is the reason why I push so hard into Gnome Cube, is because continuously for the next 5-10 years, keeping with the status quo of knife log, it's hindering other methods, because there is this obsession with high APM equals high XP rates. You can't have the high XP rates without the super brutal APM. And I just think that's such a stupid metric to be measuring in the first place, but we're held hostage by it. We are. So like if 1.5 tick teaks was way fewer clicks by, again, adding something like a Gnome Cube and adding something that just reduces those clicks, you could easily add bloodwood trees and just have it be a 1-click thing, which it sounds like me and you agree that bloodwood trees, if you were to just make it so the double clicks were single clicks, do nothing more, obviously the method would be improved by doing other things to it. But if it were just that, the method's improved because it's not so fucking draining.
Well, I think if you just, okay, you have a gear upgrade that makes it so it's 1 click on the bucket. Mechanically, that would be identical to doing 2-tick harpooning, right?
But you're continuously moving around trees, and you're continuously getting.
That's true. That's true. But
there's things
the core aspect of it is just the click, click, click.
No, you're right, but like there's that additional feedback of one, if you're doing it tick perfect, you get that nice visual stall where like your guy's not even at the tree yet and he's already swinging. Like that means a lot when you're sat at one fucking tile for 6 hours straight, or 2 different tiles going back between alternating. You're never getting that real visual stimulation that like adds so much to a method. Like the constant swinging on 2 trees and then back to the third, that shit feels good. Like it just does. Like they do a good job of making that big fat swing and then moving in. So it's a total disservice to relate it to like just a 2-tick. Like I understand your point of it is just a 2-tick thing. It's not. It's more akin to 2-tick teaks rather than 2-tick harpooning, because 2-tick harpooning you only have to click once every 2 ticks. This method would still involve you having to click on your
2-tick harpooning. You have to click on the fishing spot on one tick and you have to drop on the next tick. So it is like literally clicking once every tick.
But you don't need to drop. That's the thing. You can just fill up a whole inventory and then do like a spam drop of like 8 at a time or whatever.
True. And you can like mix up when you drop.
Yeah, exactly.
Well.
With
like,
this, you're
if you wanted to
forced
go like, I'm gonna batch 4 drops on this, which kind of makes the 2-tick harpooning a little bit better because you're not so forced onto this click timing, which the Bloodwood trees would be and still are. Like it's very restricted what your clicks are.
Yeah, which I think
if that were the only change, I think the Bloodwood trees would still get kind of boring. Like the current ones get kind of boring pretty quickly for me because it feels very monotonous. And
yeah, there's something still missing, but it is an improvement compared to the double clicking for no reason.
That's true, absolutely. Yeah, the double clicking for no like I think both clicks feel like they're kind of unnecessary, but absolutely, like the double click is, especially because the juice I want is on the swing, right? Right now, there's more emphasis because you're clicking twice on the wind up, so you're putting like more physical emphasis on the wind up instead of the swing. That feels
doesn't make sense
from where I'm trying to come from.
You're right, and the meter's not satisfying either. The meter has this the visual of the load up doesn't quite. It's not working. It's like there's something off about it. It needs to do a more like sharp and aggressive load up where it almost like fills the bar like
it's
like
also I think,
snappier. It needs to be
this is also present on the oath plate smithing where there's that bar that's got this smoothing effect that's kind of trying to trick you into thinking that this is a real-time game. But it's not a real-time game.
Yeah,
the game works in ticks, but this bar is like slowly going up with the smoothing to try and
they need to get away from that.
I don't think that's working.
It's not. And again, there's like so many different variations you could add to a Bloodwood tree. Like this is, I think, them trying to experiment with a different method. And it's okay for something like Bloodwood trees to be a little bit more basic. That's fine, but in the future, you can add something super dynamic with real-time strategy that's got that same rhythmic flow to it.
Like, that's why if we leaned into the Rhythm Doctor and Rhythm Heaven angle, you could literally just steal everything from those games, like every single concept that they're using. You could make Bloodwood trees V2, V3, V4. You could make so many different variations on Bloodwood trees if you were leaning into the queuing aspect. It could essentially form a new identity for woodcutting as like how it is mechanically existing. So you could have a more beginner variant where it's literally just the call to action, like 1, 2, and then you could, by the time you get to Bloodwood trees, they would already be using the more advanced stuff. And that would be creating that like dynamic difficulty we were talking about earlier.
Okay, let's touch on your next point, which is how Jagex talks to players versus how Bamco does, and how this is reflected in the community. Something you wanted to bring up.
Yeah, so, I think your interview with Rice was one of the first interviews I've ever heard from a JMod, and I was like blown away that there's someone that is working on the game and actively talking on the game design level. What are we doing? Like, what are we trying to do? How are we kind of, like, what are the problems we're trying to solve? And obviously I'm in this like sort of game designer arc myself. I'm like, that was so fantastic hearing that, because in Tekken, you don't get that at all. Aside from Bandai Namco being a Japanese studio, so there's like a language barrier there, they really keep their distance from the community. They don't really explain why they make decisions they make. Like they make some changes to say we're going in this direction, but there's never anything on the level of detail of what people from Jagex are doing constantly engaging the community on this nitty gritty design level. Like we're talking about queuing on a single click for like half an hour. Like nobody in the Tekken community is doing that, because nobody in the development side would ever be listening to that conversation. So people in the community aren't particularly motivated to talk about things on this level. So when when that fighting game essay I posted really popped off, the feedback that I got from that was just, it was nowhere near as analytical as the feedback that I got in that skilling essay. Like, there are comments on your video coverage of that are very incisive and like cutting at things that I've overlooked, things that, you know, my argument's a little bit loose, or something that's like, you're missing something here. And I'm like, I love that, because you're like digging in to where my argument needs work, and that's how it helps refine it. We make progress. We have this discussion that is actively happening right now. This conversation I'm having with you, we're like ironing out details. We're talking about this in this sort of, hope that someone from Jagex maybe will listen to this, and that will actually or people that end up talking to Jagex will eventually influence the direction of the game. Nothing like this ever happens at all in the fighting game community. There's people who are active commentators, competitive players, who have outright stated that they feel silenced by the developers, silenced from making criticism of the game, because they'll get blackballed from events. They will not be able to have their career anymore because Bandai Namco will kill it if they, you know, don't like what you're saying.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a completely different culture. I mean, I know, you know, just on this point, I know like Jagex can be somewhat, we can have almost like stagnant updates a little bit. I feel like there have been probably ideas that could have been positive for the game that will get shut down because of the polling system. But I think it's definitely a net positive long term, like to have that constant community feedback and like community approval before things are added. I know this is slightly separate, but like the fact that you know, Jagex does super listen to the community. Like they are trying to design a game around the community rather than vice versa. Just create a game that they want, and then if the community wants it, so be it.
Like if they want to make their bed and lie in it, then sometimes you have to let them. And that is, I mean, it's fun, especially if you're someone that likes talking about this kinds of thing, because there is a venue for it. The venue exists. Like, I've never had a conversation like this regarding Tekken, even though I've spent way more time, I'm way more involved in it, because those conversations don't exist at all.
And what's cool is these conversations, at least, you know, over the nearly 6 years now of doing the cast, I have noticed, you know, I mean, first off, JMods do come on, the guys that are actually designing the game.
Dozens of them.
Yeah, so it like that is obviously a huge thing, and I just feel like knowing that they're listening constantly to the community, to my content and to other people's content, I feel like there's very few creators out there that are really just having conversations about game design and, you know, what issues are happening with the game and whatever, and just having a lot more like strong opinions about where the game's headed. I just really don't feel like many creators are leaning into that as much. It's mostly just gameplay. It's like, here's my series, here's my whatever, and like I'm just playing the game for fun, which is probably a lot more like healthy and enjoyable when you're just talking when you're just thinking about a video game. But and I probably would have leaned more into that too had I noticed that none of my conversations were making any impact at all. But the thing is, like, they do make an impact. Like me having conversations and other people having conversations along the community, like that is actively changing the game in certain directions. So I'm happy to, you know, be a part of that space as well, and just like know that there is influence to be had if you know, have good ideas and stuff. Like JMods are always willing to listen and you know, analyze what would work and what wouldn't work in the game. I wanted, you know, one of the things I skipped over, you know, we talked about bloodwood trees so much, and you mentioned leech fin fishing. Leech fin fishing, by the way, it's not ideal in my world, because one, it's leaning into that same masochism that we've leaned into since the inception of Old School, which is the idea of dropping resources. And so this is a whole separate tangent I want to just sort of delve into a little bit with you, which is, and you may have heard this because in recent videos I've talked about this, but like PVM is thriving in so many ways, and one of the things it does right, in my view, is the fact that you're not having to make a conscious decision in the moment of whether or not to loot or whether or not to get high kills per hour at a boss. Like, you get best of both worlds. You get the high loot, you get the loot, it's all noted generally, or you get whatever you're going for, and you also get to have really good kills per hour. With skilling, a lot of the time it feels like you have a decision to make. Do you want to bank your resources and lose 40% of your XP per hour, or do you want to just drop everything you're getting and only focus on XP per hour, and also just have the most, in my view, one of the most uninteresting elements of gameplay, which is dropping all the shit in your inventory over and over and over.
Yeah. So I think I would absolutely agree that there's a big problem, and that's one of the ones that I've diagnosed in the essay, which is that a lot of the meta skilling methods just have no outputs whatsoever. There's no economic output for whatever you're doing, and that makes every skill isolated from the rest of the game. So if you're doing, I think, like woodcutting, the gathering skills primarily, you just drop everything. So there's no output, and a big part of the game is just how all of these economic inputs and outputs interact with each other. But if the meta method is to not get any outputs, you've just completely dissolved that aspect of the game. So I definitely agree that like skilling should have outputs, absolutely. I do think that it would, like, there's a space that exists between dropping everything and dropping some things, and Leechman Fish currently exists in that space, right? If you're doing it optimally, I think you get to cut like 30-ish%. I haven't quantified it exactly, but you can cut some of the fish if you're being like relatively efficient. So you do get some economic output, but if you want to get all of your fish turned into the blood stuff, then you do have to stop a bit and sacrifice some of your XP rate, which conceptually I think is fine. I think the tuning on that for leechfin fish is not very good. Like, I would rather it be you're keeping like 70 to 80% of it. But there is something which I think I'll get to later when I'm talking about like the knife click as well, which is sort of what these clicks, the drop click and the knife click, what they are doing overall for the rhythm of the method. That I think going all the way to no dropping whatsoever is a little bit too extreme, just in the same way that drop literally everything is way too extreme.
Yeah, that's fair. I think one of the methods that probably is ideal, which I think we should learn from, and not every aspect of the method, but some of it, is barbarian fishing, where you can like cut a fish and also eat the fish to remain in a 3-tick cycle. Like, that eating of a fish to empty your inventory and also remain in cycle is so brilliant. It's obviously just completely organic. Like, nobody designed it that way. It just happens to be that continues a 3-tick cycle. And in
But
like
in
in
terms
my
of the economy, isn't that it? Like, barbarian fishing is still zero outputs, right? It's fun. Like, in terms of economy, it's the same as just dropping everything.
Yeah, correct. And I actually do think you should be able to get something out of barbarian fishing, which you technically can if you were like to look at banking herb lore. You just kind of do it there, sort of, if you're doing barb lore. Which is interesting. But I even think, barbarian fishing could have just had like a stackable thing going for it potentially. I don't know what, but I always do appreciate output when it comes to skilling methods. I don't think things should mainly be dropped, but with and this is a separate thing, because you could have barbarian fishing be the way it is and then have a buildable fish storage area near the lake, or near the pond, near Zarek's near the Chambers of Zarek area as well. Like, just these little fish deposits that it's not a bank necessarily. You don't need to just add banks everywhere, but you can just add like storage,
like a
where
thematic bank deposit spot.
yeah, then just do that. Like imagine, I don't know if you've ever touched deep sea trawling yet with sailing.
Yeah. Yep.
So deep sea trawling, imagine you didn't have the crates, so you just got to only
Yeah,
bank 200 fish and then fucking bank every time. That'd be terrible.
Yeah.
It's so much cooler having a massive storage area where you just go out for hours and hours and fill this bad boy up. So like having a buildable fish tank that you can just store all your fish in like a nice frozen area, just build it next to Otto's grotto, just right there, that instantly improves the method, because then you could have like the option. Yes, if you want to get 5% more XP per hour, drop everything, but you'd only lose about 5% XP. I don't want to see you lose 40% XP if you don't have a fucking immediate telly back and you got to run down to Barbarian Outpost and then run all the way back to bank one inventory of fish. Like that's terrible. Like you should definitely have ways of doing that. And I think like that is the solution forward. But I love a method as well where you can engage with the actual materials itself. So like barbarian fishing, being able to, like if you were, this is another sort of can of worms I'm not going to jump into with one tick actions, as in there's a difference, by the way, between a one tick action like a gnome cube or anything like that, and a one tick action where just the item itself now has the action on the item as a one click. So for example, when they were trying to pull that ornate glass blowing pipe, and now it just turns into, you just click the glass one singular time and it starts blowing it for you. Like I'm concerned with that. And the same thing with the chisel. People were suggesting it'll make it so the chisel, you just click the gem and it says cut on it. I'm like, we need to not go down this route, because there is an actual reason why you click a chisel and then a gem, because you're chiseling a gem. I see it with, and I just want to bring this quickly up just so people are not confused about my gnome cube thing. Like the gnome cube, this is not the same argument if anybody's going to try to use that against me and say, well, you're not just creating the thing. Knife log is the most fucking ridiculous thing ever. It makes zero sense why that would do it. Or, herb tar. Like it makes no sense why that would be the rhythm starter. In my view, I just want to lean more into that tick manipulation, because one, it's not going anywhere. I don't think it's ever going to be scrapped from this game. I think leaning into just, okay, there is a way to start an action and it's just one click. Like this is the starting action. Like that is the action, is like, this is now starting a 3 tick cycle. It's not like you have to click something to make something. There's a difference between trying to make a material or cut something or do something with an object versus just, I want to start an action. I think we should lean more into the normalization of just, if tick manipulation is going to stay, which is obviously an argument we can have with the community, I think it's essential that we have rhythm in skilling. And by scrapping, even though I don't think gnome cube is like it is just a means to an end. It's not the end goal. It's just, if we were to scrap tick manipulation, we're in a way worse state with skilling. Like I'm 100% convinced that if we just got rid of tick manipulation, this game would just be terrible, because everything would just turn into motherload mine.
Yeah. So like we'd be getting rid of a lot of that juice that we do have currently. We'd be throwing baby out with the bathwater.
Correct. So there's ways forward. And anyway, so to tie it all back again over to barbarian fishing, I think it would be cool, for example, for you to be able to, like, I don't know, even I'm thinking in the leech fin example. So I was kind of talking about barbarian fishing. I'm trying to sort of tie in aspects of that work well. Actually, let me circle back.
Well,
let me remember where I was.
We were talking about, you wanted to think of an example that was hitting that sweet spot. For me, the example was the underground gemstone mine before they added the gem bag. Because before they added the gem bag, you got to bank like 80% of your gems. You would have to drop some of them, but you got to bank most of them. And I think that was the perfect sweet spot, because the dropping was adding a little bit of like strategic complexity to it and execution complexity, in that I kind of have to decide, okay, which of these gems do I want to drop? Do I care about the difference between an opal or a topaz? I probably care about the topaz because they're worth more. But if the topaz dropped on the left side of the inventory, that's the only thing I've got to drop here. Maybe I just drop that anyway, because I don't want to move my mouse all the way to the right side of the inventory, because that's like there's like trade-offs involved in that are actually engaging my brain just a little teeny tiny bit, that is improving the experience enough that well, now they've added the gem bag, and that's just gone completely. So the method feels just like a little bit worse now off for it, because there is the gem bag. I don't have to do any of that dropping at all, and it has made it measurably worse, I think.
Let me. So I disagree. One, I actually think it's basically identical. In fact, I think it's actually an improvement that you never need to drop anything. Technically, you still actually do need to drop stuff. It's just way less often, because if you're trying to save as many ticks as possible, you want to hit the bank chest as less
well, you can hit the
often as
deposit,
possible. But the deposit is
you're not doing like the loop where you hit the bank deposit every like 35 rocks or whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, right now there's a new route that's the most efficient, which is doing the whole entire loop, which is like 50 rocks. It is technically more efficient now just because of the gem bag existing. And I think it actually already was more efficient technically, but it was just required way more dropping, which is why the videos I always showed off were the shorter route. But technically it is more efficient to do the whole entire route. And the reason I never showed it off is because I didn't want to fucking drop half my inventory like the whole every single time. It's just, it becomes obnoxious. And that's answering to your point. Okay. You only want to drop a little bit, and you think that's, I don't even think that dropping at all is adding anything to the method. However, I do think there is a world where a method could exist where cutting a gem starts a 3-tick action. So for example, if you wanted to go around the area and cut a gem, like cutting the gem is a knife log. So like you're going around not only mining, but also cutting gems, and then you would have to drop those gems. You know what I mean? Because they couldn't store in the gem bag. So that could be some interesting engagement where like, then I could see
like
dropping
fishing, tick eat.
Yeah, like then I could see it kind of being interesting where you do have a trade-off. Like you could bank all of these gems, or now you can kind of cut them alongside it, and do which, by the way, this would kind of answer to the Gnome cube thing. Like if we were to just have like that, sap log or whatever comes out, that would just make it a 1-click. Then you could do the 2-click chisel gem and make it so now you're adding an additional click, but you're actually getting something out of it, which is that additional crafting XP while you're going around. So it's like you've introduced a new branch of additional clicks for additional XP, whereas you can always just go to the basics and just do the 1-click and not get that additional XP. So I think there's like some room for variety if we were to go down that route.
Yeah, that sounds so. Just so I'm clear on, you're saying that you use the chisel on the gem and that starts a 3-tick action, and then it's like analogous to the knife log, but it's destroying the gem, and you could have like you could make the mine 200 rocks in it. There could be a 200 rock route, and maybe the bank deposit is a little bit more of a detour. So if you wanted to maximize your XP, you would be staying on the route the whole time. But you're saying. Like maybe I want to keep the topaz, or maybe there is some dragon stones sometimes, for example. So eventually I'm going to have my inventory have only topaz and dragon stones, and I'm going to take that detour to the deposit box.
I would even say you could keep the layout the exact same. I'm not like dying on this hill. I'm just kind of throwing out examples here. I'm just saying, if there's sort of two competing things I'm trying to like explain at the moment. One is just, I don't think dropping is ever necessary. And if you really did want to have things be dropped, I think the way forward would be, in this particular example, to make it so that like cutting gems is not losing you XP while you're doing it. So somehow making it so there's, I don't know, some new chisel that when you chisel something, it's actually starting a 3-tick action rather than a 2-tick, and it actually works with the skilling timer. So you have like this separate chisel, because again, like you'd have to fucking rework how chisels work with gems if you ever wanted to get this into play. But like you could just have a sort of chisel where you're going around cutting gems individually as you're going. So by the way, it would be a lot more engaging, and it would be a lot more difficult as well to maintain, because it wouldn't just be a knife log in the exact same position every time. No, it would be literally a gem moving around in your inventory all the time, and you wouldn't be able to have the gem bag at all because you'd be cutting gems and you don't want them to go in your gem bag. I guess you could bring it, but you just have to have it closed and then just keep the ones that you wanted to keep. But like that sounds like a much more interesting method than just dropping all the shit. Like it would be much cooler to like have that trade-off of getting XP and then you could drop it, because there's no such thing as a cut gem bag yet.
But so you're like not particularly worried about being able to bank it at all, or making use of it, sort of like in terms of an economic output.
I mean,
you're just mostly worried about
I'm
actually making use of it somehow.
I'm trying to basically bridge the gap between people thinking that it's essential that there's like some element of dropping. Let me, let's just hold this thought on the gem mine and just bring it back to Leechfin really quick. For Leechfin, I would have preferred, one, I think it's absolutely stupid that they cap you at 1 cut per tick. What the fuck is that? You know what I mean? Like, why can't it be like darts where you can just spam it? Why? Like, you understand what I mean? Like, you can only knife one at a time. Is that correct?
I can think of a very good reason for that, which is that doing darts fucking sucks. Like,
yeah, but it's like dropping shit fucking sucks too. You have to spam drop a bunch of stuff. So it's like, I'm just saying, like, the whole 1 tick at a time thing, that cap is ridiculous in my view. So if they were to lean into, you got to cut everything, just make it so you can do it as fast as you can, and then boom, you can just go, which obviously would be a terrible method, which is why I'm going to bring up the secondary. The secondary
direction I would go on that.
Yeah. Well,
the direction I would go would just be you cut 2, like you click your knife on your fish and then 2 of them cut per tick. So you can end up cutting like 80% of your fish.
Correct. Which is
40%.
This is exactly where I'm going to go down this route, which is, remember deep sea trawling where you have the chum spreader? If I can cut 4 fish at once.
Yeah.
Just literally make it so there's a fucking chum spreader facility that you can build right adjacent to your guy. I'm not even kidding. Like that would be so fucking cool to, like, not only do you have the 3 track of fish, but then right adjacent to you with enough supplies, and you probably have to have the sailing level for it as well. You can build a fucking chum spreader right next to you that you click it and it's chopping 4 fish at a time. Boom. And so now you got this nice rhythm where there's still a little bit of complexity happening, but you're not having to break your wrist. Because if you were to do leech fin fishing right now, dropping fish for 3 hours, you're gonna fucking hate your life. Like, it's just gonna be a terrible experience after all that time. Like, some people will die on the hill of like, yeah, that's optimal skilling in this game. Like, it's just not. It's not. It's like if the way you're gauging, if what you're measuring in this game is just how masochistic can somebody be for respectability, like, sure, then yeah, you got a respectable method there. There you go, gold stamp for you. But it's like, dude, can we please just make it so a method can be engaged with for more than 20 minutes before people are just wanting to, like, throw their computer out a window? So add a fucking chum spreader right there. Just do something that chops it. And it's fucking satisfying when you're chopping 4 fish at once. It is satisfying.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I think so. It's interesting that you characterize leechfin fishing as is currently implemented as masochistic, because I think it's like super chill. Like I'm super chilled out whenever I'm doing leechfin fishing. I would rather there would be a bit less clicking. Like the change that I would suggest would just be the knife. You click the knife on the fish and then 2 cuts per tick instead of 1. So then I have to do less clicking. But even still, as it currently is, I think it's pretty chill. You just like move your net, move your net, move your net. You drop the fish a bit. Like it doesn't feel like I'm suffering because I'm doing that.
Well, you're not getting any output really. I mean, yes, you're cutting a little bit. You said you're keeping like 20% of your fish or something.
Yeah, like you get some blood sacks. I haven't kept track of that.
Like, wouldn't it be much better if it weren't risk breaking and you could maintain 100% of the profit and also the XP? Like, wouldn't that just be a much improved method? Like, I don't see the need to have the drawback. Like, why have the drawback? Why, like in PVM, would that be essential to now start adding drawbacks where you can loot, but you're going to lose, 30% of your kills per hour, or you can choose to loot? Like, some people, I think in theory, on paper, they think that's good game design to have drawbacks with things, but some of the time it's just not. It's just a terrible feeling where it's like, why are we doing this? We could just have best of both worlds, and it's just a solid method that's really good XP and also chill, and you're keeping everything.
Yeah. So like sometimes they do have that trade-off with PVM, right? Like the Royal Titans has the choosing which type of loot you want, or the recent Maggot King has choosing which type of loot you want. So they do have that in some cases, and there's whether or not you agree with the justification for those, there are reasons in terms of economic tuning that they're doing that. And so that trade-off can exist, but you're right, it doesn't necessarily have to. Like for me to say, the drop click is doing something, I have to justify that. Like I can't just say, oh, I like dropping, because that's not giving you a reason. So I guess it might be more sensible for me to just go straight into the defense of the knife click as well, because they're both sort of the same
Sure.
defense. So your position right now with the knife click in the knife log is it's completely pointless. It's not doing anything, right?
It's
like it could just be removed and it wouldn't.
I'm not saying it's not doing anything, because that is clearly not where I stand. It is doing something. It's adding an unnecessary click that it only adds wrist strain without. It's so the way I'm just gonna.
It's not anything positive.
Yeah.
It's only adding. It's only adding negative.
Correct. That's the general stance. I could go a little bit more into it, but I'll have you just share your pitch.
Sure. Okay. So the thing I think that it is offering is it's offering a click that is freeform in the rhythm that allows you to syncopate it. So if we think about doing 3-tier granite, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you have Gnome Cube, so I'm gonna try and hit that 100 BPM. I'm gonna like try and vocalize this so it can be demonstrated. All right. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Cube rock. 2, 3. Cube rock. Cube rock. Cube rock. Right. Those are your clicks. Like you cube rock on one, and that's it. Now, if we add dropping to that, so we go 1, 2, 3. Cube rock. Cube rock, drop rock. Cube rock, drop rock. Cube rock, drop rock. So that's what it sounds like when you're dropping as well, if you have a Gnome Cube. Now,
let me just throw in really quick, and I'll have you just very briefly. What is interesting is you can still have what you're about to express in rhythmic terms with the Gnome Cube or cube. You could do cube rock, or whatever the rhythm is going to be. Like that knife could be the sort of dropped rock as well, because now you can do those same two clicks whenever you're going to do them. I know the knife, technically you can kind of choose when you're going to click the knife between two different ticks.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing that is distinguishing the knife from the cube rock click, because the cube and the rock both have to land on beat 1. You can't move those around. They have to land on beat 1, no matter what. Right? That's just like the nature of the method.
Yep.
Whereas the knife, and to some extent the drop, but less so, the knife can float around wherever you like. So if you want to have the knife land on beat 2, in the middle of beat 2, at the end of beat 1, it can go wherever you want. It's the most free form part of the rhythm, which is what allows you to play with the rhythm. You're not locked in to that one unchanging rhythm for the entire time, stuck just on cube rock, cube rock, cube rock. You can mix it. Do you want me to demonstrate the knife syncopation, or?
I mean, you can just for the audience sake do it, but
Sure.
I understand what it would be. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So I'm going to try just adding the knife without any dropping, because that will sort of demonstrate how much it can float around a bit more. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Knife, log grok. 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 Log grok. So like the knife gets to move around. It's like making the rhythm, is giving the rhythm that punch.
Yeah.
Where you can actually like you're creating a rhythm that you could actually like groove to, dance to, wherever you kind of want to play with the rhythm. The knife click is the only thing that really lets you play with it. Whereas when every single click is on rails, which any click that is kind of juicy is a click that is actually having an effect on the game and is tied grounding that beat. So like the cube rock is doing something, right? The cube rock click is grounding the beat. It has to be there. It's giving grounding to that knife syncopation, is giving it context. So they're both like working in harmony with each other, but one without the other is, it's like if the knife didn't have the beat, you're just randomly clicking on the knife. There's no meaning to that syncopation. And on the other hand, the cube rock on its own is just dull and repetitive.
So one, I think I understand the fact that maybe throwing in more clicks or whatever whenever you can sounds interesting on paper, but when you actually start performing it for hours, the knife gets fucking exhausting. It just does, because there is no eliminating it. There is no exception. There is no, okay, now I'm going to take a break from it and not do a knife. Like there's none of that. You are forced to do this now. And that is just very risk straining long term. And when you're thinking about a method, so
it'd be nice if you could take it out. It would be really nice if you could have the option, if you wanted to use the Gnome cube, because you're like, man, I really don't feel like using this knife right now. Like, can we just not?
Exactly.
Like, absolutely.
So, and I can already kind of hear the echoes of where we're going to go to next, which is one of the ideas that you had. But I would argue that there's a few different arguments. Like one is like so many methods right now are still leaning, and I understand this is like a slow burn. Like it's going to take years and years to get, if we were to like get into a better state of skilling, it's going to take years and years, because this game doesn't change overnight. Like it's just, we have to go one step at a time, make slight changes. And right now, and the reason I mentioned that is because right now we have so many methods, like high efficiency methods are just dropping everything. So if like instantaneously, knife log would be more bearable if it weren't the case that you now are obligated as well to drop 1 to 2 objects. In a lot of situations, you're getting multiple. You're not even just getting one thing. Like look at 1.5
like
techniques. And look at granite, where sometimes you're getting 2, 3 rocks.
And you have to drop all of it. Like that's terrible.
And you know what? This is just something silly I want to throw in. If the Infernal Axe had been introduced today, the high level skilling scene would be flipping the fuck out. That this is easy scape, you're burning rocks, nope, those need to be dropped. Like they would be flipping out about it. But because it's more like set in stone way back in the day, people never talk about it, because that's a complete easy scapification of reducing drops right there. So I just want to throw that in there. But a lot of these arguments for keeping knife log is just their personal experience with the game, of how long they've been playing. And I want to also just throw out this example. And I know this is not hitting at the core of stuff, but I just throwing out examples because I do think that knife log ultimately is just purely gatekeeping. I can see your view of like maybe adding some elements of interest that are keeping the method engaging or something. I just disagree with it. But if knife log were to be discovered today, 200 mil all skillers would say, get this out of the game right fucking now. Like, absolutely not. Knife log is not old school. This should not be a part of the game. There is literally no justification. And for the HLC's mindset, and obviously it doesn't go for every single player, but the consensus among the HLC is, if they personally used it, if they personally had, some experience with it and stuff, and if it's been in the game for whatever they are gatekeeping as acceptable, that goes. Again, like if it would be very clear to see if knife log were to be discovered today and nobody used it in the HLC, they would all say, get this out of the game. It's breaking the game. It's making things way too easy. It's making things too quick. People would flip out about it. So do you concede that would most likely happen? I know you're not, like, you haven't been in the you haven't really experienced what the HLC.
I'm not actually sure, like, because it's hard to say comparing now until then. But so far you've kind of You've proposed some counterfactuals where if this thing were added to the game today, it would have been protested and blocked.
Yes.
And there's actually like that did there's a historical example of knife log being discovered, right?
Yeah.
Knife log wasn't initially known by the hardcore skillers.
Mm-hmm.
When OSRS started in 2013, the skillers were not doing any knife log stuff.
Yeah.
It was discovered, and I think it was pretty widely embraced. Every single commentary that I've seen on it from that time period is skillers were embracing it, being like, "Oh, this is awesome!" Like,
yeah. But you also kind of keep in mind there was a completely different mindset. Nobody was 200 mil all yet. Nobody had a fucking ego about skilling because everyone was getting outclassed by Lynx Titan, who didn't have any fucking voice in the community, and Acid Soul, who's like the most passive, gentle giant of all time, who already had his. Like, he was. Acid Soul was pissed off about, because he did it the classic way of 2S 2G to 200 mil mining, that sort of classic thing. If he had been in the HLC, people would have listened to him as the voice of, okay, we got to get rid of knife log most likely, but he just didn't care enough, and he ended up just like quitting the game anyway. But like, if as soon as the 200 mil all kind of comes into play and the egos that kind of go along with that, that's when stuff gets solidified into the game. And that's why nothing can change now, because back then everyone was a fucking giga noob that was looking up to the giants that didn't really have much of an opinion. They were just playing the game. But nowadays you got all these crazy egos with their 200 mils where it's like, no, you cannot make this. You can't make the grind different and significantly easier because now I've done it. Like that is, it's like, that is basically the whole discussion in a nutshell. It's like, ultimately there really is not much justification for keeping the knife log other than it is simplifying it. It's simplifying the method, but it's not taking away any of the juice. It's literally not taking any away the juice. It's just taking away an element of difficulty, which, by the way, do you think, I'm gonna just throw out an example. Like, do you think it would be a more interesting method if knife log, just like tomorrow they made it so now knife log has to be knife log? It has to be 3 clicks every time. Like, do you think that would be interesting?
No, that would be unnecessary. No, like, because I only need 1 click to syncopate with, right? Like, okay. I need, so like, I'm thinking which clicks justify themselves. There's a click that is grounding the beat, and there's a click that is syncopating the beat, and anything more than that is redundant. But anything less than that is missing something. So yeah, adding. Okay,
so you think the syncopation, that syncopation is what is, you actually are arguing that is an essential component to the enjoyment of the method.
Yeah. And so when I'm looking, like right now, dropping syncopates and knife log also syncopates. So they're kind of redundant with each other. And I'm like, well, dropping is not as useful for syncopating because it's a little bit more restricted. It's not as free form. And also I want to keep my stuff. So I would be like, okay, get rid of the dropping for the most part. I think keeping a little bit of it is nice for the strategic complexity angle. But for the syncopation angle, the dropping could just go.
So do you think that do you think that the syncopation, that enjoyment of syncopation, is outweighing the difficulty? Like, do you think that the difficulty that's added by that additional click is...
Well, the difficulty would be a good thing from the perspective of mastery over the game, but it's a bad thing in terms of accessibility. Because if you're saying to someone, you have to knife click if you want to tick manip, then that is going to ruin the experience for so many people that don't want to do that, that don't get any enjoyment out of that. But then if you go and say, we're going to get rid of the knife click entirely by power creeping it so that, we have a gnome cube that is not worse than knife log in some capacity, that's sort of that's definitely leaning into the fairy dust discussion. But yeah, so I think you can have both in the game, and it will depend on the player which one they choose to lean towards. It gives the player the freedom to choose which thing they like better.
Okay, so let me just ask you this, like, so because it sounds like very clear to me right now. And by the way, I actually do appreciate. This is the first time I've actually heard the argument about like the syncopation meaning something to players.
Awesome. I've
So
actually come up with a novel thing.
no, seriously, you have. But I want to just touch on this. Like, if it were to be the case that the sap log stayed in the game, do you think anybody would knife log after that?
No, I think, well, some people who previously
Out
had
of spite
kind of grown,
would just
not out of spite. I don't think it would be out of spite. I think it would be someone who's like, who would just say, oh, I enjoy the knife log. Maybe I don't have the words to express it like I have given just there where it's the syncopation, but
yeah.
they just feel in themselves that it's more fun to do it when the knife is there, and so they just do it anyway. But I think that would be robbing new players of the experience of trying it for themselves, because nobody who hadn't already done it previously would ever try it. They wouldn't try doing the knife log because it's just like, why would I ever add this pointless extra click? And they would be missing out on the enjoyment that adds to the experience.
But the difficulty by far outweighs the enjoyment you could get, and that's pretty clear because virtually nobody would actually continue doing knife log. And the thing is like, you can
but that's a game design problem, right? You can satisfy both of those constraints effectively with a good design.
Well, here's what I'm thinking, and because your idea of, what's it called, fairy dust, just make sure I'm coining that right.
Yeah.
So there clearly could be some like potential like sort of emergent gameplay that could be added as the syncopation. So I'll have the audience hear out your pitch of fairy dust, because it is interesting for sure. I just think it's a little bit like too complex. Like, just simply, I think it kind of just goes back to the pragmatism of like, I just don't see this ever coming into the game, which is why I almost like immediately shut it down, which is like unfortunate, but it's like, it just feels like a lot going for it. Whereas the vast majority of players don't want to see tick manipulation in this game at all. So I am on the HLC side when it comes to, I don't want to see this game get dumbed down to stupid levels. But I'm telling you right now, if we maintain this knife log status quo, everything's going to be burned. Like, we're going to throw out the baby with the bathwater. Everything's going to be burned down unless we can just simplify things and make it way more streamlined. So like I think the biggest argument I have is like that fear of skilling really being dumbed down to the like dumbest level, because we can't bridge the fucking gap, because we have like two extremes of like pure AFK and just dumbness with the most high intensity skilling. And I just think any sort of conversation that's trying to lean into any form of knife log is going to fail. It's just going to fail. There's no real way forward to that. And I do think, however, for those players that like that syncopation, and I think that's the only real sane argument I've heard into keeping knife log. Seriously.
Thank you.
If you wanted to keep that syncopation, I think there's so many interesting things you could add in the game. One that wouldn't fully satisfy it, because you did agree, you conceded that 2 clicks would not be that same enjoyment of that same sort of satisfactory syncopation if you had to add 2 clicks in it. Just the one is perfectly satisfying that, I think.
I mean, I can imagine like if the cycle were longer, like let's say you had a 5 or 6 tick cycle, then maybe having two syncopation beats in there would be probably better. But when there's only 3 ticks, having more than 1 click of syncopation seems very excessive.
I think there's already is a way forward, which is fucking with the engine a little bit and making it so dropped items don't cancel out a knife log action. So, or in this case, it would be like a sap log thing, like a 1-click action. So like dropping, so you could actually do the drop and then it doesn't cancel out the next action. So obviously this is like engine work, and I don't know what the implications would be broadly speaking, like what that would fuck with, if, because people would get really used to, okay, I've dropped something, I don't want to engage in the next thing that's happening, like they've gotten used to a certain style of gameplay. So I don't think that's the first.
But aren't you then like immediately enshrining dropping as like necessary part of the method. Like
No. I just think
like
that
that's making the case even stronger that we have to drop stuff because that's our
I'm
syncopation.
I'm just certain right now that we are never going to introduce any new methods that are like 3-tick 4G. I'm certain of that. Like the developers are not adding knife log methods where dropping is the thing. Like that's just not going forward. Like maybe there's the occasional one that's just thrown out because somehow it's a classic rock.
They did just implement leech fin fishing, which has dropping as a part of it, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying the two hand in hand, the knife log and the dropping. Yeah. So because you want that syncopation. So we're talking about the syncopation right now. That's for classic knife log methods. I'm just saying right now, no method going forward is going to be adding that. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Like they're not going to lean into that. It could be accidental, or it could just be a classic rock that's introduced like nickel. And then all of a sudden, okay, yeah, you can technically do it, but it's not EHP or anything.
Well, so like it certainly it's possible. You've just said that apparently no one's ever made this argument before. Maybe people will find it compelling and it will kind of spread through this community discourse mechanism that we've been talking about. You could be like, oh, maybe the syncopation thing is like an important thing to think about.
Well, it's clearly not, because anybody that's tried knife log, like 99% of the player base that's tried knife log has instantly been revolted.
Like they hit that basically. They hit that wall of like, this is just total nonsense.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
And
so they don't really get to the point of even potentially being able to enjoy the part that is enjoyable.
And there is the big camp, myself included, that loves tick manipulation and despises knife log. I want to engage in rhythmic skilling. I do not want my hand hurting after 2 hours of doing it. I just don't want it. I instantly just go back to something AFK, or I just stop doing the activity. It's just unfortunate. It's like an unfortunate reality of me wanting to enter that trance state of like skilling long term, and I just can't do it because there is zero way to do that. And I'm gonna get to your fairy dust thing, but I want to say right now before you get into that, I think there's an alternate path going forward, which is you can still have that syncopation that some players want by making it so. I mean, there's this thing about like, okay, so you can fletch darts or whatever. That's a 2-click thing. But what if they were to just come out with something else that can just be 1-clicked for XP in some skill, like, I don't even know what people want, but like, instead of doing the opposite, which is maintaining knife log status quo and then having some sort of resource that you're now spending money on to make it easier for yourself, why not do the opposite, where now Saplog or Gnome Cube is the standard, and now you can gain additional XP by adding that syncopation if you want, by having it be in some other skill. So imagine the complete reversal of like your fairy dust idea, but instead we globalize basically the Saplog or Gnome Cube. That is now the standard. And now there is this extra item where if you use it on the Gnome Cube or the Saplog, you're getting additional XP. So now for those high level skillers that love that syncopation and also want that extra click, that miss knife log, now you can still do that same double click thing. And maybe you're getting 5% or 10% additional XP per hour because you're using a resource that has a cost associated to it, but you still get the enjoyment of syncopation and you get more XP per hour just slightly by doing that.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think of an example of what that would be. So let's say you have some kind of stackable ashes that you can scatter and they give prayer XP, and you can only do those once every 3 tick, but you can do them whenever. Like that would essentially be the syncopation click. You just have a big stack of these ashes in your inventory, and I'm clicking that somewhere in my 3 tick cycle.
Yeah, or think of it even more thematic, whatever the item ends up being for the 1-click 3-tick starting action. I've always coined it as Gnome Cube. By the way, not my original idea, it came from somebody else, but
it's a good shorthand.
Yeah, so I say that for short because people understand it. But like Saplog, anything, it could literally be just a fucking hammer. I don't care. Like just be literally fucking anything, but then make the quote unquote fairy dust, whatever is going to be the reversal of your idea, make it so it thematically, it doesn't even need to be thematically technically, but it makes sense to use that item on whatever the Gnome Cube is, whatever the hammer is, whatever the Saplog is. So you are now using that item that can only ever be used with that, and then it also starts that same 3-tick action, but you've also additionally gained maybe 5% additional XP when extracting the resource. So if you're doing granite, let's just say it's a fucking hammer and a fucking little stone, stackable stones that you just whack on the hammer basically. So just the hammer's the new gnome cube, this weird hammer thing. And you have these stackable stones that cost money. So you're spending money for XP, and now you can keep that syncopation if you wish by using these stones that are consumable on the hammer that also starts the 3-tick action. And now you've created an additional method for those that want to, the very small fraction of the player base that actually wants that syncopation, that now can get additional XP, but it does come at a slight cost because those things will cost a little bit.
Yeah.
And like, I want to hear why that is a worse idea than the reversal, which is your idea of having, no, the standard is still knife log. And if you want to make it easier for yourself, then you have to pay the cost. Like, why does it have to be that way instead of the opposite, where the HLC are the fucking people with huge banks and huge amounts of just spare GP? Like, why can't it be the reversal? Is there any sound reason why it couldn't be this proposal I'm proposing?
Yeah, so that's a very good question that I think will take a long time to answer. So,
Okay.
You're absolutely right that if we just had some kind of degradable, consumable gnome cube, and then that was all that was being offered, then that's for beginners who are learning, or just for people who like really have no interest in knife log at all. They're constantly paying this, gnome cube tax just so that they can enjoy the game. And that seems like very unfair. And the flip side to that is that there are no outputs, right? So you're actually spending money. I think if the numbers that I was thinking of is like something like 300k GP an hour just spent on fairy dust. Like, that's a lot of money to a new player. And just for me to be able to enjoy entry-level skilling, like, that's ridiculous. So, but the fix to that is that the skilling that they're doing, they should be able to keep their stuff, and the outputs that they're getting should be outweighing those inputs. So they would still be profiting from their skilling on top of getting like fantastic XP rates, so that there isn't this feeling of I'm spending money just so that I can enjoy skilling. So you would have to make sure that the economic tuning on the fairy dust is done right, but also on the skilling methods, which is why, I've also suggested power creeping 3-tick 4 granite, because it has no outputs. You drop everything, you don't get anything out of it. And so if you were doing fairy dust on that, you'd be spending 300k an hour, and that would suck for anyone that isn't a 200 mil player with an infinite bank. Do you think that sort of resolves, like, if it were the case, I know it's like a two-piece thing, and it's hard to get both things in at once, but do you see how that would solve that problem?
I mean, so the original pitch on the fairy dust, that's kind of what I was getting at, unless you, if I'm following correctly. I think the more appropriate route that makes more sense is just the reversal of making it the standard now is a 1-tick item, or a 1-click item that is very early to obtain. You can just obtain it very, very early on. So people that want to get into rhythmic skilling can do it without doing a Grandmaster quest. And so level 3 skillers can also do it. I think the sap log, unfortunately, was flawed. I'll be fully honest, I was hesitant on even saying the flaws of it, because in my view, it was either like praise this thing till the end of the world, basically, to try to get it as best of a chance to stay in the game. Because I didn't want to just instantly start flaming it, because that would just add more fire to the fuel to get rid of it, basically. And I'm like, okay. Or more fuel to the fire, what am I saying? And
yeah,
I think the baseline going forward, if we want to get people into rhythmic skilling, I don't even think it's not even necessarily the goal. I don't even care if people get into it. I want there to be a route of interesting rhythmic skilling. And I think right now, like classic tick manipulation, again, just the rhythmic nature of it, nothing to do with knife log or any of that stuff, but just the rhythmic nature of it is very satisfying in a lot of methods. People agree with this universally when it comes to chin champa hunting. If you can 3-tick chins, it feels much better than AFKing that shit. It's terrible AFKing.
Yeah, 100%.
And so most people can agree with the general sentiment of like speeding things up in a rhythmic way feels better. So I want to keep that, and I think the baseline going forward, if we want to keep that syncopation element, which I can concede, some people would want to keep around, and they would want to have an excuse to do that, to keep the syncopation, because we both concede as well that if this sap log or gnome cube did come out, virtually everybody would just gravitate toward that instead of knife log, and knife log would become dead. So you can still have the syncopation, but make it so that just whatever you're doing to appease these players is you're getting maybe 5 to 10% additional XP on top of everything, but it is a consumable resource that I don't even care if it's 50k XP an hour that you're using. It could be dirt cheap stuff, but have some sort of element of cost to it, sure. And that's just it. It skews it the opposite direction, where the highest level skillers that want that syncopation get benefited by additional XP, and they already have plenty of money, and they don't have to deal with the nonsense for like a new player getting into tick manipulation.
Hello?
Oh, sorry. Can you still hear me? Yo.
Can you hear me? Hello? One,
Yeah,
2, 3.
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. All right, you're back.
Okay. What just happened? When did you cut out, by the way? Was it a bit ago? It's like a minute ago or something?
Like 30 seconds to a minute.
Okay. Anyway, it was just basically me. I'll make a little edit here. My voice was still going through, so it still had the green circle around me, so it might have been your headset, potentially.
Possibly.
But yeah, anyway, just to wrap up, it was basically just saying, I think the reversal of making it so that the end game players that want the syncopation, which by the way, we both agree is a fraction of the player base, like a fraction of a percentage of the player base. Like those players that want that can still have it, and they get benefited by additional XP, and there is a small cost associated with it. Like that feels much more appropriate.
So you're suggesting, I had in the fairy dust that you use the dust on the tool, and then that gives you the XP boost. So like all of that part remains, but then on top of that, you just have the non-degradable gnome cube. So the people who want to have the syncopation click have that. They get an XP boost, and then we also we're adding 2 items at the same time, that it's sort of achieving this tuning and design balance effectively.
Yeah. So I want to make it clear, like I'm against the sort of classic fairy dust pitch. I think it's fine to just have some sort of stackable ash or whatever we're using with it, stackable stones, magic element beads, I don't fucking know, just anything. But it doesn't have additional things where like you're getting like impling loot from it or anything like that. It's simply just used for those players wanting to engage in that syncopative, I don't even know if that's the right term, rhythm, and also getting a little boost of additional XP with whatever they're doing. So whatever it's like, if you use that, if you were at the quarry and now you have whatever the item is, gnome cube. We'll keep it gnome cube for short, but I actually think it would be better to represent it as like some hammer or just something that's you're clicking. I don't fucking know. Just I feel like when I say gnome cube, there's that fraction of a percentage of the community that's just like instantly like, shut up. So I have to coin it as something else. But let's just keep it gnome cube for short, I guess. If it were just that, they can use a separate item on it, which is a stackable thing that has a small cost associated. It'd probably just be economic, so nobody would be using it basically. So it'd be dirt cheap, but it'd be 1 GP per click. But they can use that and also get an additional like 5% XP on whatever their next extraction is going to be. So they still can enjoy all that. XP rates would go slightly up because they're embracing it, and that would be easy for me to concede. Like that I would love to appease those players that really want to die on the hill of the syncopation or just the knife log, and just be able to give them that extra bit of juice. And I think going forward, having the standard be a 1-click item is going to be much, much, much healthier. First off, bridging the gap between just the sheer intensity of knife log methods right now and just the brain dead, dumb down, stupid AFK methods. It bridges that gap immediately. It keeps those players appeased still, by giving them additional XP, which first off, I don't even think it would appease those players. And this goes back to my original argument, which is why I think most people just have an ego about their 200 mils that they've already gotten. So the whole syncopation argument for a lot of those players is not going to ring at all in their heads. They're just going to be like, no, fuck you, no Gnome Cube, just quit trying to change the game. And they're just going to keep digging their heels. Seriously, this is going to happen. They're going to dig their heels more into, no, fuck you, I just don't want any of this. Knife log is king. And they're just going to like die on this hill because they don't have an actual sound argument. It's all gatekeeping. It's all ego. Again, some of the players, I'm not claiming all of them. You actually have a sound argument for the syncopation. I think this would resolve that.
So yeah, I think the design that you're suggesting sounds agreeable to me. Like you're adding essentially the same concept where the 2-click is still better, but it's been done in slightly different design. But
and it's
the same
marginally
design
better.
Space.
Yeah.
So like I think that there's nothing wrong with that. I would just want to try and make the complete pitch for the fairy dust here as well. I think
sure.
It does actually have it's solving a fair few different problems at the same time.
Okay.
So the first one is you mentioned that it's way too complicated, right? And I actually think that this is the strength of it specifically, that when you're talking about comprehension complexity specifically, there's understanding what it does, and then there's understanding how to use it, which is the strategic complexity. And the strategic complexity behind the fairy dust is quite complicated. And when you're reading the design pitch of the fairy dust, it's very complicated because it's doing a lot. But if you're talking to a new player, or not even talking to a new player, if a new player is experiencing it in the game and they encounter this fairy dust, it's very straightforward. You click it, you scatter it, and then sometimes you get some stuff. That's the level of detail that they actually require to understand the item. So the comprehension complexity from that angle is quite simple, and then all of the depth to it is sort of buried underneath, which they can discover later. But there's no like sense in which they read what it does and they're like, what the hell is the point of this? Like, what 3 tick? Like, what the hell is that? Like, all they're seeing is you scatter the dust and then the fairies give you some stuff. So I think it is solving that problem of introducing an item to the game that is solving a very niche and in-depth issue in the game's design and making it legible to a new player. Or not making, actually it's making it illegible. It sneaks past their radar, whereas if it were something that just did nothing, like you scatter the dust, it does nothing, it has no immediate apparent purpose, they would immediately be asking like, what the hell does this thing do? They would go look up on the wiki, what is this point of this item, and then it's got this like tick manipulation, blah 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 blah, and you're like, what? So having that surface level use that is actually immediately obvious to a new player is the real key to solving the comprehension complexity problem.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is an interesting idea in theory. I guess I'll push back on 2 points. One is that the objective here is to bridge. My objective here is to bridge the gap between super high intensity skilling and the super dumb methods that I've mentioned multiple times now. And the way forward is to not add a downside to engaging in those. So spending 200k XP an hour just to do some basic rhythmic skilling, that's just gonna constantly feel bad. It's just gonna constantly feel like, okay, like I'm just burning money at this point just to get a little bit more XP, and I would rather just go to fucking stars anyway. So it's like, no matter what the cost is, the average player that would want to engage in some sort of rhythmic skilling to speed up their process, they don't want to stack up fairy dust. A lot of them will be Iron Men that won't have enough to even maintain it. And the players that truly care about skilling would absolutely pay that price, pay 200 GP for and again, those super high level people that like knife log, for example, like those are exactly the people that would already understand what something like this would mean, which is why the reversal makes so much more sense, because those players that actually want it. And so I think we just have two separate objectives where like you see it as sort of this interesting mechanic that has a drawback, which is the cost, but you could also just use it. Like noobs could use it to get items, which sounds fun and cute. And so like your objective is slightly...
because when you're sitting at like the majority want Gnome Cube and the minority want knife log, whereas the thing that I'm seeing is that 99% of people don't care about either. Then they don't want to do tick manipulation at all in either case.
Yeah.
And so the people that are really interested in Gnome Cube are not actually this new player, which when we're adding something to the game, they should be given something.
Yeah, there's just so many more negative impacts. Actually, I should frame it the opposite way. There's so many positive impacts that would lead from making like a Gnome Cube universal. Because one, again, just immediately the first example that pops to mind is Bloodwood trees. Bloodwood trees simply cannot be one click on that thing because of 1.5 tick teaks. There's two competing methods, two competing XP rates that are both very, very high. And there's a portion of the player base that thinks that the APM is what's deciding what should be the top XP rates. And so if we die on the hill for the next 10 years of knife log as king, we can never have more not even simplistic, more easy on the wrist rhythmic methods, like if Bloodwood trees were just one click instead of two, or, you know, add some variants here and there, which we both agree with. But like if it were just that simple one click, like that's instantly a much more enjoyable method and much more globally accepted. Look at what we've done instantly because it wasn't friendly enough. Now we just have this fucking engorged tree that everyone's sitting at. So everybody is screaming, not everybody, but there's a pretty sizable crowd of the community that's screaming on Reddit that they want skilling to be profitable. Like fucking make skilling profitable, make cool methods that are interesting. We just did with Blood Moon or the Bloodwood trees, and they instantaneously in 2 weeks just destroy it because now anybody can fucking go there and click one time every minute on this tree. They can keep their mouse in the exact same position too. So they could just have an auto clicker, boom, 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 just click, you know, just tap your foot every 2 minutes. You know, click that and get basically, you know, a third of the resources. So you've killed off this completely like interesting resource that not everybody needs, but would have maintained a really high value, and you've destroyed it because not many people want to do the fucking double clicking stuff. Now, I don't think that's the only reason. I think people just don't want to engage in skilling. But if Jagex were to hold the line and say, no, we are not going to add an engorged fucking tree. I understand this is a different example because they actually pitched it as having some sort of AFK method. So if they just had never pitched that, just go back in time and they just scrap that, and people were begging for an AFK method for it, they could have just said, no, we're not going to. We're going to hold the line here. And if the Gnome Cube had already been brought out, or one click thing, we wouldn't have had to match the click intensity double clicking. We could just make it a one click thing and still match the intensity of other methods. So like there's net positives that are just, there's positives all over the game that would be the game going forward. We could add more interesting rhythmic methods that aren't risk breaking and could actually hit those top end XP rates and not have, you know, the community flipping out that, oh, this is not matching the intensity of 3 tick 4G or 1.5 tick ticks. Like, no, this can't ever be as high of XP per hour because these need to be king until the end of time because of their sheer intensity. We just need to like cool off the intensity of it so that future methods can be appropriately fit with their intensity and with, you know, just leaning more into the rhythm rather than just like the sheer amount of clicks, if that made sense.
Okay. I think probably the first comment I have on that is that it's not actually clear. Like, I do think that the AFK tree is probably going to crash the price of seeking dragon arrows.
Totally.
But it hasn't currently. Like, right now, the price of seeking dragon arrows is about 700 more than the price of dragon arrows, which, I don't know, I've done the numbers on this, but it's like right now, even after they've added the engorged tree, you can get about 6 to 7 mil GP an hour right now doing the active Bloodwood tree chopping. So like it hasn't actually killed it. It's still currently the most profitable skilling method in the game altogether at the moment.
But think about how much more profitable it would be, and if they just didn't add the engorged tree.
It almost certainly would be more profitable. I don't disagree with
vastly
that,
more profitable, and like there would be reason, but then you have to lean into the actual issue at that point and make the method as fun as possible and still interesting. You don't need to add the double clicks. You just don't need to. Like, that's not essential to it. Just make it a single click, or make it so felling axes are the ones that do the single click charge up. Like, that would make perfect sense. But again, I honestly believe that you couldn't pitch that because the fucking high level community would flip out about it being too easy and for its XP per hour. So then they'd have to, okay, well, we're going to tone back the XP per hour. It's like, that's not fun. Like, you had a great, interesting method here. That now we have to tone back the XP because it doesn't match the intensity of 1.5 tick teaks, which has the same XP per hour.
Yeah. So I think right now I'm just hearing there's two separate constituencies that are both like attacking it at both sides. So you've got the people that want the AFK engorge the tree method, and they have a right to want that, by the way, because it was pitched that way originally. Yeah, and so they're sort of suppressing they're inflating the supply of seeking arrows because most people, I think, like whenever I've been hanging out there's like 20 people on the engorged tree and there's nobody on the active tree. Yeah. So like, you just run the numbers on that. Surely most of the supply is coming from AFK chopping. The thing that is, I'm kind of scratching my head on this as well, is that the premium on seeking arrows before and after the patch has not actually changed very substantially. So before the patch, you had to use arrow tips.
There was a huge price drop. I don't know if it was the arrows themselves or the sap. Is the sap tradable?
The actual change that happened that really affected the market was you used to not be able to use
it was just it was the arrows that
the arrow shaft on a dragon arrow. You had to use the arrow tips, and so that, for a confluence of economic reasons, which probably not worth going into, caused the price of seeking dragon arrows to be much higher. But the actual profitability on the method is the price premium between the input that you're buying, so the arrows or the arrow tips previously, and then the seeking dragon arrow that you're producing at the end. And before the patch, that premium was about 700 GP. Currently, it's still about 700 GP. So the actual profitability before and after the patch was about the same. They were both about 6-7 mil. That's surprising to me. I'm like, why is it they added the AFK tree? There's like 20 times more people in the AFK tree. Why hasn't the supply flooded?
Yeah, so, I mean, but I mean, we can both agree that the price would be higher if the active method was the only way. So right now it's like, fine. I mean, there's still people completing Blood Moon Rises. So like, just over time, it'll just become more and more kind of saturated over there, like as a training method and stuff. But
like, I think it will suppress it, and it's probably not tuned correctly, but it is possible for them to tune that. Like, there are things you could do specifically by separating the tuning that you do on the XP versus the economic output. So like, if you're thinking of, okay, let's say I have some kind of AFK rock where I mine the rock and the AFK version is slower, but I get the same amount of XP per economic output in both cases, no matter what, then there's no way for Jagex to go, okay, the AFK people, they're getting like 10% as much economic output, but they're getting like 25 to 30% XP, because that's sort of how we want to tune things. They can't, if they don't have those separate levers, then they don't have that to work with. They do actually with the Bloodwood, the engorged Bloodwood tree, have that lever. They could say, well, we're going to keep the XP the same on the engorged tree, but you're going to get less sap. Like, that's a lever that they have to work with.
I just see it so much more interesting when there's one method to something.
Like chinchillas.
Yeah, I mean, if we could just relate it to PVM somehow. Like, if, I don't know, there was hard mode CMs or CM chambers, challenge mode chambers, but there's also an AFK option of challenge mode chambers that you just kind of sit here and kind of fuck around. You're only going to get like 30% of the purples per hour, but it's vastly easier. Like you've just killed like a method that, like, what's the point of like doing the normal CM now if you can just kind of AFK your way to like the same shit? This is what we see with skilling all the time. It's like, it's just so,
because like the largest constituency of people talking about skilling primarily want it out of the way so that they can go to PVM. They're not really interested in skilling for its own sake.
So the key thing is, and there's so much more to this. Like there's just a broad discussion about like skilling tools, like new skilling things that you can get, like equipment that you can have going forward. And like that's a whole separate can of worms that we could open that would obviously just add some complexity and add some interesting dynamics to skilling going forward. But it's like, first things first, add fun skilling methods. We don't need to continue down the path of masochism for the sake of it and just appeasing to the 0.001% of players that are basing everything off knife log and dropping shit. We need to add fun stuff that's active and engaging and rhythmic and like challenging too. Like you can make it challenging, but the challenge shouldn't come from the amount of clicks you're doing. The challenge should come from real-time strategy and, you know, just engaging with the method and we haven't solved that. So we got to solve that first. And then we can actually introduce exclusive items that are valuable. Like the whole Bloodwood trees is brilliant on paper, where it's like you have this valuable PVM resource that comes from a Grandmaster Quest skilling method. But the skilling method wasn't engaging enough or fun enough or interesting enough for players to want to do it. And so like, that's a problem. Like and then they have to hold the line. Like, again, there's that separate issue of them previously polling that it would be AFK. I always have to caveat with that. But like, if it hadn't been for that, you can hold the line with a super challenging, interesting skilling method that has insane value. And that's what we need to do going forward if we want to have interesting skilling methods and have it be super profitable.
Right? Sepulchre got polled. They didn't poll it with an AFK variant.
Yeah, that would have been terrible if there's just like, there's a treadmill over here in the back where you could still get your ring of endurance or whatever, and everything else you get. Just run on this treadmill. It's going to take like 3 times longer, but you know, you can just go run on that treadmill.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
All right. So we're talking more about like process and procedure, and I think that is a good segue to this like messaging topic that I want to go over, because I think this is the other constituency where you're using this like Jagex is held hostage by the HLC. The HLC is gatekeeping all of these really cool ideas, or with the Bloodwood trees specifically, you're saying if they had come out with Bloodwood trees being designed in the way that I've suggested, where we take notes from Rhythm Heaven and Rhythm Doctor and have this like queuing aspect to it, but much less clicking, your position is essentially HLC would have blocked that. They would have stopped that from getting into the game, would have got reverted somehow.
They would block it if it was competing with the top end XP rates of knife log methods.
It's not currently, right? It's less than 1.5 tick T. So the same XP rate that it is now, but it was more engaging. Do you think that would have got blocked?
Oh wait, sorry. Are you saying Bloodwood trees?
Yeah, so Bloodwood trees got implemented, but it was done in this like more juicy way that
and way fewer clicks.
Way fewer clicks, but same XP that it is now. Do you think that would have gotten blocked?
Yes, absolutely. It would have 100% been toned back. In fact, it wouldn't have even come out in its original state. It would have been 150k XP an hour or something. It just would never compete with what we have, because they base things off of click intensity. That's the kind of fucking metrics that the game designers feel probably in a way like sort of held hostage. And I know that's one of the terms that we've used, is like they feel like they're a hostage in this situation because the HLC is going to flip out if the APM is not correlating correctly.
Okay. Because the held hostage part is the thing that I don't really see, and the thing that I think that it is doing is it's kind of letting Jagex off the hook, because Jagex are the ones that make the decisions. They decide get what's put in the game, and the HLC is like such a tiny minority that they have no influence over poll results.
They have a huge influence, actually.
Yeah, they have influence over they have a huge influence over the design process. They get consulted a lot. right?
Well, it's mostly over
But
XP rates generally. Like the design,
sure.
they can kind of just do whatever, but
But
the
here's
XP
the
rates
thing with the
will, yeah.
held hostage framing doesn't work for me,
Okay.
which is if Jagex decided I want to do this, I want to hold the line, I'm going to add this thing into the game, and they can cry as much as they like. What would they be able to do, like in practical sense?
I mean, nothing ultimately. Like I
Yeah,
agree that the held hostage is an illusion. Like it's absolutely an illusion, but it's a real illusion that they're really
yeah,
feeling held by, which is
yeah.
it's
And I think so.
terrifying.
This is actually like the reframing that I
Okay.
would focus on is that they're not held hostage because for someone to be held hostage, the hostage taker has to have some power over you, and HLC obviously have
That's
no
a good point.
direct
Yeah.
power. But what they do have is they have Jagex's ear. Like Jagex are listening to them and taking their concerns seriously, probably a little bit more than they should. And that's as even shortly after you made your Gnome Cube video, Hebok Choe, I'll probably pronounce that incorrectly. He
Yeah.
said in his response to that, he said, quote, Jagex does listen to us when we have concerns about things, end quote. So he's outright stating like, yeah, they listen to us a lot more than they're going to listen to random Reddit Andy.
Yeah.
And they have that access asymmetry.
Correct.
But so do you. They, like, you've had dozens of Jagex stuff on your podcast. You probably have some level of access to them. If you had a design document that you wanted to present to them, they would probably listen to it without you having to go through like getting everyone on Reddit to upvote your post. Mm-hmm. So they have that access asymmetry, but so do every other content creator in OSRS's like space.
Yeah.
And as I think what I'm doing right now is I've kind of demonstrated that someone that doesn't even have that access can get it with like a little bit of luck and tenacity. Like there's a good chance that the ideas that I'm talking about will have reached them at some point, specifically through this vector. And also, you know, I've submitted some design ideas to the subreddit and they get upvoted, and I know that they read that, right?
Yeah.
So that access asymmetry can be collapsed, but it does exist.
Yeah.
And
no,
so
that's a fair point. It's I think you know, obviously the held hostage is definitely like just a huge exaggeration.
So on the Bloodwood tree specifically, I think that if Rice had decided I'm going to release at this XP rate, and it had this like more queuing rhythmic design that I've suggested, it would have come out and it would have been fine. There wouldn't have been any big campaign that overpowered his design that said, no, this needs to be 150k XP an hour. Like it would have just gone in without much resistance. And I think the real blocker on that design was the game design process. He was missing that insight that visual cueing and playing with the rhythm a bit more can make the method a little bit more fun.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the mechanism that I would attack the problem is on the game design.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. But there is no, I'll concede that point. Like it's much more the way you're painting it. And it's I think one of the issues though is like there's this sort of game design philosophy. I don't know where I think it's just this fear of like going against the grain too much or like changing things too much, because we do have a very peculiar player base that's just like obsessive about keeping things, you know, whatever they consider old school, which is just ever changing. But like
very conservative temperament to changes.
Yes, very, very. And so I think in the back of their minds, sorry.
That's the same in the fighting game community, by the way. Even when there are very good changes proposed, like I talk about the good things that Tekken 8 has done, and then I get called a Tekken 8 shill because I'm like, there's all of these really good things that they've done, and it's like, no, it sucks. And, but
so like, I understand as well, like you can't. It's the sort of pragmatism again of like, I understand the needle can only move, it can only inch so quickly. You know, it can't move that fast. Like it's going to take years to progress things in the right direction, or in the direction I think is the right direction.
Yeah.
So,
And it's what you do. Like a lot of your work with your cast has done that over the last 6 years, moving the needle towards.
Yeah.
And I think we just do more of that. Talk like what we're doing right now. Talk more about the game design ideas that will give Jagex ideas to just do it and feel more emboldened. Like if I've given them this syncopation language now that lets them feel more confident in their game design decisions, they will be able to go, okay, this is where the knife is good, this is where it's not good, and we can work with that. Whereas when they're like the value of the conservative temperament is when something is good and you don't really know why. Like we go, okay, we love OSRS, it's so good, but it was just some divine stroke of genius that the Gower brothers came up with this design. They didn't even really understand it, and we've been trying for 20 years to explain, and we still don't really know why. And so we're going to be a little careful so that we don't screw it up.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they're and it's like I have my own, like I have some relatively conservative views on the game when it comes to things like I don't want to see every old school boss get modernized. Like I think there's some cleanup that can be done with people always mention KQ, or even like something like, I don't know, like the King Black Dragon could definitely be changed, where you just get rid of some of the nuisances. Like I understand it's an OG boss and stuff, but like I wouldn't be opposed to them revamping the layer and just making it a little bit cooler. But I also like that KBD is really simple and doesn't have a bunch of mechanics. But I also would like it if you didn't have to get frozen for 15 seconds or however long that freeze takes, or if you're going to keep the freeze, make it so eating doesn't add to the delay. There's like little things like that where I want things to remain old school and like sort of in the state they were from inception, but I'm still always a pretty big proponent of like just cleaning up stuff and making it feel a little less terrible.
Yeah, because on the Gnome Cube specifically, when they removed it with the sap treated log removal, they said they've explicitly stated that they're interested in design ideas in this space. So like we have a design process. We don't want it to come into the game unintentionally and unpolled. So that's why every time it's been added over the last 2 or 3 years, it keeps getting removed. But we are interested in those ideas. And so it seems to me the clearest path forward is to workshop those ideas, to discuss it more, to like come to an agreement. And I like you've yourself had discussions with one of your casts is with Hairbox and Autumn Elegy, where you were talking about Gnome Cube with them, and you guys arrived on this consensus design of the consumable one. And like you have your issues with the consumable one that you've mentioned here today, but that is like progress, right? You've found like a little wedge in to the issue.
What on that point though, one of the things I'm overhearing on that discussion, and that in particular of like, what's the bridge that we're gonna like, what's the middle ground that we're gonna come to? One of the things I'm absolutely not wanting to go down is like having a Jim's wet rag for every fucking skilling method. Like there's this kind of weird notion that there needs to be like thematics with everything if we want to add like a Gnome Cube. And I'm like, dude, there's no fucking thematics with an herb tar. There's no thematics with a knife log. It's universal across the board, and people just use it. Like, why would we now start adding like different elements of rags and whatever else? We can. In my view, it's like we can just have a universal 1-click 3-tick starting action, and that's just the end of the discussion. Like that, in my view, like that's the simplest way forward. And I would be okay if that was even thematic. Like it could just come from some skilling quest. Like we could have a fucking skilling quest that comes out in the early on in an account. And I want it to be early. I don't want this item to be gate kept by any account type. I want all level 3 skillers to be able to embrace it. Maybe it could be a members quest, because I know some people are dying hard on the hill of free to play, like never change free to play, which okay, fair. But I know there's some
so,
free to players that are like, shit, I would really love this. Like even what's his name, Freckled Dad, I think is that his name? Who I'm thinking of? Like I think he's the one that's like just begging for some ease of the pain point of like reindeer, snow, and whatever the hell else they're using. Like they clearly do want it. They just can't admit. I think some players, not everybody, but like there are some players that like just cannot publicly admit that they would want change, because then that would defeat their whole, you know, kind of staying on the status quo of like never change free to play, don't change it. Like they can, if they could just be honest with themselves and be like, okay, I don't want content to be changed, I just want something to make rhythmic skilling feel a little bit better. I think that's an honest thing that they could state. But there is just so much like pressure on them to never want anything to change, so they have to hold back a lot of their views, because then they'll be seen as like the one free to play person that wants change in free to play, which is not acceptable.
Well, so I guess the first immediate thing that I would note is that there's a false dichotomy being drawn between thematic and not thematic, and local versus universal. Like you can have a universal and thematic Gnome Cube in theory. Maybe we haven't found it yet, but well, one I have in mind is so that's actually like the second part of my fairy dust pitch, which is there's a quest line that they want to complete soon, right? Fairy quest? Like,
do they want to complete Fairy Tale?
Well, a lot of people want them to. I don't know if they've stated that they want them to, but that's a quest line that they want to finish. You want a reward space for finishing that quest that's thematic, you know?
Yeah.
Fairies doing magical things on your tools is sort of thematic.
Yeah, no, I mean, it would make sense. I disagree with just the consumable element of it. Like, I would love it if it was just some quest item that came out that could just do it. And especially, preferably if it was an earlier quest that can be completed earlier on that doesn't gatekeep certain accounts.
Yeah, like absolutely. I think a thematic and universal Gnome Cube.
Yeah,
like I would prefer that than this like every single, because a part of the beauty of RuneScape is how everything fits together, how everything is interconnected. And if you're like, you do this here, you do this here, and like the Jim's Right Rag thing is different timing. So like you're saying, oh, this is like a introduction to tick manipulation, but the timing is literally different. The timing, you have
to add an additional click. Like it's not even like what the Gnome Cube would be. Like you have to click on the ground before you click the rock. It's like, what?
Yeah. So like, I definitely would prefer universal, and you'd have to, anytime someone comes at you and saying like, oh no, like Jim's Right Rag, make it thematic, you can be like, okay, we can have thematic and universal. It doesn't have to be thematic and localized.
And it's like barely, none of these things are really even thematic. Like there's really nothing. I don't even know if there is anything that would, because first off, if you try to make something thematic, there's always going to be the non-thematic things. There's always knife and log and herb and tar. None of that makes any fucking thematic sense. And you can also eat stuff. You can just eat a piece of food and that maintains the cycle. Like,
well, that all gets grandfathered in, right? That's just given the grandfathered in exception. But obviously when they're actively designing stuff, we put a little bit more constraints on them.
Yeah, it would be one of the thoughts that I had originally was like, if they had maintained the sap log, if sap log just stayed in the game as is, eventually the conversation would have been, why can't level 3 skillers have an item like this? And what I would have pitched ultimately is I would have pitched, okay, go use a fucking knife on an evergreen tree with a bucket in your inventory and get the normal sap and put a normal sap on a log, and there you go, you got it. Everybody can have it. You just literally go use a knife on a normal goddamn tree and fill up your bucket with sap and just pour it on a log, and everybody gets it. Like straight up, I would have been like, game is solved. Like we fixed it. Everything's beautiful in the world again. But
dealing with the like content restricted accounts is always, I think generally they try not to let them warp their decisions too much. Like you're not letting someone into Vampirium if they can't finish the quest. Like it would be ridiculous.
Yeah, but like something like skilling, like they're literally called level 3 skillers. Like they can't have the most powerful skilling item that just universally makes skilling rhythmic and not wrist breaking. That would be a shame to have them be gate kept out of. So.
Yeah, Well, specifically because it would be a tradable item in most cases. Well, I've suggested it be a tradable item, so it would be specifically Iron Men level 3 skillers that are being
You're right.
restricted. I think you kind of agree that the path forward here is primarily to get into Jagex's head, right? To convince them our ideas are better. We should make the stuff that we're saying and not what the people we don't like are saying.
Well, it's mostly about like I kind of want to do both at the same time. So I want to get community backing ideas because I don't want the game to revolve around how I want it to be. Like I want the game to be, I just want the game to thrive in a lot of ways. And I just know right now, and we both agree, skilling is stuck. It's just in a stuck space. And it's so sad because it's like the biggest part of the game. And there are ways forward. And I understand pragmatically, we need to push the needle forward just ever so slightly. And the first big hurdle is knife log needs to go. It just needs to. If we add something else, I'm not going to reiterate on this whole thing, but if we add a one-click thing that instantly resolves so many issues in my view, and it can just clean up the space a lot more. Just we don't need to worry about APM, like the actions, how many times you're clicking a minute as the main metric going forward.
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
so like the bottleneck is their design process. Like,
yeah, but like I want to have my arguments be somewhat sound so that, you know, developers can see the vision, but also I want to get the community on board.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Like, but we're not looking at it from this perspective of I need to come up with ideas that I'm absolutely sure everyone will agree with 100%. It's more
correct.
Trying to figure out a consensus design, like essentially trying to think like a game designer, trying to think of what would be something that would be good for the long-term health of the game.
Yeah,
you know,
which is
like Jagex frequently they have the content integrity updates where sometimes they're like, this thing wouldn't pass a poll, but we in our professional judgment have decided that it would be good for the long-term interest of the game to make these changes. So like we're trying to think in that headspace of what would be good for the long-term health of the game, and then can we get people on board, not just Jagex, but like people that would also be that Jagex are listening to. So a part of it would also be, can we get some people from the HLC on board as well, because they're obviously being taken seriously on this matter.
Yeah, and I think another point is just the game keeps moving forward. So like the takes I have now are vastly different than the takes I would have had in 2017. So like this game is ever evolving. I'm aware of that. I end up being a lot more practical with my views. I'm not just like all theory of like, you know, skilling. Like I understand what players want. Like players want to kill shit in this game. They want to fight monsters and dragons and stuff. And it's like nobody really wants to pick flax and do a really boring skilling method. Like, so I understand like the practicalities of like, okay, that we are playing a game where we need to, and the same thing goes with, you know, my PVM takes. Like when we're talking about raids 4, I'm a player that's super conservative on power creep. I don't want anything. I don't even like the idea of mega rares. I think mega rares are terrible for the game. Like I would have loved it if this game was very, very, very incremental with stuff where like that. Yes, the new raid introduces best in slots, but it's like +1 or +2 stats over the last best stuff. So it's like you're just getting this very, very, very minimal power creep going forward every single time. So the game feels super, super spread out long term. Like if we were to see the game in 30 years, you're going to see 2013 content, God Wars, just, you know, slightly outclassed by, you know, gear 15 years later. And then 15 years after that, like, yeah, it'll probably be very outclassed by that point. But like very, very long spread power creep, it like that feels so much better in my view. But I also understand the fucking community doesn't want that. The community wants a brand new raid where they can just bash shit with a fucking magic chain thing that just demolishes shit. Like that's just what they want. And so I have to like now sort of thread this needle where it's like, okay, like I understand what the players want. I understand that my views are going to be fucking unpopular and they're not going to ring true with anybody basically, except for like the very hardcore, you know, conservative power creep people. So it's almost like I need to bridge those gaps a little bit to myself a
that's
little
what
bit.
jagex have to do as well, right? So
Yeah,
I think
that's the way.
this is what Modrai
It
said
has to be.
when he was talking to you about polling specifically, which is that the value of polling, the polling doesn't actually pass things. Polling doesn't get things into the game. Polling is only there to reject things. So the thing that actually gets something in the game is jagex deciding, I want to make this, I'm going to put it to a poll. Like, that's the process. And then the only thing that the polling does is says no. It doesn't say yes. Like, because, you know, they've kind of figured out what will and won't pass. But nobody can, like, in your case, you're saying, well, most people are saying Gnome Cube would pass a poll. And the reason it's not in the game is not because it wouldn't pass a poll, but because jagex haven't decided to put it in the game. They haven't decided to put it to a poll.
Yeah, and that's smart. And that I understand. Like, generally speaking, like, I'm a huge fan, obviously, of a Gnome Cube. That I will admit as well. Like, it should be properly implemented and stuff. And I would love to have discussion on that. But I think we're doing much more damage right now to the game, keeping knife login for the next however many goddamn years, than just ripping a band-aid off right now and then having a discussion about it. Like, I would have been much more of a fan of, like, just keep the fucking blood, the sap log, and then we can have a discussion about this kind of stuff. You know, like, why are we gonna keep killing skilling with knife log and having everyone just pissed off for however?
Well, I think it's sensible for jagex to, like, follow the process. I think the process has worked pretty well for them so far.
Yeah,
like,
and I agree with it for the most part. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think every single time a Gnome Cube has been reverted, it was some unintended thing that they're like, oh, we didn't expect that. Like, so we're going to remove it and go back to the drawing board on it, rather than they wanted to put it in and then after negative feedback, they took it out.
Yeah, it's mostly just their own idea of, you know, what's considered like integrity or whatnot. So, and it was the same thing with the staff I brought up earlier about, like, that 2-tick auto retaliate sort of staff vibe going on, or not the auto retaliate, but just like the 1-tick delay when auto casting with a staff, like, that was removed, and, like, it made sense why it was removed. I was kind of sad because in some ways it made sense to be able to, like basically every resource around the game could be 2-ticked. You just had to, like, click an NPC and then click the resource, like, click the NPC, click a tree, click the NPC, click a rock, just over and over. It's like everything became, like, basically like a 2-tick teak type vibe, and you could just maximize XP rates massively. And it was actually really fucking enjoyable. But I think part of the enjoyment was the fact that, like, you knew it was probably going to leave the game, so you're just, like, abusing it sort of. But there was some parts of it that were fucking nice. I can't lie. So, but I think the cons probably outweighed the pros.
Yeah, I think we try to get inside the game design process, because that's what jagex has said is, like, what's blocking at the moment. And I think the way that we do that is these conversations, coming up with robust frameworks, robust analytical game design ideas that give them a language to talk about why we want to do something, so that that conservative temperament can be overcome. Like, so that we have, okay, here's what you like and here's why you like it, and so we're going to make changes that respect that, but also achieve this progress that we want to achieve.
Yeah,
that's a hard thing to do. That's a very involved process, but it can be done. Or at least I'm optimistic.
Yeah. And it ultimately is just having conversations more and more. So I've been pushing that, and obviously, like, super grateful you've come on, and you've obviously written up that whole thing, which just gets more and more discussion going. Like, having something actually fleshed out properly goes a long way, because one of the flaws I have with my content is most of it's just rattling shit off the top of my head, like, in the moment. It's not very well like, written out, thought out.
And then someone who's, like, temperamentally or culturally kind of disposition is to just disagree with you. Like, they don't like you for whatever reason. They'll nitpick at some loose thing that you said off the cuff and be like, this is why he's wrong. And nobody's actually getting to the crux of what do we actually, where do we agree? Because it's all, it's
all just rambles. Yeah.
Messy flame wars and stuff. It gets nasty sometimes.
Yeah, let me, one of the things that's interesting, and we kind of touched on this in the earlier in the conversation, was like these ideas of, static RNG, or just like a static, stable XP rate, or static stable resource extraction, whatever, versus the PVM side. So we got skilling, where it's most of the time you know exactly what you're going to get out of this hour of gathering. Like, you're going to get this many resources. There's no real RNG element. Like, yeah, maybe you'll hit like a few gems or some clue scrolls or something if you're mining for an hour, but like most of it's pretty dull. And there are some skillers, and I would probably put you into this camp. You can disagree if you want, but like that guaranteed output of this is what you're going to get. And then you got the other side of the coin, which is PVM, which is like, no, you do not know what you're going to get. Like, yeah, like you can expect a large amount of hours put into it. You can expect to get certain stuff, but there's no guarantee. And I wonder, there's some players that like love that RNG element. They love like the idea of going for something, and just like it's rare. It could just happen at any point. And we really rarely see that with skilling. I think skilling pets are probably the only thing that really like rings true. I'm trying to think of some other elements. Like you got mini games as well. If you wanted to go for like this, skilling outfit pieces, or like Guardians of the Rift has poles, Temperos has poles, other things like that are interesting. And I actually think they provide some really like interesting and fun gameplay to have, like loot crates and things like that. Like, as much as that just rings Toontown in my ears of like loot crates and fucking everything, like a lot of the time it's fun. Like it's just an enjoyable experience to, like, for example, do Temperos and then have like additional polls. And I think like getting fishing XP while you're polling is a great thing. Like, there's issues with Temperos. I'm not gonna just sit and say that's a perfect mini game, but like I wonder some of the time if there would be a way forward with skilling to add types of like almost like, somebody mentioned this, and I hate to even frame it this way, but I'm just gonna say it this way, like skilling mega rares, almost like an idea. Like, they kind of came out with they came out with tool seeds from Volcano's. I hate that place. Like, it's just so many issues with Volcano.
Absolutely.
But they have these tool seeds, and I wonder, like, would it be okay, like in your view, to have rare drops from skilling? So like you're doing a pretty monotonous method, but you're also hunting something that's maybe like a 30-hour grind to get, like, while you're skilling. So like you could happen, it could happen at any point. Do you think that would be a healthy change for the game?
I personally, that's like, I have sort of identified, I think, that as the main place where I think we have like a full-on values disagreement.
Yeah.
Where the idea of there being rare drops while I'm skilling sounds dreadful. Like, it would, but it would fundamentally ruin the experience for me in a way that I hopefully could explain. Because if I just say that, you're like,
no, I get that. And but let me also frame it this way. Like, think about the mining guild where you're going for expert mining gloves. It's not a rare drop, but you have to build up enough of these resources to buy the thing, and it's a very valuable glove. Are you more of a fan of that, or is even that kind of like
that's specifically
that's just
the
an hour's
distinction
grind.
is output randomness, right? Yeah. So the problem with the mega rare, as I'm envisioning it, is not that it's a skilling gear upgrade. Like, we haven't talked about skilling gear upgrades at all, but I think skilling gear upgrades are fantastic, and currently there aren't any good ones. But there should be more of them, where you get some gear upgrade and like fundamentally alters the nature of what you're doing, similar to the way that getting gear upgrades in PVM does. It's the output randomness aspect of it that's no good. So the expert mining gloves, for example, are quite fantastic because there's not any output randomness. You build up the unidentified minerals. It's kind of it's a weird resource. It's not like the best implementation of it, but the concept behind it, where there's no output randomness, and it's a gear upgrade. I think that's perfect.
What about, have you touched Veil Totems at all?
No, I haven't actually.
So what about a situation? So in Veil Totems, basically what you're doing is you're running around fixing totems and you get fletching XP, a very generous amount of it. But you get these Veil offerings that you can now open up. And so they're just a stackable thing. Every 100 is one offering that, or one, opening that you can do. And you have a chance of getting a fletching knife and the bowstring spool. The fletching knife's obviously huge if you just want to like AFK fletch stuff at one tick faster. Then the bowstring spool is obviously nice for the mini game, and also just if you wanted to like sit at a spinning wheel for whatever reason. But one of the cool aspects of it is like, yeah, you could just, it's like a 1 in 350 for the fletching knife, or 1 in 333 or whatever it is. And you could just get it early, but you can also, every single pull, you're getting 1 research point. So the knife can also be purchased for 350 research points, meaning that it is absolutely guaranteed that you will get it at this many pulls, but you can also get it early if you just got lucky. So I wonder, does that system...
Sort of like,
yeah,
is that sort of like, it's a dry protection implementation, right?
Correct. It's sort of like the Vorkath backpack where like you could get it before 50, but you're going to guarantee get it at 50.
Yeah. So that's sort of dry protection and all things like that are sort of tuning your output randomness aspect. But where I'm coming from, I'm sort of like saying, I don't like output randomness at all. So you tune it as much as you like. I'm sort of just begrudgingly accepting it.
Yeah. So you would prefer it to always guarantee be, no, you must purchase this at 350 points, and there is no chance of you getting it earlier, because that chance of getting it earlier just sucks.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And so I think this is a perfect dovetail to specifically ask this question, which is, what is the identity of skilling? What distinguishes skilling from PVM? Like, we can't just be going, okay, we're gonna just, everything is mechanically the same. It's just a different coat of paint. PVM and skilling are basically the same in terms of mechanics. It's a different number going up. Like, I think that there needs to be a coherent answer to that question. What is the identity of skilling that distinguishes it from PVM?
Mm-hmm.
And that's sort of a question that has to be answered somewhat with authority that I don't have, right? I'm just a new player. So I'll give my take, but this is specifically why I have been researching what skillers say on that question. Like, what am I hearing when they talk about what's good about skilling and distinguishes skilling from the rest of the game? And the most incisive answer to that question I've arrived at is, with PVM, the thing that you're being tested with, so like your mastery, the domain of mastery that you're working in, is similar to fighting games, actually. It's precision, dexterity, finesse, reflexes, the ability to perform under pressure, right? This is sort of what you're being tested on. And with skilling, I don't hear anything like that when I'm hearing hardcore skillers sort of describe in this introspective mode. What I hear them talk about is endurance, consistency, and discipline. So like that's skilling, and PVM is like sort of the more of the fighting game skill set.
Yeah.
And that probably explains why I'm drawn more so towards the skilling aspect of the game, because I've already satisfied that drive that PVM is satisfying in people when I play fighting games. So I'm not like looking for a dexterity test when I'm playing RuneScape, because I already have that when I'm playing Tekken.
Yeah. Interesting.
What do you think of that sort of line?
That's totally accurate right now. I would argue that really has been the sort of what the skilling culture has kind of become, and what it's always sort of been designed to be as well, as like just a consistency type vibe where you just go in and get it done, which I'm
Do you agree
sure.
with that as being like it should stay like that, or do you
No,
have a different
I
vision
agree
for?
that that's what it is currently.
Okay.
And I also think that it could
Do you
be
have do you
much
have a
more.
competing answer? So like,
Yeah,
do you have
I would say
something that
skilling.
will keep skilling as having some identity, but it's a
Yeah,
different one?
I would say skilling optimally. Skilling has high skill expression, which right now it
So does
really.
PVM though, right?
Yeah, PVM has that as well. So I guess
So where's the
um,
distinction?
does there need to be a distinction though? If it is just it has mutual, identification, like it has one for each. Like, is that?
I think so, yeah, because like this is a sandbox game, right? There's going to be different things for everyone in the game,
Yeah.
and so you're just saying, well, just make skilling just like PVM.
I'm
It's
not
like,
saying
why?
make it. I'm not saying make it just like PVM. I think that there are distinctions. Like, I don't want to be killing shit. I don't want there to be. Not like PVM has much risk these days, but I don't want skilling to have risk. I don't want you to be killing stuff when with skilling. Like, I think skilling bosses is just like, what are we doing here? And I think honestly, like the people that keep inching towards like skilling raids and stuff, I'm like, fuck no. Like, don't make it so that we literally kill off all identity of skilling just by going into a raid and then getting skilling XP, because that'll just completely destroy skilling. Like, there's other ways forward. I think a lot of the identity of skilling, at least in contrast to PVM, which I'll kind of like focus in on. And again, this is something I haven't like thoroughly sat down and thought of, so it is just kind of riffing off right now, just off the top of my head. But I think there should be like almost like a cyclical nature. Like, it should have cycles. There should be like very, very strong rhythm. There should be very predictable anticipation of things going on. Whereas I think PVM can be a lot more like variable. Like, you can just have a fight go crazy. I think there still is a lot of a lot of what am I trying to say? Like, PVM
You're thinking of the
should,
choreography thing. You're thinking of the choreography thing.
but yeah, but even PVM should still be relatively rhythmic and cyclical as well. I think the best bosses in general are ones that, like, the best fights, I should say. Like, you look at the Ulm fight. Like, the Ulm fight really is satisfying a lot of things because it is cyclical and it's just, it has this sort of rhythmic flow to it, which I think skilling needs to lean more into.
Okay.
So there's, let me actually kind of change how I'm going to answer this by saying, like, what does PVM do right that skilling should imitate? And I think the things that skilling or that PVM does right that skilling should imitate is rhythm, like heavy rhythm that isn't very clear. Because I think one of the beauties of tick manipulation is that a lot of this shit isn't very clear. Like, you kind of just figure it out. And I think there is some, I don't know, you'd actually might have like a better like kind of grasp on why this is the case, but something about figuring out or discovery, like discovery in video games, like you mentioned earlier, is part of the nectar of like any video game experience. Like, you want to figure things out.
Yeah.
And if everything's just laid out for you, like we bring up the example of Giant's Foundry, where it's just like, hey, just go to this fucking station like a 3-year-old and go click on these colors and whatever. Like, this is terrible. And there's no real depth to it. There's no depth. And so like skilling needs to have this deep depth, which is lacking in a lot of situations. It needs to have real skill expression that can be had. And yeah, I think PVM in a lot of areas does that well. Like, you look at any sort of fight, like just look at the Tob fight. When you're fighting Verzik at the end of Tob, you got like in P2, you got a 4-tick rhythm going on. There's no indication that this is 4-tick, but she's throwing out stuff every 4 ticks, and you got to go in and out every 4 ticks, and then there's an end of a cycle to that, and then she goes into a 7-tick rhythm all of a sudden. There's no indication that this is 7-tick. You figure it out, and you do the step unders every 7 ticks, and like that kind of stuff, that discovery and that like figuring out things with a little bit of it is more dynamic. Like, there are shifts and things. Like, the problem with skilling is it's like, here's the method, this is all it is ever, and have fun for the next 300 hours.
Yeah.
You need to have like breaks, and you need to have like transition. What am I trying to say? Transitions. I was going to say
Transient.
like transient. I was going to say transitiatory or whatever the fuck. Transient elements where it's like, okay, you've now. I know I'm just kind of rambling at this point, but there's
Okay.
another thought that there's a thought that's creeping into my head, which is there's no objective with skilling ultimately. Like when you go into a boss, you're fighting the boss until it dies. And with skilling, it's like, hey, this shit is endlessly respawning forever. Have fun. Like there needs to be objectives. And I think that genuinely skilling would be a lot more like, it would be embraced a lot better by a vast majority of players if there were actual objectives. So like, for example, if they were to come out with, and this is not about Volcanic Mine. I think Volcanic Mine is whatever. It's not that great, but it's something. But like if you were to have like a legitimate mining, like underground mine shaft thing that you go down into like a mine cart, you go down there and there is a clear objective. You got to clear out all this fucking rubble. And there's none of that bullshit tick delays where you're sitting there for 5 seconds clicking things. No, it's instantaneous. Like you're just like one ticking things over and over, clearing out this rubble, and you're finding interesting little rocks that are more valuable and shit. And you're just clearing out this whole area, maybe even setting dynamite on things to explode walls and stuff. And there is just a set objective: clear out this fucking place and then leave the exit. It's like, so there's legitimate reason that you're doing it. It's not just mine rocks until you get bored. Like they're just gonna keep respawning. Just click on these 4 rocks for the end of time. It's so dull. Like imagine PVM was just hit this boss over and over until you're bored. Like it's just, that's gem crab. Like imagine literal like gem crab was the extent of PVM. It's gonna respawn, you know, the same state it's been. Nothing's really changing. You just hit the boss whenever you want. Like this is skilling, and it's like, dude, we gotta have objectives in skilling. We gotta have like. And there's objectives with skilling bosses, but they're so poorly implemented. Like I think Guardians of the Earth is probably the best example of a legitimate objective in rune crafting. But we could have legit solo experiences of skilling, and even like duo experience, something that's a little bit more contained. Because one of the problems with skilling mini games is that there's no way you can design it in a fun, interesting, like a super fun, interesting way that can also be scaled from 1 to 1 million people. Like you just can't figure that out. Like that's impossible. You need to contain it. So something like a 5-person like mining raid, you go down and you clear out this shit, or like a fishing, almost like a fishing competition. Like imagine you were to get involved, and this would have to have some balancing issues with it, because ultimately you just pair up with like bots that aren't doing anything, or like AFK things. But like imagine those legit fishing competitions where like there's like a 5v5 at a fucking fishing spot, and the fishing spot's actually enjoyable to do. And you race to see how much fish you can get in like a certain amount of time, and you're actually competing with other clans or whatever, or other like 5-man teams and stuff. And again, how you balance that, I'm not exactly sure, because they've always had problems with that. But like legitimate objectives, even some competition thrown in here and there, like that's the kind of stuff that is awesome. I mean, and the last thing I'll bring up,
cooperative, competitive, like some kind of MMO aspect. To it.
Yeah, and they got to have some sort of coordination with it. A lot of the skilling mini games we see, it's like you just do whatever you want. It's basically a solo experience. You can entity hide everybody, and there's no real team play. Imagine there was a 5-man clearing out a whole section of rocks, and in some of the sections, the only way to mine the rock is to get all of you, or to get 4 of you on each side of the rock and mine, at the same time relatively, so it's like you all have to like load up your pickaxe right then, and you all have to hit it at the same time, or like some sort of coordinated effort that is rhythmic. It's satisfying. It's not just tilting and brain off and just click rocks whenever you want, but there's rhythm to it. Like that's the kind of stuff that going forward, I know I'm just throwing out random ideas that are just all over the place, but it's like you need to have objectives and competition and something that's more than just click these rocks for 300 hours over and over.
Yeah, so I think if I'm trying to break down the answer that you just gave there, you mentioned like risk killing stuff, like you don't think it should be raids for skilling, but like rhythm predictability is important.
Yep.
There's a distinction in the choreography, perhaps is how I'd phrase that, and there's a lot that can be learnt from PVM because PVM is just it's currently designed better. Like they have more of their game designers working on that. More of their professional game design talent is directing its energy towards making PVM better. So it's better at its job currently. And then the objectives thing, I think that's sort of the gameplay loops critique that I was making, which is most skilling gameplay loops are so short that it feels like you're just repeating the same thing over and over again. Whereas like a raid has a gameplay loop of like 20 minutes where you're going through this whole sequence of events that makes it feel not as repetitive. And skilling is kind of lacking that in some degrees. And I agree absolutely. That's most of what my critique in that essay was, is that there are lots of things that can be learnt from PVM that could improve skilling. The part that I am hung up on is, or rather, the main pushback that I got on my essay from skillers was that I didn't devote any time to that identity question. So, and the way that this was expressed was like, oh, bro, this guy just wants to make PVM just like skilling exactly the same as PVM. Like, you're going to ruin what I like about skilling. Because there is a distinct psychological need being satisfied by what skilling is providing versus what PVM is providing. And so while there are lots of aspects that can be learnt from PVM, we have to also identify what that distinction is and make sure that that is still being preserved while we are improving the game design of skilling and learning from PVM. And so that's why I think the distinction is needed. And so when I'm looking at the list of distinctions that you're giving, like risk, for example, there are skilling methods that have risk, primarily wilderness risk. So like you've got the agility wilderness course, and Black Chins is technically like Hunter EHP, and that is inherently risky. And I don't know if you know, but Hebox has a proposal that he made public like 2 years ago about a rework for the wilderness resource area. So skillers are obviously embracing risk already as like an aspect to it. So I don't think that is necessarily going to be a distinction that lands with them either. Like
well,
they're not going to think
wilderness risk is just so much different. Like that's a whole separate thing in my view, where like one, I don't know. Wilderness is, oh my god, yeah. I don't know if we should even actually touch on this. This is gonna lead down a whole nother.
No, we just like the risk thing. I think is not sufficiently incisive because
that's fair.
People from both camps are kind of open to risk as a design tool, and so what we're sort of left with there, I don't think that there's. I think the only distinction left there was raids, which I think is presumably referring to mega rares aspect of it, or do you mean just like the sequencing of like one thing and then this thing and then this thing and this thing, or is it like the group content aspect of it?
The reason I mentioned raids was, I mean, I'm against a skilling raid, like full stop. Like I just don't think that would ever be good for the game. But I like that in certain fights in raids, it fulfills this sort of rhythmic undertone where like it's not clear what's happening necessarily, but when you figure it out, it's like one of the most satisfying experiences. So like figuring out how to perfectly do I forget what Adicon coined it as, it's not butterfly, it's some other thing. It's like some pog tanking, that's what he called pog tanking Verzik. It's like Verzik is a 7x7 square, and it's attacking at the very, in rage phase, it's attacking every 5 ticks. So you're able to like basically maneuver. Actually, I don't even know if it's a 7x7, maybe it's a 6x6. I can't remember. But you're running around basically and hitting these corners where you're perfectly stepping under every 5 ticks and also swiping your 5 tick weapon here and there, and just doing this fucking beautiful dance with all your teammates if they know how to do it properly. And like Ulm is just 4-1 and 4-0, where you can just perfectly time so you never get attacked or only get attacked once every 4 cycles. And there's like these really interesting mechanics where like if skilling could somehow imitate it in a skilling way, where like there is some there's just some undertone that's not very like choreographed, like it's not there, but when you figure it out and you're performing correctly and doing this nice rhythmic thing that isn't just that rhythm for 300 hours, it's like consistently kind of transitioning between a different phase. Like I think that's where you still are getting everything that you're kind of coining as skilling, which is like the consistency and the whatever it is, but you're also leaning into the rhythm and this sort of like skill expression that can be had that just really is not being shown at all with skilling. Like skilling, it just ends up being way too choreographed, or it's just knife log.
Yeah. Well, so do you not think that like Hallowed Sepulchre kind of satisfies that? Maybe not ideally, but it's like leaning well in that direction.
Yeah, it's Hallowed Sepulchre, I agree with you, is the gold standard. It's just like very, very well. It is choreographed, obviously, but it's like it you could have choreographed things when it comes to I think it works very well with skills that don't really have a clear identity of gatherer or like bank standing skill, like thieving and even construction and like agility are all in those kind of weird zones where it's like they're not really the same with sailing technically, but like they're not really gatherers, they're not really like viables. And you can do a lot with them that are interesting. So like, yeah, those are the ones you can play with the most. I think it gets a little bit it's harder to come out with something novel from like mining, fishing, or woodcutting and stuff. It just feels like you can't really break free of that mold too much, or else you're not gonna like land with the identity of the skill.
Like thematically.
Yeah, it's a bit tougher. I think like for example, like thieving, you have I hate how like thieving right now is in this weird state where everything's just like pickpocketing, or like I guess you have pyramid plunder, which is terrible. Like it literally falls flat on every single one of your points of like the whole output.
The only thieving method that I think is any good is doing the artifacts in port, the Piscarius.
Yeah, that shit.
Like,
I mean, and the only reason that method is so good is because it's so generous with XP. If it was half the XP, it'd instantly be like, this shit sucks.
Well, yeah, but that applies to pretty much anything, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of like what it's doing mechanically, the gameplay loop is, in that nice sweet spot for me, which is like
it is nice.
40 to 60 seconds. There's some degree of mastery over it, like being able to efficiently move as quickly as possible while dodging the guards.
Totally. And you can add additional skilling, like glass blowing.
You can add the fire making. I like the fire making.
And the ashes and stuff.
Yeah. But it's pretty primitive. Like if I were to look at thieving and just be like, make thieving better, it would be take the artifacts and just make a 10 times better version of that.
Yeah, I mean that at that point it's just agility. Like I think you can make a legitimate agility mini game out of artifacts like that, and you can just do it a combo. I get a little bit worried about combo methods, especially when they're like going to be AHP, because you're just getting rid of another method. You feel similarly about combo methods?
The thing that I don't really like. I like it when it's something that you have zero time, like fire making. I actually really like fire making, but I don't want to digress too much. The aspect of the artifacts that distinguishes it from Hallowed Sepulchre, I think, is that with artifacts, the principal goal is to get to the destination, steal the thing, and then bring it back. Whereas with the Hallowed Sepulchre, the principal goal thematically just seems to be dodging all the traps.
Yeah.
With the artifacts, it's like dodging the guards. The guards are going to catch you. You're like a criminal, and there are people that are going to catch you. Whereas Hallowed Sepulchre is like, maybe it's just because the obstacles are NPCs, or they're not people, they're traps. So it's kind of your agility is like dodging an inanimate object, whereas not inanimate, it's an uninstalled object. I don't know what word to use exactly, but yeah, that seems like the thematic distinction. You're dodging patrols
objects
rather than dodging
NPCs.
traps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me just pitch this to you. This is something that I think would obviously change. It would change Pyramid Plunder, and again, like you would upset like 10 players that really hold true to Pyramid Plunder being the greatest thing of all time. And I'm just thinking, like, dude, imagine they came out with Pyramid Plunder, but there's no fucking weird delays. There's no like run to the like, disable trap when you enter any door and then walk 2 tiles. Like, why the fuck are we walking? You're in a fucking pyramid. Like, jump, like run across. The, like clean up this place, and then imagine.
I should be feeling like I'm Indiana Jones when I'm doing Pyramid Plunder.
Yeah. Like everything should be running, and it's like, okay. Yeah. The other thing is, what if every single urn in there was one ticked? I'm talking like you'd obviously have to tone back the XP per urn, but like imagine you run in there and you find the most optimal path of looting the urns, and maybe even it somewhat randomizes. So like you in real time need to find the optimal path of one ticking all these urns.
Yeah.
And you go boom, boom, boom. You're making diagonals and you're trying to figure it out in real time while doing it, like boom, boom, boom. And then you go to the next door and there's none of that fucking sit, click the door, wait 2 ticks for it to register if it's a door that's unlocked or not. Oh, no, you got to go to the next one, run across the room. Nope, not this one. Run across the next one, wait for 4 more ticks. This one. It's like that's the kind of shit that slows and makes everything sticky. Yeah. Imagine it was just, you load every urn, all of a sudden the next door opens. Boom, you know what it is, go in. And then you are into the next room and there's like legitimate, like there's just a reason to be as fast as humanly possible, so everything is one ticked. Like, bro, if they came out with a minigame
that would
like
feel
that,
really good. Yeah,
that would feel fucking incredible. And there's no stickiness. Yeah. There's no like getting eaten by a fucking snake or whatever 5 times in a row, just getting pissed off. Yeah, like that's the kind of shit that I would love to see. Like, so again, like thieving and agility is specifically have this wide open window of just like it's endless possibilities with like some really interesting mechanics. It's a lot of movement based stuff, and I want to just see them lean into one ticking stuff and like real time strategy of where to go next. Like boom, right there. Like, that would be so interesting.
No, I'd be fully down for that. You should try and flesh that out into like a little design document. Maybe you can get something going.
No, I mean, the thing is, I'm not an artist, so a lot of this stuff never lands quite well enough unless you have legitimate like art involved. So I need to like get somebody on board that's as passionate as I am, that's willing to spend a week or two like fucking.
Yeah, well, I'm in the same boat as you. My drawings were very primitive for my proposals.
Little circles.
But I think you can get a lot across.
You can. But and to be honest, like okay, I want to actually bring up one more example. This is okay. You may have seen this. I've pitched this before, like on stream and stuff. But have you ever seen those IRL videos of? There's like people in these like light rooms. I don't know where they are. They're at like an arcade or something. And basically the floor lights up and you try to dodge the lights basically. And you're just running around this little area. Imagine, have you ever, I don't know if you've ever done CG, have you?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So, but you know about CG, like the Hunlift fight. You're just in the square room, whatever. And there's lights that you got to dodge on the floor. Can you imagine there was a light puzzle similar to like those IRL things for agility? So you're in this like contained room. Maybe it's like a 12 by 12 area or 16 by 16, whatever the size room, it doesn't really matter. But you are basically seeing lights moving across the floor endlessly. And maybe they could even be in a static pattern where it's just a memory game at this point. But you now need to dodge all these lights. So there's obviously skip overs. You can skip over lights and stuff, but you see the lights coming. So there'd be like one beam kind of coming down from north to south, and then the other way east to west. And then all of a sudden there's some diagonals coming, and then there's just like 2 diagonals crossing over each other, and you have to perfectly dodge this. And it's just it's a tile grid area, so it's very clear where you are and where the lights are. And all you are literally doing the whole time is just dodging lights, and it just gets progressively more insane as you go. And I don't know if you've ever played Geometry Dash on your phone, have you?
I've seen it, but I haven't played it.
Bro, Geometry Dash is like exactly what I've been wanting for so much. Like for agility in this game, I want to see something like Geometry Dash where it's like, this is a super fast paced, super simplistic sort of like rhythm type vibe where all you're doing is just memorizing the course. Like the course is super, super difficult. But as soon as you know the tiles, you're going to look like a fucking wizard to everybody else because you've figured out and you've memorized exactly where to stand, exactly where to go. And I feel like a light puzzle that's on the ground, you'd be a fucking god, like just rolling up in there and just, even if it was like a public venue, like imagine there's just like little cages where you go into and other people can spectate you dancing on the fucking light floor in OSRS, and you're just getting like agility XP the whole time, just running and dodging lights and shit. Like, who knows if that would be like, just wouldn't land well for people. But you could throw in additional elements as well of like little, again, because I think, sorry.
The main thing that immediately comes to mind is the Blood Waves portion of the Drakan fight. Like you could have something
not that aggressive. Like that looked very jank, to be fair.
It was like I'm trying to think of how this would be implemented in a way that wouldn't feel as kind of jank as that.
Well, that was jank because you're literally like jumping like 4 fucking tiles across something, and the waves are just like absolutely, like this would be very, very standard basic OSRS where it's literally just lights on the floor, like lights are moving. There's no actual object, but then I think a way to have that additional randomization is add random pillars that pop up that you can touch. They're almost like little ticket dispensers. So you could memorize the full route perfectly and just, okay, now I have like literally 5 minutes memorized of this light puzzle. I'm just going to go to town, like click on all these tiles because I know it like the back of my hand because I've been doing it for hours and hours and hours. But now there's little dispensers that are popping up on little tiles. So now it's like, okay, can I somehow get out of my rhythm briefly, click this dispenser for additional XP and get right back into my cycle? They're not obligatory, but you can still do it if you wanted to maximize your XP per hour or something, or maybe reward potential. And I think, something like that
mechanically like kind of how the Brimhaven agility course works.
Oh, it'd be nothing like this. Like the only similarity would just be like a little dispenser sticking up all of a sudden. But I'm talking, you are just.
But it also like it determines like which route you take as well, which ticket is got the arrow on it, right? That's sort of analogous to which square you are clicking on, but it's just more juicy when it's all on the floor. It's more contained space.
Slightly analogous to that, where it's just like, okay, you have a random pillar that's now popped up, and the pillar could not even be there normally. It could literally, the pillar could rise up from that tile and only be there for 12 ticks or something. You got 12 ticks to now reroute your little perfectly memorized location, and this is the thing that's randomizing everything. So it's like you can perfectly memorize for 5 minutes this perfect light puzzle basically on the floor, but if you really want to maximize, you gotta get out of sync a little bit here and there and then jump right back in, which would be the very, very difficult part about it, I think.
Yeah, I definitely want the sequence to not be 5 minutes long. Of like,
no, it would just be endless. It would literally be like an endless thing. You just go as long as you fucking can, and it just gets harder and harder.
No, I mean like the memorization sequence specifically, like memorizing 5 minutes of a sequence sounds. I don't know.
But you would this would be upsetting if it was always randomized. That would be tilting because you never fucking know what's going on. I think it would be much more satisfying for a human. Like I'm just thinking of like and the reason I mention this is because I've played Geometry Dash, and Geometry Dash is a set level, and it is the exact same. And every time you fail, you're instantly right back at the beginning, already going. Like there's no pause, quit. Like, oh, you got to take 15-second break. Like, no, you fail and you're right back into the beginning again. So it's like this light puzzle would be perfectly static, perfectly set to be like difficult. It could literally run for, I say endless, but maybe it could end at like 20 minutes. But you just got like, you got these fucking wizards in the game that are like super, got that sprinkle going for them, and they just fucking memorize a 20-minute light puzzle, and you're just like seeing them literally memorize the whole thing. Like honestly, and it doesn't need to be that extreme. I'm making some super extremes. They could just be short levels. It could be like, okay, this level's a minute long. You memorize this, you get to level 2, and that's what it is. But I think a sort of endless version would actually be kind of fucking entertaining to watch people do.
And so I'm clear, there's input randomness in which pillar comes up and decides which course that you have to play. But
no. So let me just paint this. So there's different variations, but I'll share the very basic one. It's just one endless level. Now, this is the very basic. You could obviously just have different levels, but you go in. What you're doing is you're entering a 16 by 16 square, which is a 16 by 16 grid. And all of a sudden you're in there. You can stand wherever you want. It's free moving. You just move wherever you want. And there's lights that are going to slowly move toward you. Maybe they start just moving every 2 ticks or something toward you. Just something very fucking basic. And then they start actually zooming fast. Like they start going every 1 tick, but then you know how in like Toa, they have like the floor kind of bouncing and kind of gridding faster. They could add something like that. But even if it only ever ended up being a 1 tick speed the whole time, that would be enough, because you'd have different crisscrossing patterns and stuff coming at you. And you have to never touch the light. You have to be on the dark squares at all times. So there's light squares that are lighting up all the time. You see them coming from corners. And it's always a static run. Like it's always going to be the exact same light patterns the whole time. And they keep progressively changing, but it's always going to be the same. So like, at 60-second mark, you know exactly what it's going to be. So you can fully memorize this thing if you were if you just memorized it, you know?
It's like similar to memorizing the course that the fish go and doing deep sea trawling.
But even beyond that, because it would just keep changing. I mean, it could maybe have some repetition here and there, like where it's like, okay, for this next minute, it's going to have these crisscrossing patterns that are different from the previous minutes, but it's going to go like this for a minute. And then the next minute, you're going to see some different patterns entirely, like maybe a star blooming from the center that's expanding outward that you now have to jump over. And again, nothing's actually jumping. You're just moving, you know, you're skipping 2 tiles over. And then to add the randomness is just little pillars that stick up randomly throughout the thing that just show, hey, if you run over to here and click this dispenser right here, you're going to get an additional reward or additional XP or whatever it is. So that if you were that person that memorized the entire thing, you have to get out of your cycle. So if you're like, okay, I know in this little segment, I'm just going to go back and forth between these 2 tiles because I know I'm never going to get hit by the light because I've memorized that these are the 2 safe tiles. But then you see a pillar over here in the middle of the room. You're like, fuck, I should probably go touch it. So that's the memorization that's sort of expanding the dynamic element of it.
Yeah.
If that makes
so
sense.
Like going back to your geometry dash comparison, it would be sort of like you're doing a map in any rhythm game, a beat map based rhythm game like Geometry Dash, and then in the middle of the map, the game throws something at you that kind of throws off your rhythm, and you got to kind of reconnect.
And it's a choice. It's still a choice, but like because you could just stay in your rhythm. You're like, I don't feel comfortable going for that. Like that looks way too risky. But it technically would. They'd have to design it in a way. This is where like the design process, they'd have to master it. But like you'd always have to put a pillar where it absolutely is possible at every point to get this. But like there can't be a pillar where it's just impossible. Like this was like an impossible task. You got to be possible every time.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting idea. I guess I'm like a little bit. My thought is that I can't think of a rhythm game that does something like that, which makes me a little bit suspicious that maybe it just wouldn't feel very fun when it's actually done in practice. Like when you're playing a rhythm game, you really want to lock in on the beat map that you're doing, and if there's something in there that's throwing you off, that might just come across as annoying rather than cool.
Yeah, no,
But
I mean,
it's definitely possible that it's just no one's ever thought to try it.
Yeah, no, I think it could be interesting, and it sounds like really simple, legitimately to design. I think just the light patterns themselves can just be very basic sort of shapes and patterns and diagonals and flat lines going across, and you could just easily do something like that. But yeah, just something that feels way different than what we're used to. And it's like, bro, if people are sick of rooftops, just go over to this fucking place and do a light puzzle like over and over, like on the floor.
Yeah, like even if you just forget about the randomness, say it is just a consistent thing. We don't have input randomness at all. It's just here's the beat map.
Yeah,
People love playing rhythm games. They're just beat maps. You got to learn the track. Maybe there's an actual music track that is tied to it as well, so you can have the game.
Have to be 100 BPM, but yeah.
Cool. It would be. That would be a restriction on it, but I mean,
straight up actually. That would straight up land if they just added a music track that perfectly syncs up right when you start it. Yeah, that'd be sick.
Maybe they would have some trouble implementing that because I think the music box is not necessarily tied to the server tick thing, but I'm sure that there's some way that you could do
They
that.
could figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that
Yeah.
sounds
Anyway, that was a
interesting.
big ramble
Yeah,
on that one, but
that's all right. No, that's good. Yeah, I guess I'm still left stuck on
the
where the
identity.
distinction, yeah, like
Yeah.
specifically where the distinction would come from. Where would you go? This is something that I would put in PVM, but I wouldn't put in skilling because that's not suitable for it. And I think so far the only thing that has really stuck out is just like the killing stuff thing. So like the thematic aspect of it.
Yeah.
Nothing mechanical. There's no mechanical distinction. So the psychological experience that you have while you're playing the game is going to be the same for both eventually, if it's caught up to scratch.
Well, let me just mention a distinction I see in PVM, which I've kind of hinted on, but not specifically, is we're going back to just like a rock. You know, if you see a rock, let's just say you're mining, you see a classic rock 2 tiles away from you. You cannot just click that rock like you could an NPC 2 tiles away from you. Because if you clicked an NPC with a sword in your hand 2 tiles away from you, that very next server tick, you're hitting it. Like you're seeing an
you got
XP
moves
drop.
and attacks on the same tick. Yeah,
and that's fucking satisfying. We don't really talk about that, but that's extremely
imagine
satisfying.
if you didn't do that. Imagine if you walked there and then hit him. That would
imagine you walk there and wait
that.
2 ticks and then hit him. It's like, dude, what is this? That would feel like Brighter Shores, bro. I haven't actually played Brighter Shores. I've seen people talk about it, and it's like, dude, there's like 2 different menu options before you can actually start engaging in attack. It's like, dude, you just got to make it left click. I'm sorry, this is terrible. But like, imagine that kind of like, that's the kind of stuff I want to see translated over from PVM to skilling. It's nothing really identity. It's like the rhythm and the satisfaction and the just getting to the point. Like, okay, we don't need to sit at a rock here for 5 seconds. We need to get the resource and move on and feel that just pleasure of hitting the resource and hitting the tree or hitting the whatever fishing spot. Like I want to see more instant boom, you're there, you're out, no stickiness involved, no sitting there waiting for your dude picking your nose. Like and I think that's one of the things that, again, I'm not really getting to the core of your question of what really separates it. It's mainly because I haven't really considered the language behind and just being able to brainstorm on my own time what are the actual distinctions. But there's just things I want to see translated over from PVM to skilling that isn't destroying anything. It's just getting rid of the stupid stuff that skilling is always involved with, which is like clicking an object and waiting 5 seconds for something to happen. Just terrible.
Yeah, like the juice. Like we need the juice.
The juice, exactly.
Yeah. And so essentially I'm just trying to go one step further to being like, okay, we're going to learn all these things from PVM. How do we make sure that when we have done all that, we haven't lost something? Like we haven't just turned skilling into a reskinned PVM? Because that was by far overwhelmingly the main critique I got to my essay from skillers. Where they're saying like, you're just going to turn PVM skilling into the same as PVM. So like, what was the point of that? And I think that's a valid critique, and that's why I think having this distinction is important, because there is something qualitatively different between PVM and skilling, and it's the skills that I mentioned. Like I think that's the clearest one that I've found, and it seems to line up very well with what I hear skillers talk about when they talk about playing the game.
Yeah. And let me make it clear, I guess, to the audience. I don't want to see skilling radically changed in like the traditional sense. Like I'm not one of those players that's like get rid of AFK stuff. Like I like the idea of having this game have the option of being idle, of relatively idle. I don't like what they've done with the whole like logout timer. I'm okay with it now because I just realized vast majority of players do, which is again just kind of moving, just slightly progressing my views just to keep in touch with the player base. But like the 30-minute AFK timer was a mistake in my view. It's like, why did we, like, I felt like 5 minutes maybe was just a bit too short, but like 10 minutes was like the sweet spot in my view, because that's also when the you know, the aggro timers stop as well. Like I felt like 10 minutes was good, but now it's like you can just sit on your boat and salvage for 30 minutes without ever touching anything. It's like, this is the kind of stuff that I'm against, but ultimately I'm okay with AFK skilling and people just wanting to chill out and never engage with skilling. Like I'm totally cool with that. I just want the best of both worlds. I want there to be just super idle skilling for people, and then I want there to be really interesting methods that show off, you know, how much skill expression you can really have, like similar to PVM. You have PVM that's super brain dead. You can just AFK a Slayer task fully and just aggro pot and prayer pot up. And then you can also do like Inferno and stuff. And I want to see the same thing with skilling, where there's just super active methods that are super fun and engaging. I don't want to destroy the skilling identity. Like I want, and I don't want to remove other things too.
Yeah, that's why I think it's like it's necessary to identify where that line is, and if we don't actually end up identifying that, then we would, I think, necessarily end up doing that accidentally, because we're failing the understanding the whole situation properly step before making changes. And that's where the conservative temperament kind of wins out over us, because we're the progressive force that is we're breaking things in the goal of making things better.
Yeah. Do you think that adding new methods, like adding new skilling methods, would destroy skilling? Like, do you think if everything were maintained as is, and only going forward they just added, you know, they would obviously add the occasional AFK things, but they really focus in on like really, you know, pushing the limits of like challenge with skilling and real-time strategy and stuff. Like, do you think that would destroy? And I'm asking you personally, like, because we haven't defined it. But
I think there are so many progressive changes to skilling that I would propose, and plenty more that I don't have the creative energy to come up with, that I'd be like, yeah, that's awesome. Like, you know, that 12 by 12 dance floor thing, you just pop up and I'm like, I've never heard of that before, but that sounds awesome. There are countless things that could be added to improve skilling that I don't think would violate this distinction that I'm envisioning.
So there really isn't much that could be added new, as long as things are maintained the way they are currently, like just older content.
Well, even like I've advocated power creeping 3-4 granite, for example, so I'm not even too concerned about the method itself remaining to exist, so long as we have a good reason that the thing that's replacing it is better in some way, that it's satisfying the same drive that 3-4 granite was satisfying, while also improving on it in some other aspect. And being very careful to make sure that first step has been done, because if you don't do that first step, then you are like destroying something, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll tell you right now, I won't be able to define the distinctions at this point. But if I really gave it a good think and stuff, we'd be able to have a secondary conversation at some point.
Yeah, awesome.
What's next?
So would I be able to just roll through, because that's like the distinction, but I want to sort of make the case for why I find that compelling as well.
Okay.
Because I'm just saying, like, endurance, consistency, discipline, you're like, okay, like, sure, but like, why? Like, what is going on in your brain when that is being tested? So I think the clearest way to distinguish that is, if you think about completing the Colosseum, right? All of the skills being tested doing that. And then you contrast that with the skill that is being tested to do a 6-hour granite nerd log. What is the difference there? Like, which skills are being tested on that one and which ones were being tested on the other? And it's that distinction, right? Endurance, consistency, and discipline versus precision, dexterity, finesse, reflexes, performing under pressure. So I would think, like, okay.
I'd also argue maybe fighting boredom, but as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. That's actually a pretty central part of this. Because the follow-up question is, okay, well, like right now, if you wanted to, maybe not today, but tomorrow, if you wanted to, do you think you could, and you could sit down and just do a 6-hour Granite nerdlog right now? They say they give you Gnome Cube, so you don't have to worry about the hand soreness issue.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you think you could do that?
Oh,
Easy?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, what if we take away the stream, so you're not streaming, but you listen to music instead? Still fine?
Oh, yeah. No, I'd be much happier doing it off stream. As soon as I'm on stream, I'm like, fuck, now I have to try to hold a conversation while I do this.
All right. What if we take away the music? So you can't listen to music at all. You can't have anything else on any other monitor. The only thing that you have is the 3-tick-4 Granite. Does that sound like it's easier? Does it sound like it's harder?
It is harder, but I could still manage it. I've played this game a lot in silence, so maybe I'm just unique that way.
But it makes it a lot harder, right? So something in your brain has been given an extra weight, and that thing is your capacity to focus your attention, your ability to sit down and stop your mind from wandering without,
getting distracted.
Without getting distracted, because the music is a bit of stimulus that helps keep you focused on the topic. So we could go a step further and go, okay, let's say it's not Granite anymore. Now you're doing Arty Rooftop. You have to do Arty Rooftop with no music. You can't do anything else at the same time for 6 hours. Does that sound like it's harder or easier?
It's honestly a tough one because I'd probably say it's easier, only because it's just less demanding. Yeah, okay. I could just like not have to fucking drop rocks.
Yeah,
it would be less like stimulating, but if it were up to me, it would honestly just be about wrist.
Okay.
It almost it literally is just about bodily functionality. Like I'd rather just click less, because then I could just think more.
The physical thing is getting in the way. Okay. So like, even if you have Gnome Cube, and let's say you didn't have to do any dropping, so you have Gnome Cube and you have an Infernal Axe that burns everything every time.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot of clicking, but you're still doing the 3-tick Granite.
Yeah.
Compare that to Arty Rooftops. Which one of those sounds? And you're doing it in total silence.
Yeah.
No other stimulation.
It also, there's a big factor here which we're missing, which is what's going to progress my goals forward. So like,
of course.
So like I'm playing new accounts and stuff. So like if it were up to me, I would probably say mining, just because it would get me closer to my mining goal. I'd say.
Okay.
I could do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. So it's like tough. I could honestly do both, because I have done both.
Sure.
Not with the convenience of Gnome Cube and not dropping, but yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Because the way I'm thinking about it is the idea of doing Arty Rooftop for 6 hours with no other stimulation. That sounds completely fucking impossible. Like, I could not do that. Like, that sounds like insane levels of focus. That
I wouldn't want to do it, but I definitely could do it.
No.
You said you couldn't do it? You could do it.
I think I physically could not do that. I think, well,
really?
I mean, as an example, I tried a couple of months ago. I challenged myself. Can I stare at a wall for half an hour?
Oh God, that's hard.
Can I stare? And I literally could not do that.
Have you tried closing your eyes for half an hour? Bro, put a fucking blindfold over yourself in midday when you're wide awake. That shit's so hard. Actually, you know what's funny? That just side tangent just on this whole thing. I've been, over the last like 3 or 4 years, I've gotten more into like meditation. I kind of go in like ebb and flow into it more and more, depending on my life circumstances and whatnot. But one of the things that absolutely for me is like one of the biggest hurdles of distraction is just vision, like just seeing stuff, like just the visual stimulation of things gets me into my head like immediately. Everything has an association in my head of some language behind it. And so closing my eyes instantly, first of all, it reduces so much anxiety in my life. If I just close my eyes. And on top of that, like it also just, it keeps me, it almost like makes me a little bit more grounded. I feel like if I can just meditate on that, if I'm still distracted in my head, it's obviously still hard because that's the thing. That's the problem is I'm in my head. I'm just thinking, and I'm not even knowing I'm thinking. I'm just thinking.
ruminating. You're ruminating.
Yeah. So, but getting out of that and really intentionally, closing my eyes and stuff, it can be really interesting. And one of the things I found though is like, holy shit, like you have to really fucking train yourself in order to blindfold yourself in pitch darkness in midday when you're wide awake. Like it's a different story when you're like going to bed or winding down or whatnot, like that's fine. But like if you're midday and you realize how much stuff is on your mind of like the things you want to do throughout the day or whatever is going on, or just what interests you, or you want to play RuneScape, and then just sit there and close your eyes and silence and not do anything, that shit is one of the most torturous things.
Yeah. And that's exactly like in meditation. It's a skill that can be developed. Like you can improve your capacity to do that through practice. Like it's something that you can get better at through developing your ability to prevent your mind from wandering, essentially. So like the ruminating is one form of that, where you're letting those thoughts wander around in your head and you start thinking about all of the regrets you have or all of the things you need to be doing. It's like anxiety, like I need to do this, I need to have this problem to solve. So like part of a lot of meditation is developing the ability to prevent your mind wandering in that way. And when I'm looking at hardcore skillers talk about what skilling is doing for them, they're always talking about something that is in this category. Like flow state gets mentioned all the time. Like they're always talking about flow state, whereas like flow state definitionally is all of your faculties are saturated, and that's what's preventing the rumination. That's what's preventing your mind from wandering. So it's sort of like the easiest possible form of meditation is flow state, because you didn't have to stop your mind from wandering, you just flooded it out with noise. And that's why sort of that grading of difficulty with the OSRS skilling methods I was trying to demonstrate, which I didn't successfully do very well, was that at least I view the Arty rooftop course challenge would be so much harder because there's less clicking, which means there's less noise that is saturating those faculties, which makes it much easier for my mind to wander, which makes it much more difficult. And eventually it would be torture if I was like sitting there forcing myself to do it. It'd be getting hard. It would be more and more and more torturous the longer it goes on, the more rumination and anxiety, etc. that comes together because I lack that capacity.
Let me ask about this, just because it sounds like you're kind of comparing this to clicks. What about 6 hours of artifacts with no glass blowing or fire making, just doing pure artifacts?
Yeah, well, I think if I'm just thinking in terms of where my current limit is right now, I think the longest skilling session I've done of any variety is 3 hours roughly of lava runes. Like I was sort of like, okay, let's I was just putting a challenge to myself, like how long can I actually do this for? And I quite like lava runes, so I'll try that first as like the easiest challenge to set myself. And after 3 hours, I'm like, all right, I'm done. Like,
and that's no music or any other stimulation, just silence.
No, that was with music on.
Okay.
So I hadn't even hit 6 hours of music yet to start challenging myself with 6 hours of no music, or to challenge myself. Like I think artifacts would be a little. Artifacts would have actually been easier. Maybe I should have tried that first, because the fire making, all of the clicks that you have with the fire making would probably make it easier to hold that focus.
So you don't think the comparison between 3-tick 4G and artifacts with nothing else, like no fire making, no glass blowing, no ashes, what would you be able to hold on to longer?
The mining for sure, because there's a lot more clicking.
Really?
Yeah.
So, have you ever experienced wrist discomfort at all, long periods?
When I initially started getting into the learning how to do it, there was like some mild discomfort that was short term, but that was, I think, more of a technique and like posture failure. So once I adjusted for most of those things, I wasn't experiencing that anymore.
So, do you think that there would be an amount of hours though that would start causing that
Yeah,
discomfort,
definitely.
even with perfect posture and whatever else?
Yeah, I think. Well, it would depend on the person,
Yeah.
and because that everyone's.
Yeah, but you
physiology is
personally, like, do you think like you would probably start experiencing some discomfort if you did it for 12 hours, 6 hours back to back?
I have no idea, honestly, because I would get bored out of my brains so much sooner.
Really? So your wrist, you wouldn't be shaking out your wrist, dropping every fucking. How about this? How about no infernal axe? So you have even more dropping to do. Do you think that would, even in a 3-hour session, do you think that would cause more wrist strain and start adding to the discomfort rather than the boredom?
It's possible. It's definitely possible. I would have to try it to see, but I'd have to get over the I'd have to get over the attention hump first before I could see if the wrist is
really okay. I'm just gonna put one more example. If you had to click 3 times instead of 2 times, so instead of knife log, and I know you've already admitted to that not being more fun, but just wrist strain in general. If you had to click 3 times every single 3-tick action you're doing there and dropping, do you think it would be attention or wrist discomfort? Purely hypothetical, but I need you to admit that there is such thing as wrist strain.
Yeah, of course. Okay. There absolutely is, especially because I'll just give you a concrete example, which is the bloodwood trees. Like I did the bloodwood trees for like 30 minutes and I'm like, man, this is a lot of clicking. My hand is actually like, fuck, stop clicking so much, dude. Because that is a lot. I think it's actually more APM than the granite mining is. And if it's not, maybe like I'm not
I don't actually think it is. I think it's less. In fact, bloodwood trees is actually it's less of a click. It's obviously a different rhythm, so maybe just the rhythm getting used to it is just awkward. So that's what's causing more tension like maybe in your fingers.
A posture adjustment requirement of some kind, but it could also be that the fact that you have to move the flicking the mouse a bit more is like doing some wrist rotations. Maybe that is helping a little bit with the granite and wasn't helping with the bloodwood trees.
True,
but there's definitely a point at which there's too much bloody clicking. I think that I would prefer there would be a little bit less than there is in granite currently.
Yeah, I just in my view and in vast majority of players' views, it's not the attention, it's the amount of clicks that's going on. And like I keep hearing this from HLC people. Like the HLC makes it, I say HLC very like loosely, but like just the very, very high level 200 mil skillers and stuff that have a lot of takes on Twitter and whatever else. Like they imagine that anybody that's not like going for 200 mils just doesn't fucking care about skilling or doesn't care about any skilling goals or anything. They literally imagine everybody that's not in their exclusive camp is like a total fucking giga noob, doesn't care about skilling, wants the game to burn. Like they really think that. Like I'm thinking of like just a few individuals, but like, so it's not being totally fair to the entire HLC, but there's so many players that would love to enter like a state of trance while they're skilling and to enjoy it. But vast majority of people don't, they literally cannot handle, and they don't want to handle, and they don't want to train their fucking wrists because they have a life. I'm not speaking for myself here. I really just play RuneScape a lot of the day. But a lot of people have like actual lives to attend to, but they also love skilling and they want to achieve crazy skilling goals, not like insane, like life altering skilling goals, but like they'd love to go for 20 mil mining or whatever, 20 mil fishing or whatever. But like their options are so like limited. It's like, do you want to just AFK this and just get bored out of your mind and never enter a flow state? It's just like, second monitor shit, or do very wrist breaking stuff with 3-tick 4G or whatever to gain optimal rates. And most people just choose the former. They're like, I don't want to fucking do wrist breaking stuff, but they would love to enter some flow state, myself included. I would love to do, like, honestly, when the sap log came out, I fucked around with the gem mining stuff. There's no dropping involved. And it's just a nice cycle. That's like this nice area where you're kind of alternating between a 3-tick and a 4-tick and the occasional 5-tick thing where you have to jump between rocks. That kind of stuff's fucking addicting. And I'm banking a lot of resources on my Iron Man, and I'm just like having a great time. That's the kind of stuff I want to enter into, but there's no option because it's just knife log repeatedly. And it's just terrible. And that's without the dropping. Like, even without the dropping, it's just like, dude, I'm not having a good time here. And I'm not even able to enter that flow state that you're talking about because I'm so focused on just how much clicking I'm doing. It's like, Jesus Christ.
And like, if there was any kind of hand soreness and all, nobody would be getting into that flow state. So that would be disturbing anyone at all that's experiencing that. So it makes sense that that's just blocking the door for you entirely.
Anyway, I know we kind of go back and forth with this whole thing, so the audience has definitely heard it if they haven't skipped around the podcast. But
I'm just thinking about where to go from, what angle to take from here. Because so I think the irony that comes to me is that you're proposing Gnome Cube as an accessibility thing, right? And it is an accessibility thing, and I think it's a good thing to have that. It's an accessibility to the hand soreness issue, and it's also an accessibility thing to the execution complexity aspect. Like, it's more difficult with the knife than without it, and it would be nice to have that dynamic difficulty that we talked about earlier. But the ironic aspect of it is that once you've got past that physical challenge, the hand soreness and the figuring out how to actually do it, and then once the difficulty becomes the endurance, once the difficulty becomes the focusing your attention, the knife click is actually the accessibility, because the knife click is making it easier. It's making it easier to focus your attention because there's more saturation. It's easier to get into the flow state. So typically,
that's got to be just for a very small minority.
Yeah, it's for a very small. It's for a very small minority of people. But I think so. The irony that I'm seeing is that the posture that, I don't know if HLC are necessarily taking this posture, or it's the characterization that's being given to them, is that we're like hardcore badasses. Like, we fucking grinded our 200 mil uphill both ways, and you guys got to do it the same way. But then when I actually like sort of look at what the knife is actually doing for them, it's an accessibility tool to make meditation and entering the flow state easier. And so when we're coming along and saying we're going to take that away, what we're actually doing is we're making it harder. We're making the game harder for them, and they're resisting that. And I think that's actually fair. I think it's quite fair to resist someone taking, like, it's a crutch for meditation, but
it's not being taken away. That's the thing. They will choose to have it taken away. Like, they will still be available, but I understand.
Yeah, well, it depends on the design. It depends on the specific design that we arrive at. But but if you're talking about,
but even if Saplog were to come into the game, the knife log is still available. Like, it's just so obvious that none of them, virtually none, okay, maybe like a fucking handful of people would continue to knife log, but almost every single person would stray away from it because it's just not worth it. It's not worth over a one click. Like, I just can't, I don't believe the argument that this is like somehow actually better, actually putting them into a flow state. Because if it was, there'd be no fucking issue with it. They could still knife log, but it's just simply not the case that people want to knife log. Like, as soon as there's an option for one click, everybody migrates to the one click. So it's all, exactly. there can't be any argument about the flow state thing, because that they could still do it. And so it's all about removing difficulty from their eyes, which is an ego thing. It's like a straight up, like, it doesn't matter if the vast majority of players would enjoy doing this more. It's like, no, it's like you like, I did it this way, and like I this needs to maintain, like, this needs to be in the game, or it's just gatekeeping ultimately. And like,
Yeah, but so do you not see the inversion that you missed, which is like it's an ego thing. They're protecting it because they want it to be hard, but the
yeah,
actual thing that's motivating them is they want it to remain easier because it will become harder.
but it
And
will be.
I know you're like,
It's
either, oh well, it's been power clipped out, but you could still do it. But
yeah,
it's the whole game, the entire scaffolding around this, the whole game, like getting the number to go up in the video game,
yeah.
is all an elaborate ruse to sort of trick your brain to be able to meditate. Which it would be nice if, like, I've even posed this question, like, okay, well, why, if this is what you're using the game for,
Yeah.
why don't you just go actually meditate? And
Get off of Twitter.
yeah, like, why don't you just, okay, stop playing the game entirely and go meditate, go to a monastery or whatever. And I think that that's an unfair challenge, because meditation itself contains this ladder of gradation where you're making it easier or harder depending on where, like, it's dynamic difficulty for meditation. So just saying, well, it's still there, it's still an option, when the whole game being, the whole thing is like, I'm a mortal man who's using this tool that is at least helpful for me, and I can't stop myself from using the Gnome Cube if you put it in the game, because it's meta, it's slightly easier. I might get slightly higher XP rate.
You
if I
won't
use
get
the
slightly
Gnome Cube
higher
enough.
XP rates though. You won't. Like, it's the same.
I think in practice, most people, like, I don't think many people can actually hit literal tick perfect for 6 hours granite mining.
But then we just come back down to the other argument of, like, this isn't about any sort of flow state. It's about gatekeeping. It's about, I can maintain these rates better with this, and other people shouldn't be able to because I did it this way for a long period of time.
No. That's definitely how they express it, right? That's how they express it. I'm just trying to sort of uncover where the sympathetic case is from their perspective. I don't necessarily think that this is even what they're thinking.
Yeah.
They might be thinking exactly as you're describing, and they might even say words to that effect. But I think that there is an element to it where they're saying, I'm a mortal man, I need some help to meditate, and if you got rid of the knife, I would succumb to it. I would succumb to the Gnome Cube, and then it would be harder for me.
That's fair. No, I mean, it would be easier for me to accept that if, for example, like this would be a better example to shine on, just because I can concede to that point in some element, but it would have to be if you just made it so XP rates were capped. So, like, this is a really fucked up reality I'm going to paint right now. Just imagine all XP rates could only ever cap to like 30k XP an hour. So now star mining or 3-tick 4G is going to be the same XP output. So it's like, yeah, you still like 3-tick 4G, it still put you in meditative state, but who the fuck's going to do it if you can just literally do nothing and get the same XP rate? So, like, that's a more extreme example, of course, but it paints your view of, yeah, people would just succumb to it. I think that was the important key to be like, when there is an easier method, people will do the easier method, even if they found the other method more engaging.
Even if they have this, like,
harder
ideal, or they have this identity that, I'm a hardcore skiller. A lot of, like, we're human and we may not actually be able to meet that ideal.
Yeah, that's a fair, that's one of your other, like, unique points that you've brought up that other people haven't, is just trying to empathize with those people that really, for some reason, actually enjoy knife log more than a one-click action, which is just, I have to just say, is like maybe you and like fucking like 10 other people total. But it's just like, I understand it, but you know what the other thing is, how much did you get to mess with the sap log, like in actual practicality, like mess with that in like a 3-tick 4G? Like, did you even get to it all?
I tried it at the gem mine for a little bit, and it felt similar to using the Celestra Spark. Like, I was just like, I think I'd rather do it with the knife log.
Interesting, because I feel like vast majority of people that maybe have that take kind of ingrained where they enjoy knife log. I mean, first of all, you only had a week to even experiment with the sap log. So I'm under the impression that if people were to sap log a lot more, and they were to embrace that a little bit more, and then throw in some other elements like fletching darts alongside, or do whatever the hell else they wanted to do to add extra clicks, just extra.
Oh god, I hate them.
If they wanted to, but it's
I've
like
seen people do that. I'm like, oh my god, what are you doing?
yeah. But like there's just it opens up other windows of extra clicks you wanted to do. But like if I feel like if people were to do more sap log stuff, in my view, vast majority of people, not the same group of people, but vast majority of people would be like, yeah, this is infinitely better than knife logging over and over. So I guess ultimately it comes down to just to finally kind of put a stop, at least in my view, and I'll let you respond. But in my view, knife log is hindering the game's, in particular, skilling's progression going forward, adding interesting methods and stuff. And I just think there is no world where like knife log is just so unpopular. It's just so unpopular with the games community that we either keep dying on this hill and never change knife log, and we just go down Toontown road of like every method just kind of becomes dumb and sort of unrecognizable from the old school perspective, or we just embrace that, okay, maybe we should just tone this back and sort of bridge the gap between the super intense methods and just accept that we can do without the extra click. I think it's a much healthier road to go down, to just accept that knife log is not a good, healthy thing going forward with the game. And I'm not saying that, Gnome Cube or whatever would be the end to it all, but it just bridges such a massive gap instantly, and it can get people into a flow state, including myself, way easier. I'd be doing tick manipulation so much more than I do right now. I actually gravitate more toward brain dead AFK methods simply just because of the wrist discomfort. I just don't want to have my wrist discomfort. Like I go biking like oftentimes, and like my wrists biking 20 miles and stuff gets enough of its exposure to just having wrist stuff. I don't want to go back and now like brutalize my wrist for hours on end trying to get XP. So anyway, that's I'm
kind of curious. I guess the question, because your account is maxed for the one that you're like presumably, or like a lot of your account that you're working on will be maxed, right? If you wanted to do a skilling method that was intense enough to put you in that sort of flow state that doesn't have tick manipulation, lava runes is a fantastic one. Do you enjoy doing lava runes? Like,
I actually, I mean, on my account Sae Bae, I actually did lava runes. This is way back. This is 2019, but I did lava runes from 80 to 99 straight.
Yeah, awesome.
And that was back when there wasn't menu entries. I had to right click my dueling rings, and there wasn't the colossal.
Wasn't that also when the delay was on the altar still?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Except lava runes, lava runes never had that delay, to be fair.
Oh really?
Yeah, because combo runes never. Combo runes are the exception, correct?
Oh.
So that was why lava runes were like significantly better XP too, because you didn't have to wait as long. But I think I didn't do the 4 pouch. I did the 2 pouch. That's right. 2 pouch one was how most people did it. Because you would just want to do. I think you just wanted to do 2 crafts. I think that's how it went. It was more efficient bringing all 4 pouches technically, but it was just like 3K more an hour or something.
Yeah, I actually have done in order the rates on the wiki. I actually updated earlier this year, doing calculations considering 4 pouch versus 2 pouch, 3 pouch, colossal pouch, which I wasted a good week on so of my time just going super deep on that. Yeah,
interesting. Yeah, no, it's good. It's just like on an Iron Man, there's a lot more incentive to like try to get some sort of valuable resource if you're going to do a 100-hour grind of skilling. So like I still chose lava runes because I just wanted to get it over with. But like,
did you enjoy it? Were you like, oh, I got in the flow state?
I enjoyed it. I did get in a flow state. There was issues I had. Like I think I had even back then I had always been like, can we just menu swap everything. Like I was a menu swap truther from the get-go. Like we would just menu swap. By the way,
was there like a big debate over that at the time?
Yeah. There was a lot of people flipping out even about like shift drop. Shift drop was like an abomination to a lot of skillers.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, because that was back when AHK was king. So like.
So you're just doing it on keyboard, like blah 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 blah.
Yeah, they would just use their keyboard, which it is very satisfying. I actually used AHK for a little bit. But man, like if you're talking about bridging gaps, like that was the biggest gap of all time.
That's an accessibility nightmare.
Yeah, people that didn't know what AHK was, having to right click
doing that, like what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, but it's like the difference is, okay, you see a guy at the pond just able to literally clear their inventory in 2 seconds versus a guy having to right click manually every single fucking fish, misclicking, dropping. It's like, dude, the difference of XP per hour you can maintain, it was just insane if you just knew how to set up AHK, which is just not healthy, honestly. But
so when was that change? Because that's obviously another change, like another war that the sort of gatekeepers lost, right? Like the game got improved, and accessibility thing, and they weren't able to block it.
Yeah. Again, like you said, it's not like they're fully held hostage, sort of an illusion. And to be fair, even that you kind of debunked a little bit, where it's like the devs really could just do whatever they want. But I just think there is so much weight on what they say or what they want that they do value. So, but yeah, there was some interesting transitions of like influence in skilling over the years, and like AHK was a big one. Even like people, this was mostly on Jagex. I don't really remember people quite defending the right click pickpocketing, but for years you had to right click pickpocket certain NPCs, just certain ones. Like you could still left click RD Knights and stuff, but if it was like elves or Vyres, you had to fucking right click every single one to pickpocket. There was no menu swap.
Whether or not there's an attack option on it.
No, there was a talk to option. It really was just pick and choosy. Like it was just, this is what it is from the get go, and this one isn't, and we're gonna hold the line on. If you try to change the menu entry swap, we're gonna ban you. It's like, what the fuck? I remember flipping out about that for years. I was like, change this, god damn it. He finally lifted it. I was like, thank God. And it finally last week, I just was saying this earlier, they finally lifted the blackjacking one. That was like the final straw, because for so long they held the line on construction not being able to be menu swapped, and then construction got menu swapped, and then blackjacking was the final one, basically, that like, no, we have to hold the line on right click blackjacking, and then they're like, fuck it, all right, we'll rip the band-aid off. So now like I'm pretty sure everything across the game now can be menu swapped, thank God.
Yeah, that's good, definitely.
And people were fucking butthurt about that.
Hardliners are losing though, isn't it?
I mean, construction, I think I remember, like, you know, you've mentioned Hebox a few times. I remember Hebox and others were super anti left click construction. And like there was value in that, obviously. Like they're like, you want to maintain some sort of like, I don't know, interest, or like some sort of interesting gameplay with construction. But it's like ultimately at the end of the day, it's just, what are we doing here? We're just gatekeeping this one method for no reason. Just make it left click. And honestly, anybody that's like scared of the game getting easier, like I want to see any of those players that are actively like crying about game getting easier, like games getting easyscape, turn off all your fucking plugins then. Like just, I want to see anybody, like literally every single high level skiller that's so opposed to Gnome Cube and stuff, you see their gameplay, they got like 700 plugins on that are making everything as fucking easy as possible for them. So it's just like, dude, just stop. Like, stop with the like whole gatekeeping, because you are literally on steroid client right now.
Yeah, like every time you do anything to your client to make it easier, it is if it was a competitive game, you would be looking at those things like, is this cheating, is it not cheating?
Yeah.
And I think RuneLite would easily get classified as a cheat client in any competitive game ever.
Yeah.
And because it's mostly a PvE game. We're not so worried about that.
And just to this is actually a point that just came to my head because I mentioned that, was like, look at the game these days. Like there really isn't that much competition anymore. And people could say that's a bad thing or whatever, but like 200 mil all pages, that like the for top 50 is already filled up and stuff. And it's like, dude, people these days with all the plugins and all the everything, like there is none of that competitive element really. It keeps getting drowned out by plugins and people playing the way they want to play. And I think Knife Log is just like so tired. It's like, dude, people want to play the game the way they want to play the game. Why are we dying on this stupid fucking hill of like everybody needs to life log because I did it? Like it needs to remain in the game. Like, dude, people play for themselves these days, and it's only going to get more and more like this. Like the competitive skilling scene is dying. It's been dying ever since Link's Titan got 200 mil all. It's just like this is all downhill. People can still have their competitive stuff, but ultimately, like you said, RuneLite is a fucking competition destroyer. Like this, the whole thing is just activate as many plugins as humanly possible to get as much XP as you can. I just think Knife Log is, if Knife Log could have simply been a RuneLite plugin to just make it one click, we wouldn't have any issue with it. People would already have turned it on. Like it would have been a plugin. Everybody fucking turns it on, makes it easier. Every high level skiller would have done it. But because, you know, it's just become such a fucking meme at this point, people have to die on the hill of no Knife Log until the end of time. Like, dude, it's a personal game. People are just playing for themselves and playing for community and just having a good time. Like, why can't people just, like, I want Gnome Cubes so bad so I can just enjoy the game more thoroughly. And I don't know. It's just the stupid competitive side. It's like, dude, it's all dead anyway. Why are we still dying here on this hill?
Yeah, well, that's why I think the reframe from like the competitive aspect, because I think that used to be a bigger part of it, towards more the personal journey aspect of it, which is it's a sandbox game. Creating your own journey is a big part of the game, and having these different levers available. So, like that's sort of why I asked you about the lava runes. It's like, well, if doing 3 ticks to 4 granite is too intense for you to get into that, to satisfy that urge of the getting into the flow state, just do more lava runes, because that's still an option that's currently in the game. And then the 3 tick 4 granite can be for the people who need that extra level of stimulation to remain focused.
Yeah, but why not just also give me a sap log? Like what would be so bad about the game, like with just giving people the option?
Yeah, it's just that the succumbing to a thing, which is that's a game design constraint that we can actually solve, I think.
Yeah, but even then, it's like at the end of the day, it is a personal game, and this game has continued over the years, gotten easier and easier and easier, and people are still playing this game. People are finding ways to get into flow states. You can get into flow states when the game gets easier. Look at the fucking Colossal Pouch. Colossal Pouch made the game easier. People can still get into a flow state. You don't have to click 4 fucking pouches every time. That's not adding anything really. You can still do 4 pouches if you want. You're just going to be more inefficient. But it's like, I see the 4 pouches as the same thing as Knife Log and just getting rid of it. It's like, dude, it's an extra click. You're still getting into the flow state. You can still do whatever you want. You can just click an extra thing. And in fact, if you think about this. You were talking about the whole synchronization, or what was it? What was the word?
Syncopation.
Syncopation. There we go. You know, think about just fucking bring your Gnome Cube and then bring a knife there that just, you can toss in the synchronization whenever you want. Just here you go, a little bit here and there. It's not really going to affect anything, but you can just have that extra click, you know, or just don't even bring anything and just click an extra time. People do that all the time in PVM, by the way. People rolling up and clicking and staying in the rhythm by right clicking. They right click the floor and stuff. I see very high level players doing that all the time. They're clicking all around. They're doing super high clicks, and then they're right clicking here and there. Just add the right click. If the synchronization is super important, like just right click a few times. It's fucking fun. I do it. I tap my foot and stuff. Like I get into it. Like there's no need
that
to
runs up against the, you know, I'm a mortal man point. Right.
Yeah, but
like,
it's not an...
I could also meditate on my own, but it's harder. And so this is like a tool that is useful. And
not worth it though, in my view. Just you can just add the right click. Just do the right click.
Add the click yourself. Like you can just tap your foot, whatever.
Exactly.
It doesn't have to be on the game's logic.
Yeah. And honestly, this conversation's been fucking awesome, man. I know we obviously dwelt a lot in the Gnome Cube stuff, which I was expecting, and I obviously love marinating in it. So thank you for humoring me a lot with that. And Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is there anything else that we really want to touch on, or do you want to kind of
Well,
wrap things up?
actually, that was just the more the introspective, like the criteria for the skilling identity. But if you're trying to translate this into game design terms, like if I was to ask a game designer at Jagex now, okay, can you design content with the intention of making skilling test these skills and not those skills? They're like, how the hell do I do that? So I have three concrete like game design heuristics that satisfy that distinction between skilling and PVM. If you're
Okay.
interested in
Yes, please.
hearing.
Let's hear it.
Okay. So the first one, of course, is the output randomness. So like there shouldn't be a sense in which the hunt for some big drop, as you've mentioned, is motivating me to keep going on my journey, like motivating me to keep that focus. Like the motivation needs to be internal somehow. And a second aspect of this, which came up in quite a few of the skillers that I was talking to, would be the degree to which I can plan out my journey. So, like, Hebok specifically said something that he found very satisfying about, the Maxcape speed run that he did and his 200 mil old journey, and observing other people taking that journey was the planning process of being able to say, okay, well, I'm going to do this, then this, then this, and I'm going to stick to my routine and I'm going to execute that, and it's going to be nice and predictable for me. Those sorts of things, like that drive that's entirely internal, is only possible when the outputs are consistent. And it goes both ways, because if you're saying, okay, I'm going to do 8 hours or 6 hours, I'm going to do 6 hours of mining right now, but the mining has output randomness, and by some stroke of luck, I get the big drop on that mining, and I got 6 hours worth of mining progress in those 5 minutes. It's going to feel like I've been sort of robbed of that journey, because now my plan has been disrupted in the other way. I've reached my goal too quickly. As much as it is frustrating the other way. Like usually when people think about needing dry protection, it's frustrating not to get the drop on the rate, because it's like taking longer than expected.
Yep.
But from the skiller's perspective of like wanting to be able to plan things out, it's also frustrating in the other direction of getting it too soon, because now I've just been sort of boosted. So I think the output randomness point is connected to that distinction. And well, do you see that connection?
Yeah, no, I see that for sure.
Awesome. So like, would you say that, yeah, you think it's sensible that output randomness is a sensible distinction for skilling? Like it would help preserve that.
I think there's a healthy limit, like we said. Like, I mean, obviously you were kind of arguing initially that you would be okay with very static XP drops and even 100% success rates on things to make it like as predictable as humanly possible. I just think there's definitely a little bit of fun in not the method per se, like switching up. So like, for example, the idea I threw out of like the teleport randomization, where you're just teleported 8 tiles back instead of just where you're consistently thinking you're going to spawn, versus an XP drop difference that ultimately over time balances out pretty quickly over just several hours. I think that's totally fine. But yeah, I agree with the whole output thing. And I think PVM does obviously contrast very differently from skilling in that point. And I think that is a core identity.
Okay, awesome. All right. The second, and that's like a design heuristic that you can actually use when you're designing, which is awesome. And so the second one is relating to how punishing mistakes are within the gameplay loop. So generally with skilling, if you make a mistake, so like you misclick on your knife, you misclick on something, you lose a little bit of time, and that's about it. The worst thing that can happen is you make a stock and you have to go bank. It takes like 20 seconds. With PVM, mistakes can mean a full reset. It throws you right out of the gameplay loop because you die. You die, you're back in Edgeville, Lumbridge, whatever, the boss has been reset. You've lost the last X minutes of progress you had fighting that boss, and that has there's a good side of that, which is it increases the tension. The further and further you get into a raid or inside of a boss fight, it's like, oh, am I gonna get it? Am I gonna Doom, especially with the delving, like the tension is building, and that's awesome from I think satisfying what PVM is good for. But for a skiller, that would be registered as stressful, unnecessarily stressful. It's like making it harder for me to kind of, it's not chill.
So what about we can both agree with I guess Giant's Foundry is a very small case where it's like breaking a sword is an inconvenience. But what about Guardians of the Rift, where a round can fail, and Temperos, where the round can fail as well? Is that considered? I mean, ultimately, you're still getting XP on the way, and it is a light hurdle, but it still feels like on that same wavelength as a PVM deck.
That's a good question, because Guardians of the Rift is probably, I've done a fair bit of like solo Guardians of the Rift when I was getting the outfit, and I think it would be frustrating if when you're doing it solo, the expected win rate is like less than 95%, but it's really hard to actually lose. Once you know what you're doing solo Guardians of the Rift, it's very hard to actually lose. I would prefer it if there was absolutely no way to lose, but you know, you want to add that input randomness, which Guardians of the Rift does with which altars you can actually go to. And if they took that away to make it 100% instead of whatever it is now, then that would probably make it worse, because that variety makes Guardians of the Rift more fun.
Okay.
So I think, it's a good question. I think if it's a matter of how likely that is to happen, but also I think that is still like a problem that Guardians of the Rift has, absolutely. And I don't actively do it anymore after I've got the outfit. I'd prefer to do lava runes now.
Yeah.
Because it is like when you lose in Guardians of the Rift, you're like, fuck, like, I've missed out on like that big XP drop.
Yeah.
Like, oh, fuck. But yeah, I think does that feel like an incisive game design heuristic as well? Like mistakes?
Yeah, it's like it's close enough, because I feel like vast majority of skilling, there's none of that. But that's why mainly I asked, because I just wanted to ask, like, do you think those are failed mini games? Because like how big of a consequence would be adding those hurdles or those hiccups, like those big hiccups where it's like, oh fuck, I died. Like, because again, we do see that in Temperos, we do see that in Guardians of the Rift, we do see that in like skilling mini games per se. So I just wonder, like, are skilling mini games sort of an exception that you're kind of okay with having a blend of that PvP, or sorry, not PvP, the PVM heuristic? Like, is that okay? Because that's sort of like, you know, the blending of things where some of, I'm not claiming that these mini games are fucking gold star mini games or anything, but like, I'm okay in my books of like, even if there are distinctions between it, it's okay to blend those lines occasionally to make something a little bit more interesting, or a little bit more, you know, for those players that actually do lean more into PVM but also want to progress their skills, but not fully going down the route of like, I want everything to be PVM and still get skilling XP.
Yeah, I think the minigame versus not minigame distinction is sort of arbitrary, because it just depends on what it's labeled as mostly, and it's definitely, you could do a blend. I wouldn't want it to be the main way to go. Like, I think if you said we're going to make a blended minigame boss that is violating this heuristic a little bit, because we're kind of trying to meet people in the middle, you wouldn't want that to be the EHP. You wouldn't want that to be the something that you're doing.
Okay, that's fair.
To the end, but well, Guardians of the Rift is, people mostly do it for the rewards, get the outfit, and all of that. There's sort of a cap on. You're not necessarily encouraged by the game's design to keep doing that after you've got the rewards, which makes it more tolerable, I think. And it's a natural, like I said, it's a natural consequence of wanting some input randomness, which is a very nice thing to have.
Sure.
So that's the second one. Like, yeah, skilling has lots of micro mistakes. PVM usually has fewer mistakes, but the mistakes are very punishing, or can be very punishing. Sometimes it's like one-shot mechanics, and a lot of people, even
Actually,
PVM players, don't like that.
there is one more thing, and that's I feel like there is actually some blending here that we're missing, which is, you know, missing a tick in PVM is like the same hiccup that you can get in skilling, where if you miss the
It's like
knife or whatever, it's like, yeah, like if people are speedrunning or trying to get a good time, like literally missing a whole attack or something, or misclicking your weapon and stuff like that also is very similar to, you know, I just think there's a very big outlier, obviously, of deaths, but even deaths are very rare once you've learned a boss.
Yeah, that's true.
So I feel like it's a little bit less distinct than I would want it to be, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the risk of death is the really big one. And like you say, I think Guardians of the Rift, even if my win rate is 95% on that, if I had to only do that for RuneCraft, I would hate RuneCraft. I didn't particularly enjoy the Guardians of the Rift Shrine. I thought it was okay. It's not. It's probably the best skilling minigame, but it's still like I wouldn't want to. I'm not intending to go back to it. I did try like doing a Dolo, like I made a level 3 skiller to do the Dolo Guardians of the Rift, which I thought made it a little bit more fun. It was easier to win with that and a little bit more engaging because you have to do 2 accounts at the same time. But yeah, aside from that, haven't revisited it.
Okay. And what's the third?
All right, the third one is I guess I blended that one in. So the question is, what does the mistake do? So the first one was like, what is the punishment for the mistake? I guess it's. Oh no, wait, I've messed up my notes. Sorry, that's the same dot point. The third game design heuristic is related to the overall choreography. So you've got the Modrice's presentation ready, which is contrasting demonic gorillas to tormented demons, and I absolutely love this visual. Like, it's fantastic. It's a very accurate description of like, here is how the choreography of demonic gorillas goes, and then here's how the choreography of tormented demons goes. So do you have that one?
Yep,
up?
I have it pulled up right now. Had it saved.
Awesome. So the thing about that I found it interesting was the choice of image that he had associated with each one, because he's got next to demonic gorillas is the guy like stressing out of his mind, like he's sweat lord demonic gorillas, and then the tormented guy is like, the tormented demon's picture is like, you know, he's big chilling, like, oh yeah, tormented gorillas super chill.
Yep.
And I've done both of those. I've done demonic gorillas and I've done tormented demons, and I saw that afterwards, and I'm just thinking, is this guy playing the same game as me? Because when I do demonic gorillas, I'm like, this is a nice, stable choreography. It is very chill. You can kind of lock into it. You don't ever have to do a lot of clicks at the same time. You do have to fully focus on the game. Like, you cannot multitask demonic gorillas with anything, because there's always like, I got to do gear switch now. I got to do prayer switch now. I got to dodge the rock now. I've got to move to like be able to distinguish the melee from the ranged, so that his DPS is lower. There's like a lot of little things you have to do, but there's never a point at which you have to do a lot of things all at once. Whereas tormented demons is the complete opposite, where there's this very long period where you don't have to do anything. You're auto attacking, and the other guy's auto attacking at you, and then as soon as that, you know, HP threshold is hit, you do everything all at once: gear switch, prayer switch, projectile dodge, do your crit hit thing, all of it all at once.
Yep.
So it's very spiky. And that was like stressing me out. I can't get into flow state with that one, because there's this big lull period.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, I'm kind of bored
No,
now.
it was funny, you know, because during this podcast, I remember him like really praising TDs, and I'm like, honestly, I actually preferred demonic gorillas, and
Me too.
I think part of it is just the fight shorter. One, like you just kill them quicker.
Yeah.
Two, like you said, like there's not such a big spike ever really happening, and there's actually more incentive with TDs to bring a huge switch, to bring like a 6-way or a 7-way if you really wanted to maximize DPS. So it's like you got more of that kind of psychological thing going on in the back of your head of like, oh shit, I'm only you're like with demonics, it's like you're expected to just bring 2 or 3 switches, maybe 4 max.
Yeah.
So it ends up just being really chill. And yeah, no, you're totally right. I know some people like TDs more, but this is also a side tangent, but the fucking sticking to the ground when they flame you is so tilting. Like stop. Like I'm sorry. Like I know they wanted to do that to make it ever so slightly more punishing, but it just feels like shit when you click away and your guy's not moving. He's just glued to the ground.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I hate that. Yeah.
No, any kind of removing control of of the player is just it's like anti-juice. Your clicks don't do anything. It feels bad.
Yeah.
The game should be responding to your input. But yeah, so the third heuristic is essentially, I think, the choreography of skilling should be more like demonic gorillas, where it's a nice, stable, very like there's a lot of you have to pay attention the whole time because the whole point is holding your attention fully. You cannot multitask if you're doing this active skilling, but the choreography is stable. There's not these big spikes of you got to do the 7-way switch and then hit the crit. And they've got the thing where you can fight 2 or 3 of them at once, which is absolutely insane. I'm like, oh, who the hell is doing that? But there's some people that would enjoy that kind of gameplay, and that's awesome for them. But yeah, I think that's definitely more of the PVM side of thing, like the dexterity, the finesse, the dealing with things under pressure.
Yeah.
So I think, the demonic gorillas and tormented demons are perfect examples of where the split in choreography between skilling and PVM can lie. Like this is a heuristic, but I think it is quite meaningful.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's an interesting game we're playing. The more like, I talk about this game weekly for hours on end, and obviously talk even more on rambles and other things. So my whole life has been very consumed in this game, and it's interesting to see just how diverse it is and how like much of just a patch work game it is. It's just like patch after patch with different developers, and just it's so everywhere. Like really, like the thematics of it are everywhere. The variety of players is different. Like you got PvPers, you got skillers, you got role players, you got PVMers, you got just a huge mishmash of stuff, and somehow the game just remains successful and grows. So as much as I like push ideas, and as much as like I have a certain vision of the game, especially in regards to like skilling, especially lately, and even my takes on PvP and like the PvP coffer and like fixing the wilderness and stuff, which of course we're not going to get into. I'm sure this wouldn't be the right you wouldn't be the right person to jump into all that
not
with.
very much. Yeah.
But there's like I think just having played the game so long and having invested so much time into it and so much energy and so much passion and stuff, it gets me so just riled up, and like in some fun ways as well. It's not like I'm always just, I feel like people imagine I'm like super anxious about the game, but ultimately it's like I'm a content creator for the game, so I want the game obviously to thrive as much as possible, and I don't want the game to fail.
You're motivated in the long-term health of the game more so than most players are. Like more so than I am. Like I'm sitting here saying my stuff, but what decisions Jagex makes, if they make the game worse by my view, I'll just be like, well, I'll go play something else. I'm not as invested in it.
Yeah. So it makes sense in like, sort of going back to like obviously the content creators have more of a say in the conversation of how the game gets developed and whatnot. And they obviously value our opinions a little bit more than just the average player. Like it makes sense. Like our paychecks are on the line.
The access asymmetry, I think, is reasonable. I know some people will be a little bit upset that You know, if you're
'Cause some
just
people-
some random nobody, you can't get a direct DM to
Yeah.
the content designers
And
of the game. But like, think realistically, they can't read everyone's unsolicited game
You're
design
right.
proposals.
And there's people that play this game even more religiously that aren't content creators that surely should have a say as well, but it's just like because their voices aren't really heard as much. That obviously sucks.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
yeah, no, I just this is the stuff I really love, just having conversations with other equally passionate players about the game and hearing discussions. So like ultimately, yeah, I'm a huge enjoyer of these kinds of conversations. I appreciate you coming on today and just sharing with me for nearly 6 hours. I actually did get 6 hour log because I logged in earlier, so I had to log out. But yeah, 6 hour log basically of chatting RuneScape.
If you want to, if you want to break the record, I do have some things to say about AFK skilling specifically. We didn't actually go into that very much. I don't know if you want to try and if we're like trying to get to sleep here and wrap it up.
Yeah, no. Low key, we'll probably have to wrap it up beforehand, unfortunately. So
Yeah, sure.
you'll get you'll get the second best record. But who knows, man? Maybe I'll get you on again, and maybe even with an additional skill, or at some point we can have a
that would be fun
discussion.
Definitely.
Yeah, so. No, you're really just a pleasure to have on, and this is just wonderful. You're very attentive and very patient with me as well. So thank you for.
I think you can take as 50% of the contribution to that.
Well,
You're very patient in entertaining my rambling as much as I am of yours.
Well, I'm glad to hear about it. Yeah, no, it was great. You have some very good takes, very solid, grounded takes, and so this is obviously a pleasure. And you're willing to change views and stuff, and you've changed my mind on some things as well. So it was a good listen. It was a good
Awesome.
conversation. So I'm gonna have all of your links down in the description for those listening. I'm the one, by the way, for those listening, I'm the one that cut him short from the rank 1 record. He definitely could have beat Caveman Only, but Caveman Only is a good friend of mine, and he deserves that rank 1 spot. I think he can keep it for a little bit longer until we, maybe I'll, get really caffeinate up at some point and not have it be midnight for me, and we can go a little bit longer. But yeah, thank you, 6 weetbix. This was wonderful. And any final words from you before we wrap things up?
No, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and ramble. Like, you have this big platform you've been developing for over 6 years, and you're doing all of these things that I'm saying, like moving the conversation forward productively, talking about this, taking the game design aspect seriously. And if you didn't have this platform, I would just be some guy posting on Reddit, and no one is gonna listen to 6 hours of some random Redditor talking about random nonsense. So very appreciate you taking the time to have this conversation with me.
It's my pleasure, man. Thank you so much for coming on today. And thank you all for listening as well. We will catch you guys in the next one. Peace.